Farming Life in Another World. Volume 17, by Kinosuke Nato, translated by SHM Trans, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 801. Parade outside the village, Shashato City. Royal capital, determination. I am a Caterize. I am a daughter of a duke of a certain country, but I left them and came to the Demon King's kingdom. Not officially, but secretly. It's not like I'm thinking of doing something bad against the Demon King's kingdom. Maybe. No, I'm certain. I'm not thinking of raising a rebel force against the Demon King's kingdom, nor trying to gain power to speak with the Demon King on equal terms. What I was thinking about is my own happiness. Well, as an added bonus, I will also consider the happiness of those who accompanied me. But I'll focus on my own happiness first. Yeah, with my own power. In this day and age, or rather, being born into a noble family in a human country, a political marriage is bound to happen, but apparently, I'm not so lucky. In fact, I was raised to be the bride of the country's first prince, but this prince was an unbelievable fool. You want to know how much of a fool he is? To put it simply, he thinks he owns the whole country. He wasn't even the king, but he was making all kinds of promises as he pleased. I have no problem with promises made for personal purposes, but no matter how you look at it, they are all about royal power and politics. To give an example, he allowed a certain noble family to participate in a war with just his permission, or exempted a favored trading company from toll and trade tax. He also intervened in promises made by the king or between nobles and then violated them without permission. He is not just a fool, he's an absolute moron. However, he does have his good points. He had the opportunity to come in contact with the less fortunate throughout the country, and seeing their state, he handed out money. That is admirable. Wonderful, if he is doing that using his own money. However, what he gave away was the country's money. Do you know how I felt when I learned of that? I am absolutely speechless. I learned that when you get too angry, you can really be at a loss for words. And what did he do after giving them money? Normally, everyone knows that daily food on the table is more important than money, so it is better to provide them a stable way to earn money. And yet, he just gave them money and pretended that everything was fine. That is, yes, it's beyond foolishness, it's harmful desu yo. Just being alive is a sin. That is his existence. And I'm supposed to be his bride. You should understand the reason why I ran away now. Yes, there's another reason that made me decide to run away. The king. He was protecting that fool of a prince and left him alone without even scolding him. He is an excellent king, but when it is related to the first prince, he becomes a fool of a parent. When I complained to him about the first prince's behavior, he shunned me. Then, I complained bitterly about shunning me, he scolded me. He said that I am his daughter-in-law and I should support the prince. Ha ha ha. I wish everyone would acknowledge my effort because I didn't hit the king on the spot. And when I left the royal castle, I heard a report that the first prince had unjustly taken away the rights of a trading company I was working on. Such a store is not suitable for you. I'll provide you a more suitable place. I don't remember what happened next. However, judging from the prince lying on the ground a distance away and my posture, I would guess that. It seems like I'd blown him away with Tizanko. To put it simply, Tizanko is a shoulder-to-rear body blow. When approaching an opponent, you are naturally facing the front, so it takes some skill to hit him with the back of the body just before contact. This is a technique directly handed down from my family of Duke. I'm not sorry that I hit him. I felt better. And I apologized to my parents and left the country. My parents also had their own feelings about the prince, and they made all kinds of arrangements for me at the expense of our Duke family. Thanks to them, I managed to arrive at the Demon King's kingdom without any injury. That was several years ago. I was 16 years old at that time. I had confidence in myself. I was confident that I could succeed in business in the Demon King's kingdom. I had confidence in beauty and gourmet. Of course, it was not a baseless confidence. When I was still a duke's daughter, I had immersed myself in business and made it successful. Well, the skill of the merchants I employed must have had influence, so I won't take the full credit. However, the idea was mine. I was the one who made the prototypes. It was also me who decided the direction of the store. It is possible that the butlers and maidservants who work for me may have made some corrections. Anyway, it's all because of a certain talent of mine. Resourcefulness Desu, it is normal for me to be confident. However, the Demon King's kingdom was not so easy. The environment of a human kingdom and the demon kingdom were too different. In the human kingdom, majority of the populace are humans, but in the Demon King's kingdom, there are a variety of races. My main products are lotion, milky lotion, cream, etc., all beauty products. These need to be prepared for each species. Of course, research must be conducted to create the optimal lotion, milky lotion, and cream. Research from scratch is expensive, and we can't expect them to sell well for each race. Then, we thought of targeting the most populous race in the Demon Kingdom. The goblins were not interested in beauty. The beastkins had their own beauty regimen. The demons did not have any trouble with beauty with the help of their magic power. No, some demons were also concerned with their beauty products, and not just magic power alone, but most of those who did were nobles and they wanted to be embraced, so we can only give up. Even though I abandoned my family, I'm still a member of a duke's family, so I'm reluctant to be embraced by a noble of the Demon King's kingdom. Given what happened, I found that it's too tough to make money using beauty products. But I still have gourmet. In the Demon King's kingdom, mysterious seasonings such as soy sauce, miso, and mayonnaise were widely used. I tasted dishes made with these seasonings, and they were very tasty. It was a shock to me, as I only used seasonings such as salts, herbs, or pepper. However, I also felt that I had broadened my cooking horizons at once. I was eager to try new dishes with new seasonings. I was enthusiastic, but of course, similar things are done in the Demon King's kingdom as well. Marla in Shashato City. Kuro and Yuki, Bronze Cafe, Korin's Sweet Temple, Noodle Shop Bratoa, and Niz's Alchemy in Village 5. And many more establishments that must have been influenced by them stood before us as rivals. Of course, we have no intention of losing. But we knew that without careful preparation, we would only end up with a loss. We were in an unfamiliar territory, so we also needed to have a steady supply of food raw materials. It is not something that can be solved just because of an idea. I made a decision. Moving forward is not everything. Sometimes, it is necessary to stay where you are and save your strength. I have set up a base in a certain village in the Demon King's kingdom. My position is that I am an exile from the land of humans. I tell everyone around that I am here to avoid the war. And so, I work in the fields in this village. That's right. It's a preparation to compete in gourmet. If I grow my own food, I can get it consistently. And I don't have to worry about anyone interfering with my work. For the time being, the sale of crops will also provide income. Fufufu, I'll do my best. Farming is hard, it's not easy to do. It is too dependent on climate and weather. You wouldn't know about the heat waves or cold waves that only happen at certain times of the year unless you lived here for many years. I tried for several years, but my farming failed. The money I took out of the duchy is about to run out. I'm in a pinch. Most of the people who accompanied me have gone to work in Shashato City or Village 5, and I heard that they were living better than me here. Gununu. I will not accept charity. I have my pride. However, it is also true that there is nothing else I can do. What should I do then? All I have left is my body. I do not lack beauty. Even while farming, I never left my guard down. Though it might sound narcissistic, I am a beautiful woman Desu. My age has piled up a little, but I'm still before 20. I'm not sure if it's possible to become a rich man's wife or not. I don't have any prejudice against demons, beastkins, or any other race. One day, I was in deep thoughts. When the parade of the Demon King's kingdom passed through the village, there was a commotion. The village where I settled has a teleportation gate, and it is quite inconvenient that the passage has been temporarily restricted, but since I'm allowed to use it free of charge, I don't have any complaints. Thanks to the teleportation gate, I can make day trips to the distant Shashato City or even Village 5. I just need to bear with it for a few days. Demon King's Kingdom's parade. So we can naturally assume that the people participating in it are of a certain status, right? A certain status. In other words, rich. No, the village chief of the village I am in was also invited, so not all of them, I guess. Won't it be a dream come true if I get recognized by a parade participant? Makeup, let's put our heart and soul into it. I usually won't do this, Desu. Tizanko, a form of Tetsuzenko. Chapter 802. Parade outside the village, Shashato City. Royal Capital, Information. Good day. My name is Henrietta Argeson. I am a 25-year-old human woman. I am the head maid to the young Duchess, Ekaterai Sama. Ekaterai Sama has run away to a certain village of the Demon King's kingdom for some reason or another. She is doing her best. However, reality is harsh and you can't live with ideals alone. To be more precise, we don't have enough money. We have no money to pay our wages and of course, we have no money for our living expenses either. The money we took from Ekaterai Sama's parents' house before we fled were spent in doing various things. Reality is truly harsh. In any case, most of the colleagues who accompanied Ekaterai Sama have gone to work in Shashato City. We are like migrant workers. We are not exiled after all. The period of assignment is indefinite, no salary is paid during the assignment, and all the salary earned during the assignment belongs to the person who worked, so it almost sounds like an exile, but we're not exiled. Ekaterai Sama is not the kind of person who would destroy her subordinates. She can go to Shashato City anytime by using the teleportation gate so she can see us anytime she wants. By the way, the destinations of us migrant workers are: if you can read and write, that's enough. If you can calculate, you are more than welcome. Loyalty to the Demon King's kingdom. I'm more interested in the accuracy of your writings and calculations than such vague things. That's what was proudly displayed in the workplace we applied for. However, blatantly saying that you don't need to be loyal to the kingdom itself, won't you receive any complaints from the Demon King's kingdom? Well, it's good news for us though. All of us who accompanied Ekaterai Sama can read, write, and calculate. We also have mastered the human kingdom's etiquette style. It is an ideal place to work. The problem is that they are trying to encourage all of us to stop working with Ekaterai Sama and just work here. I'm grateful for that offer, but I will refuse. The person who manages the workplace. It's Mio-sama, the chief of staff of Governor Ifris of Shashato City. She looks like a little girl, but you can't judge the age of anyone in the Demon King's kingdom with their appearance, so none of us underestimated her. According to my judgment, Mio-sama is the type whose appearance doesn't match her age. It is safe to assume that she's older than me. Sending most of the people accompanying her out to work will only prevent Ekaterai Sama from losing money, not gain more. Ekaterai Sama is trying to make it by working in the fields, but it's not going well since we don't know the climate in this place. Well, I think she's a genius, so I'm sure she will be able to do it in 5 years. Yeah, she's a genius. After all, she has been passionate about developing beauty products since she was a child, and the beauty products and gourmet products she has produced have been said to be national treasures. She is currently struggling with the differences between humans and demons, and between human kingdoms and the demon kingdom, but I'm sure she will eventually solve them all. One day, she'll become a big shot in the Demon King's kingdom. That's what I believe. Therefore, I have decided to let Ekaterai Sama concentrate on her work in the field and research while I earn living expenses. However, I don't think there's much I can do. My first try, selling Ekaterai Sama's beauty products. I sell them to demons who are relatively close to humans as a race. Since there are wealthy people who seek beauty products, I was happy to be able to get connected to the nobles of the kingdom. However, the bad point is that they want to monopolize our beauty products and ask us to be their subordinates. In any case, the amount of products we can produce in the kingdom is limited, so the profit is not so great. We are not losing money, so it's not a problem. Next, selling information. We sell information of the outside of the Demon King's kingdom, that is, information about human kingdoms. At first, there was resistance because it is an act that benefits the Demon King's kingdom. But if we do not appeal that we are beneficial to the kingdom, who knows what will happen to us? At the very least, we have to make the kingdom think that Ekaterai Sama is not an enemy. The most important person we can deal with is Governor Ifris of Shashato City. We were able to get in touch with Governor Ifris by relying on Mio-sama. The information we have is mainly about personal information and relationships. We don't know about the strength of the army or its organization. We thought they would be disappointed, but surprisingly, we were well received. They were also pleased with the information about the customs of human kingdoms. Would it be useful for governing? We were grateful for the considerable payment we received. However, those can only be sold once. There is some information that we have not sold yet, but these too will become outdated and less valuable as time passes. While I was thinking what I should do in the future, Mio-sama proposed a new job to me. That is, to distribute information about the Demon King's kingdom to the human kingdom. We have a means of contacting Akaterai-sama's parents' home in the human kingdom. I suppose she wants us to use that. However, is that all right? It is also important to convey the true situation of the Demon King's kingdom to the public. If the information is too controlled and unverified, the other party will be frightened and will not be able to negotiate with us. Indeed, after arriving at the Demon King's kingdom, Akaterai-sama had been repeatedly complaining that the information she had received was different from the actual thing. You can say that the actual situation of the Demon King's kingdom is not being truthfully conveyed. In terms of the nature of my work, I accepted the job because there is nothing like confusing the human kingdom with false information. Several times a year, I convey the situation of the Demon King's kingdom, along with Akaterai-sama's recent situation, to Akaterai-sama's parents' home. There is no censorship of the information I give them. It's great to have a steady income because of this. We are far from wealthy, but we should be able to live a modest life. We can only do our best. And just as Akaterai-sama was getting used to the life in the Demon King's kingdom, she began to worry about her marriage. As for me, I received a temporary job request from Mio-sama. The request was that she wanted me to broadcast the parade that's going to be held in the Demon King's kingdom this coming spring to the human world. I thought this was just the job that I've always been doing, but this time, she gave me an order. Make it as accurate as possible. What do you mean? I don't need to be told that, as I always report as accurately as possible. I was told that I would be paid separately, so I gladly accepted the job. And on the day of the parade, I was able to participate in the dry run of the parade through Mio-sama's arrangement, so I'm not so surprised seeing inferno wolves, but I'm surprised to see how many there are. Beastkins, high elves, lizardmen, titans, lamias. I feel like I'm being shown an army force. In addition, there are a number of dragons. Are they going to the villages too? I see. So this is what Mio-sama means by as accurate as possible. In other words, she wants us to know that there is such a big army in the Demon King's kingdom. I will of course report it, since this isn't something that can be hidden. What about the large number of angels participating in the parade? How can there be so many? Isn't this evidence that the Garrett kingdom has already been taken over by the Demon King's kingdom? No, are you saying that they're already done at hiding it? It is better to know this information than not know it. Let's make sure to tell them. Carriage that transforms and combines. What's the point of telling about this? I'm not sure, but I've been told to be accurate, so let's write it. It's better to include it just in case. However, will anyone believe this report? Well, I will just write the truth. Whether they believe it or not, that's Akaterai-sama's parents' problem, though I would appreciate an extra compensation. By the way, I will not tell them that Akaterai-sama has put on her best makeup and looked for a marriage partner. It would worry them. Even so, Akaterai-sama. She was targeting the young beastkin men, but I think she should leave them alone. The three of them are married. I know because I met them several times at Mio-sama's place. Don't ask me to introduce them to you. We are not that close. If you ask Mio-sama, you might at least speak with them. Rather than that, please be a little more friendly to the carriages, that a village chief and his family rode in the village where we are. The son of the village chief waved to Akaterai-sama with all his might, so you shouldn't have completely ignored him. She said she doesn't like weaklings. There are not many people who are stronger than Akaterai-sama. She is stronger than the guard captain because of her devotion to a strange martial art. Yeah, strange martial art. I'm sure it's absolutely false that it was directly handed down from the Duke's family. It must have been a joke by the patriarch generations ago. Please don't ever use it here. It stands out too much. Chapter 803. Parade outside the village, royal capital, declaration of success. Demon King's point of. This one. No, I am the Demon King. Demon King Gulgul Daeru. I am the most powerful and the one who holds the highest position in the Demon King's kingdom. Fufu, though I'm no match for my wife and daughter. Now, the purpose of this parade. There were 3 of them. The first one was to bait those who were acting unpleasantly in the villages and cities where teleportation gates had been set up. Those who are malicious will be caught. There will be no point if they escape to the royal capital or Shashato City. Therefore, we plan to use the parade as a decoy and catch them by surprise. The parade was also a convenient front in evacuating those who shouldn't be injured. The second was to unify the will of the current nobles of the Demon King's kingdom. As the monarch of the kingdom, I do not intend to invade the human kingdoms any further. It is enough to maintain the status quo. That is what I have been doing for the past few years. However, there are a good number of nobles who disapprove of this. They want us to destroy the human kingdoms. In the capital, about half the population shares that opinion. However, in places that are away from the capital, such radical opinions are stronger. We want to do something about these opinions and bring them together in the direction of maintaining the status quo. Of course, I do not think that this parade will solve everything. However, I would like to use this parade to sway the opinions on everyone in the royal capital toward maintaining the status quo. In order to do so, power must be seen. Fortunately, my position as the Demon King allows me to do whatever I want no matter how barbaric it is. Obey my opinion. If you do, I promise you prosperity. To make everyone see it, I decided to throw a parade that is basically a show of force. Third was to deal with human kingdoms. Even if we are not willing to go to war, if they think otherwise, a war will still happen. We have to fight to protect ourselves. A dumbass situation. Therefore, we want to show our power and make them think that there is nothing but defeat if they dare to do it. And that war only occurs when you lack understanding on the other party. If you understand the other party is, they will not dare start a war. Until now, the Demon King's kingdom has never had any flattering diplomatic relations with human kingdoms. It's not the fault of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Beazle. No matter who holds that position, no one would be able to achieve any better results than what Beazle achieved. In any case, the other parties are the human kingdoms who are so hostile toward us that we can't understand why they were doing it just because we are demons. However, in the past few years, the winds have been changing. A number of emissaries have come from human countries wishing to establish diplomatic relations. A pleasing development. And I would like to show them the state of the current Demon King's kingdom and tell them that there is no need to be so fearful. These are the three purposes of the parade. However, I was quite concerned about whether to include the Big Tree Village in the parade or not given the three objectives. For my part, I think it would be best to leave Big Tree Village alone. Even if they volunteer, I don't think it's a good idea to have them join the parade. However, Tysell insisted that we add them to the list. There are two reasons why Tysell wants to include Big Tree Village in the parade. One is to make the residents of the kingdom aware of inferno wolves, demon spiders, and others. In order to not make the people of the kingdom feel anxiety, I asked them to make sure that the inferno wolves and demon spiders of Big Tree Village to not leave the Forest of Death. However, because of this, we can't use inferno wolves and demon spiders as a defensive force outside the Forest of Death. Considering Village Chief, he'll probably find it inconvenient if he could not use them when he wants to go to a new place in the future. As for my consideration, though I think we can have sufficient and even excessive force even without the inferno wolves and demon spiders. As a father, I would prefer seeing them in public for my daughter's safety. The main reason I agreed. Another reason why Tysell wants to add Big Tree Village in the parade is the Garrett Kingdom. The Garrett Kingdom had long been hostile to the Demon King's kingdom, but in recent years, it has been shifted to a more friendly attitude. So, we were thinking of having a truce or peace between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms. That's when Garrett Kingdom was divided. The reason for the divide was the difference in stance against the annexation to the Demon King's kingdom. It's not hard to understand the reason. The only thing I would like to see is a unification of will within the country before annexing them. Honestly speaking, it is a nuisance. Moreover, if we accept the annexation, the Demon King's kingdom will gain an enclave. And we can't leave it defenseless just because it's an enclave. In order to protect the enclave, the Demon King's kingdom will have more fronts to maintain. Such an enclave is unnecessary. In short, I don't want it. However, not taking the hands of those who say that they are surrendering to us would either mean we have no intention of sparing them, or we are planning to attack them. and other countries will take it as even if we surrender, they will not take us seriously. As a result, the war will get worse. We can't say we will not accept them. Hence, we didn't say anything for now. I don't know if that's okay, but that's how politics works. Ma, we can't leave them unanswered too long, but we can at least buy time. In the meantime, we will take action. Ideally, I would like Garrett Kingdom to unite and become Garrett Kingdom once again, and become a vassal of the Demon King's Kingdom, not annexed. Then, the Demon King's Kingdom would assist the new Garrett Kingdom and have it deal with human kingdoms instead of us. I know this is only the ideal situation, but if we don't seek the ideal situation, there will be no result. We've been asked to do the impossible, so this is the least we can do. I know that things will not turn out to be the ideal situation we want. In any case, we bought time by not responding to the Garrett Kingdom. Now that we have done so, we need to give the Garrett Kingdom hope. We don't want them to think that not willing to answer equals hostility, and to show them that hope, the angels will participate in the parade. Are we going to be annexed? Are we already on the way to being annexed? Are what we want the Garrett Kingdom to think. Since that is the purpose, we could have just approached the angels alone about participating, but if we did that, we would owe the angels. That's not good. I'm not talking about owing the angels, but ignoring village chief. If we are going to owe anyone a debt, it should be to village chief, not the angels. Tysell agrees, so we have to include Big Tree Village in the parade. Incidentally, Tysell has already spoken to the chief of the angels, so we are coordinating to make it so that village chief is the one who participated in the parade and not the angels. With these three in mind and two objectives of Tysell, we decided to hold a parade in the kingdom and have Big Tree Village participate in it. The short period of time between the decision and execution of the plan caused a lot of trouble for the civil servants. To be honest, parade is the last resort. We never had any problem with the march we do in the military, and Big Tree Village has a parade every year. However, a parade in a big city alone is a pain in the ass, let alone this one. Now, let's talk about the parade. The first day, from Village 5 to Shashato City. In Shashato City, some commotion already happened, including the manner check by Doors Dono's group and some sort of flying bone or something, but we managed to get through it. It didn't help that the schedule was adjusted on the second day. On the third day, we ran from Shashato City to the royal capital. Originally, our goal was to catch suspicious people around, but in fact, we had already achieved our objective during the dry run. The suspicious demons, mistakenly believing that they were being attacked, started escaping when they saw the impure dragons Ojas, Hayfricta, and Kihatroy, and the 10 Inferno wolves that participated in the dry run. I thought they were too brain-dead, since they were even making things difficult for us while being so close to the royal capital. But it seems like they were just some small fries from the royal capital. They are those who are said to have escaped during the cleanup operation in the royal capital. We did that to ensure that Alfred and the others will be safe once they start attending the Noble Academy. That cleanup operation. I wonder if it wasn't very effective because ragtag bastards and assassins showed up after that, but I guess it did have an effect. Well, in any case, one of my objectives has been accomplished. Yes, it's been accomplished. I think it is safe to say that this parade is successful. A goal was accomplished even before the parade started, but that is a trivial matter. The parade was a success, the last day of the parade. I thought so as I looked at the royal capital, which for some reason had become a war zone. I know, I'm escaping from reality. The war zone here is not a human kingdom invasion, but a conflict between the defenders of the royal capital, the 3 impure dragons, plus the 1st and 2nd Legion, who are not participating in the parade, and the angels and Inferno wolves who are in the parade. As for why, read it in the next chapter. Chapter 804. Parade outside the village, royal capital start. A certain royal guard's point of. I am a demon that belongs to the royal guard that guards the royal castle. I can't participate in the parade, but that can't be helped. Due to the lack of demon power, very few were able to participate in this year's parade. Only around 20 royal guards. The chosen members were the commanders of the royal guards, who have both prestige and ability. Since there were commanders who were not chosen, there's no way that I, who was not even a troop leader, would be chosen. Unfortunately, I just have to do my job. I would like to think that there are no fools who would dare invade the royal castle, but there are, so we can only guard it. It is the day of the parade. Actually, it started a few days ago, but the parade in the royal capital will be held today. Many residents have gathered to watch the parade. Even if the residents are weak, there are a lot of them. We are on the lookout for them while being firm and unintimidated. Of course, we are also looking out at the dragons outside the city. Though if they attacked, there would be nothing to do since any action would only be futile. Ah, by the way, there are inferno wolves too. I saw the dry run and they were simply terrifying. 200 of them? I hope that's just a joke. And on top of that, there are angels, high elves, and wyverns. There are so many that we should look out for. As if my vigilance was in vain, the parade smoothly went on according to its schedule, and the first group arrived in front of the royal castle, the final destination. 2 powerful-looking knights are leading the parade. Who are they? I've never seen those armors before. Well, they are in charge of leading the parade. They must be strong and not just in appearance. Behind them are the royal guards. Why are they equipped with shields? They are so alert as if there is an enemy right in front of them. While I was thinking so, trouble started among the spectators. It seemed like a pickpocket had appeared. Since there are a lot of spectators, it's normal for someone like that to appear. Doing that despite the tight security shows that the pickpocket had a lot of guts. However, the pickpocket immediately noticed and made a commotion to escape. I was watching from the top of the wall, so I could see the pickpocket's movements clearly. Just as I was about to tell the soldiers guarding below, the pickpocket made a foolish move. He fled to a space set aside for those who had finished the parade. Naturally, such a place is heavily guarded. Moreover, the leader of the parade had arrived, so everything could be seen clearly. The soldiers guarding the parade rushed to catch the pickpocket from all directions. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. As I was thinking that, the pickpocket made an even more foolish move. He fled in the direction of the 2 powerful-looking knights who had done their part and were resting in the waiting area. Why that way? Just one glance, anyone would notice how powerful they are. My question was quickly answered. The goal of the pickpocket was not the 2 powerful-looking knights, but the swords they were carrying. One shining white, the other shining black. Their part in the parade was over, so the 2 powerful-looking knights were handing over their swords to the parade staff. They may have been ceremonial swords, but to the pickpocket, they looked like fine weapons. He's going to resist using a weapon. As expected of a fool. If you are not armed, you will be caught alive, but if you are armed, the soldiers around will not let you off easily. That pickpocket will be killed, though I would like to keep blood from being spilled at the parade. Fortunately, the pickpocket did not die. Before he could pick up the sword, he was beaten to pulp by the 2 powerful-looking knights. Then, the moment he fell to the ground, the soldiers guarding the area rushed in and caught him. Thank goodness. HNN, he's rampaging. Vain resistance. What did he just throw? Ah, the wallet he stole. If you had returned it honestly, you might have gotten off with a lighter charge. No, it's still a felony for interrupting the parade. Poor guy. No, he must have taken the risk. However, since he failed, he should accept the consequences. I was only paying attention to the pickpocket. However, the 2 powerful-looking knights at the scene and the royal guards participating in the parade were looking at the purse that the pickpocket had thrown. They had a no-way expression. That's why I looked at it too. The purse that the pickpocket threw hit the face of a staff who was holding the shining black sword. The shining black sword was thrown out and fell on the cobblestone pavement. Then, a loud bang resounded. I hope it was not damaged, and that's all that matters to me. To me, that is. However, the 2 powerful-looking knights moved at great speed. One of the knights held the staff who dropped the shiny black sword and moved away from it immediately. The other knight kicked the dropped sword to the shield holding royal guards. The royal guards held their shield up as they surrounded the sword. What are they doing? Before I could think of why, a loud explosion resounded along with bright light. I finally thought what was happening. The shining black sword had exploded. However, the impact was deflected upward by the shields. There was no damage to the surroundings. It was stopped by the shields, as expected of them. While thinking so, I looked at the sky where the impact was deflected and saw the angels participating in the parade. As a person who was watching, I can testify that the royal guards equipped with shields did not intentionally aim the deflected impact at the angels. They simply let the impact go upward. However, due to bad luck, it was deflected to the place where the angels were flying. This was a coincidental accident overlapping several coincidences. Several of them fell, probably due to the impact of the explosion. Before I could move to rescue them, the harpies flying behind the angels caught the falling angels in midair and carried them to the back of wyverns flying further back. Looks like something that has been practiced before. The angels and harpies are at a disadvantage if they fall to the ground after all. I guess they have plans for emergency. The remaining angels took up an offensive formation. I have a bad feeling about this. I don't mind them doing that, but there are still many who suspect the angels are enemies. However, such a blatant offensive formation is not a good idea. No, some of the angels are already swooping in. They may be trying to confirm the circumstances of the explosion. They're not attacking, but given that they were swooping down while the others are in offensive formation, they look like they are attacking. Then I see it. From the ground, attack magic flew at the angels, not 1 or 2 shots, and they were fired by more than one demon. It is as if they were creating a wall of offensive magic. They are not aiming at someone but an area. It was a tactic to effectively shoot down those who are flying in the sky. If it weren't for this situation, I would have praised them for their brilliant coordination. Seeing the offensive magic, the descending angels soared. The angels, harpies, and wyverns rose to a height that was beyond the reach of offensive magic. Great! If the angels had gotten angry and fought back, that would have been the end. The angels were on our side. This time, they were on our side. Our side? That's what everyone should think. The angels participating in the parade are allies. In other words, from the point of view of those who are participating in the parade, the angels, who are their allies, were being attacked. In fact, several angels were harmed by the impact of the explosion. I have confirmed that the Inferno wolves, who are participating in the parade, formed small packs and left the parade line. Oi, 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 oi. The beastkins and high elves participating in the parade have shifted to battle stance too. Even from a distance, I could see it. Things are going from bad to worse and worst. It was an accident. They are not attacking. I shouted, but it didn't reach them. On the contrary, I can hear the voices of the residents who are watching the parade and the soldiers who are guarding the parade. Defend the royal capital. It's time to show my power. Inferno wolves, so what? How stupid are you? Shall we attack and beat them? Nonsense. To add to the confusion, some sort of giant appeared. What the hell was that? A giant that looks like it's been made of dismantled carriages took a humanoid form. Golem? As if lured by it, the dragons on the outskirts of the royal capital turned to the royal capital. They're heading this way. CC, can we even resist? I was puzzled, but then I received an order from the captain. Protect the citizens. I'll do it. However, there's no way I can fight against dragons. 3 dragons appeared in front of me while I'm being disheartened. They are dragons, I know. The 3 dragons are Ojes, Hayfricta, and Kihatroy. They are dragons working in the royal capital. Will they oppose those incoming dragons? You can't fight against them. You want to deal with the Inferno wolves. That alone is a big help. Please. I went down the rampart and evacuated the non-combatant residents inside the castle. There are fewer non-combatant residents than I thought. Grandma, don't take up arms, take shelter over here. Royal Guard, it's like watching dominoes fall. Chapter 805. Parade outside the village. Evening party at the royal capital 1. Parade outside the village, last day. The parade is being held in the royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom. Many spectators gather on both sides of the parade route, and the atmosphere is quite enthusiastic. I thought the parades in Village 5 and Shashato City were already amazing, but the one in Royal Capital was on a different level. I wondered how many people were there. There were also a wide variety of races. I saw a few I didn't know. I will ask someone to tell me about them later. Also, taller races such as Minotaurs and Centaurs are not in the front of the crowd, but are watching from the back. Conversely, shorter races are often in the front row. Is someone instructing them about it? Or are these things learned as a matter of etiquette? I'll ask Frau or someone else to tell me about this later. At the back of the crowd, I can see several stalls lined up. They are selling all kinds of things. French fries? No, they're not. Are those grissini's? perhaps pretzel or breadsticks. I'm curious about how they taste. Next to it is that meat on the skewer? What kind of meat is it? It should be written somewhere, but I can't find it since I'm too far away. It looks delicious. Next to it is a small kind of fruit sold in a cup. I don't know what kind of fruit it is, but most of the customers are males. That's surprising. Fruit is normally popular among females. Is it not sweet? Is it very popular? I guess I'll ask someone about that later too. Fufufu. Laughing at how I'm being taken in by the festive atmosphere, I realize that I'm enjoying the parade for what it is. I feel a little sad thinking that the parade will be over soon. While I was slightly surprised at how I was reacting, I heard a loud explosion in the direction where the parade was going. It was the night of the final day of the parade outside the village. I was in a room in the royal castle in the center of the royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom. There are other people in the room like the Demon King. Beazle, Randon, and Glatz, who were officials of the kingdom, are here too. Dors, the representative of the dragons. Malbit and Reginleif, representatives of the angels. Prada, representative of the ancient devils. Gulf, representative of the beastkins. Rhea, representative of the high elves. Ire, representative of the film crew. Including me, there were 12 of us. There are a few others waiting in another room too. What's taking place here is an informal evening party. It's not an evaluation meeting. For some reason, a few people look like defendants awaiting judgment, but it's not a condemnation meeting either. This evening meeting is, basically, a parade impression. A place to give each other feedback on what was good here and what was bad there. I was told that I could leave immediately without participating in this kind of thing, but given what happened, I can't leave. A lot has happened. I'll at least stay with them for today. And for some reason, I was the facilitator of this evening party. Is it all right for it to be me? It seems like they are fine with it. Then, please don't hold back. Now, first of all, thanks for the parade. Outside, there is currently an evening banquet happening which is called Recognition of Service Party. When I heard that the Demon King, who should play the leading role there, being not there would cause a lot of trouble, and they even requested this to end fast, I thought, that means this evening party should be held later. It's not that simple. You want to finish this first? If that's what the Demon King himself says, I guess we should. Then, let's start. This parade, I think it went a little overboard at the end. The most important part of the parade is the end. The parade needs to end in a way that everyone acknowledges that it's over. Otherwise, it will be trouble. The atmosphere will continue until it's sluggish. I learned this from the village parade. So, at the end of the village parade, I usually give a closing speech and hold a banquet. I make it so that the parade starts with my speech and ends with me speaking again. With that, the people will acknowledge that it has ended and drink and eat. It's not my idea, but that of the civil servant girls. We could have ended it with a flashy explosion, but that is not well received by some. Mainly by the chickens, cows, horses, and goats of the village. They said it was too loud. Dangerous too for those who are not used to it. The Pegasuses, who are not used to it yet, were so frightened by the explosions. Of course, the ending of the parade outside the village was also prepared. By the way, I was not informed what it was. I was just told that at the end of the parade, Swan and Black Swan would make the swords they were holding explode, and it would be a signal for something fun to start. Since I was not the overseer of the parade, I was honestly looking forward to it. Though I would have never guessed that they were going to hold military exercises. And the participants were not just a part, but almost the entire royal capital. Of course, a safe zone had been set aside for non-combatants and the children. However, for a military exercise, the attackers were quite few in comparison. Well, I guess since it was only us, Big Tree Village, including the Kuros and Angels, it was a very flashy way to end a parade. What can I say? As expected of the Demon King's kingdom. I heard that there were a lot of people injured, but at least no one died. The level of skill of the soldiers of the kingdom and the ability of the residents of the royal capital to deal with trouble is evident. Village Chief, if I may. The Demon King seemed to want to say something. I don't mind. My apologies, in the last part there was an accident. Yeah, I heard of it. Swan and Black Swan's swords exploded unscheduled due to a pickpocket, right? I think it was amazing that you didn't get confused because of the explosion. It's your cue, and it just happened ahead of schedule. Ah, no, I had village chief acted as my squire. Squire, you mean like a subordinate? After the military exercises started, I worked with the Demon King. As expected, I can't participate in an armed military exercise. It's due to my ability. All I did was chase after the Kuros whenever I saw one and instructed them to move to the waiting area on the outskirts of the city. Even though I was chasing them, the Kuros weren't really running away, so I caught up with them right away. I didn't do much, and I don't think that's a very squire-like thing. From the perspective of the people around, do I look like the Demon King's squire? I checked with Ire, who was shooting around the Demon King, and he said that I was less shadowy than a squire. Well, even if I am, I wouldn't mind. Is that so? No, I mean, that's great. Thank you for accommodating an unscheduled performance. No, that's normal since I'm also a parade participant. Right. Also, we have succeeded in exposing the shady organization that existed between the royal capital and Shashato City. Good to hear. That's the main purpose of the parade. If we failed to complete that objective, what was the point of the parade? However, is it okay to talk about that here? No, everyone here is a familiar face. It's okay. Speaking of which, doors. You went to the royal capital for the military exercise, but you only wandered around for a bit and left, right? What was that all about? The carriage that village chief is using combined at an unscheduled place, right? We thought something had happened, so we went there to ensure village chief's safety. However, the wide roads are already being used by the parade. We can only land on narrow roads which caused damage to some buildings. When we were thinking what to do next, a high elf girl said that village chief was safe, so we left that royal capital. Demon King, are you sure money is enough to apologize for the damaged buildings? Money is fine to sue. When the Demon King and Doors were talking like that, I told them that I would pay for it since they only did that in order to help me, but they didn't take it up. Ah, right. What about the 3 impure dragons in dragon form? They were surrounded by Hakurin, Graphaloon, and Gurond in their dragon forms. It looked like a cutthroat scene. Though I won't say that. They are disciplining them. What? A dragon must not bow and beg to let them off the hook to an opponent, even though you know you can't win against them. The 3 impure dragons fought on the side of the defenders of the royal capital during the military exercises. They were said to have been actively protecting the soldiers on the defending side, acting like the soldiers' support. However, when they encountered the Kuros, they bowed immediately to let them off the hook. Yeah, I can't say anything against that. Even I would hesitate if I'm asked to stand up against someone I'm no match for. Well, I heard that the soldiers on the defense side gave 3 impure dragons high marks even though they avoided battling, so I guess all is well. Right, that reminds me of something. I heard that the High Elves and the Beastkins rampaged quite well. I heard that they occupied several facilities in the royal capital. You did a great job. When I praised them for that, Rhea answered with a slightly troubled expression on her face. Ahaha, we just got a little carried away. Gulf has a similar expression. I think so too. We may have gone a little overboard. I heard that Prada and her team were with the royal capital defenders. We are. However, we were not directly involved in the battle. We did not take part in direct combat. We just distributed weapons to the residents of the royal capital. That seems to be the case. Where did those weapons come from? From the armory in the royal capital. We were told where they were beforehand. So it was all according to plan. Yes. And please praise the Spiderlings more than us. Yeah, I know. The Spiderlings rescued the residents who weren't able to evacuate due to the sudden start of the military exercise. I'm grateful for their rescue efforts. They were even prepared to be scolded by Zabuton. I'll tell Zabuton to not scold them for me. Well, I have some details to reflect on and things to say to those who were not here, especially the mountain elves. I didn't know that the combined transforming carriage was armed. To be precise, I did not know about the existence of an additional carriage that transforms into a ballista. Well, that additional carriage transformed and combined beautifully, but I didn't know that it was a genuine ballista and not just a decoration. They didn't have to combine it to the carriage, right? Just deploying it on the spot would be enough to turn the carriage into a ballista shooter. Or not. Is there a reason to arm it? It is often said that Big Tree Village is safe, but the others are not. Even in Village 5, I heard that the place around it is dangerous. Even so, I still think that adding a ballista as a self-defense weapon is too much. I would like to discuss it with them. Ah, right. We also have to talk to Tysel. Should I talk about this to Malbit and Reginleif? What's this I heard about Tysel building a country? Chapter 806. Parade outside the village. Evening party at the royal capital too. Tysel's point of. My name is Tysel. I am an angel girl born in Big Tree Village. Currently, I'm in a room in the royal castle of the Demon King's kingdom. I am in a room next to where my father and the others are having an evening meeting. I know I've been accused of a lot of things, but let me tell you this first. I had nothing to do with the pickpocket who started the trouble. It was really an accident. I'm not covering for the pickpocket. If you want to investigate, please do so thoroughly. However, I want to complain. I want to complain to my grandmother Ruintia, who's in front of me. Complain about building a country. That was the proof of my defeat. I accept it. I will not complain. My plan failed. The pickpocket incident was not something I set up, but I did make it so that there would be a battle after the swords exploded. There was a possibility that there would not be a battle, but given that father is involved, there was a good chance that things would escalate unexpectedly. My plan was to take advantage of the parade to lift up father and make his existence known. However, it didn't work. That can't be helped. It was because of father's unexpected behavior, but it was my fault for not anticipating it. Then, what are you complaining about? Are you playing dumb? I really don't know. What is Tysel so upset about? Moo, then, I'll say it. Why didn't the angels fight on the royal capital's side? I told you beforehand, didn't I? When the battle starts, we will fight on the side that defends the royal capital to improve the image of the angels among the demons. By doing so, the response to Garrett Kingdom will become moderate. Right, you informed us about it. The Chief Malbit was also there when you did, didn't she? Then, why? Is it because some angels were hit? The angels who were caught in the explosion were acting, right? I heard they weren't hurt. They knew that there would be an explosion, so they would have been cautious. Also, there is no way you'll have them join the parade without telling them the possibility of being hit. Acting should be a move to make my plan smoother. That is to say, you were attacked by the attackers of the parade. So, why? Don't tell me it's because you didn't reply. I must admit, you only smiled when I asked you earlier, but I took that as a positive answer, and that you don't want to be heard by anyone. Of course, that's not the reason. When I heard what you said, I myself agreed with you. However, things have changed. Changed? What exactly changed? Don't tell me it's because we started earlier than scheduled because of the pickpocket. No, you had time to act, so that should have nothing to do with it. Did something happen in Garrett Kingdom? That's not it. Then, why? You should know that us angels have many enemies. That's exactly the reason why we went along with your plan. Considering the future, we want to make a good impression to the demons. Right? However, someone told us. What is the point of getting on the other party's good side on just one occasion? Shouldn't you fight as enemies and reduce the hatred first? The angels also have their own personal views against the demons. Should we just forget about it and force them to swallow whatever's inside them? The situation in Garrett Kingdom will be difficult no matter how the Demon King's kingdom deals with it. The more kindly the demon's response is, the more severe reaction the other human kingdoms will do. If that is the case, we shouldn't prioritize the Garrett Kingdom, but the current state of the angels. Is that why you fought on the attacker's side of the parade? Yes. Who told you that? I'll tell you if you guess it right. Think, who? It shouldn't be someone who doesn't know that there will be a battle in the royal capital. That means it can't be father. Is it mother? Rather than siding with either of the two, she would prefer to be a third force. That's how she is. Mother Lu is the same. Suwaruru-san and Raz Maria-san weren't there when I informed them. No way, Kirbit-san. That person's not an angel. Who then? Flora-san? That can't be. Flora-san doesn't care what angels would do. As long as it doesn't affect Big Tree Village, she wouldn't bother. Mother Ria and Mother Senna are the same. Mother Anne would be interested, but she wouldn't voice it out. Is it Mother Hakuren or Mother Rasudi? Their characters aside, they are dragons and will not say anything about the angels. Those of the Big Tree Village are indifferent of it. Right. Since they are from the village, it doesn't matter how the Demon King's kingdom treats the angels. If that is the case, it should be someone who can go outside the village. Yauko-san and Mio-san? That can't be. Neither of the two would advise them to fight on either side. They would suggest the angels to act as a referee and stop the battle instead. It can't be Gulf-san and Daga-san too. They are battle guys. Even if asked by father, they wouldn't dare advise or even think about the future of angels. Who then? No way, Ernie. No, Ernie is the same type as mother. She'll be a third force. Alnea. He's the type that tries to take advantage of a situation and enjoys it no matter how bad the situation is. I don't think it is him because he tacitly approved what I was doing. Meteor-san? It can't be her too. She's a dragon. She may restrict my actions as part of her job, but she wouldn't care what happens to the angels. Earth doesn't care if it doesn't involve Ernie. He won't think about the angels at all. Isa, if you ask him about the angels, he will say something, without reservation. Then there are 3 people left, Galnai, Silnai, and Bronnai. They, like Isa, would say something about the angels if asked. Unless they are influenced by their wives. They might be working to protect their husbands, but they would not go out of their way to advise about the angels. Could it be that Silnai has an angel wife? They shouldn't be it. Yeah, they're not. Given that, it means there shouldn't be any. Are, no one? Ah, there is. Gramps' ancestor Sama. Is it him? He might have thought of the angels, but I don't think he would go out of his way to advise them. If he's concerned about what's going on in Garrett Kingdom, he'll tell Uncle Demon King about it first and do the rest diplomatically. I don't think he would say anything about a battle that may or may not happen. Besides, he probably won't predict that I instructed the angels to fight on the kingdom side. Who is your guess? No one. I'm glad you're being honest. Do you want to hear the answer? Yeah, Fufufu. Taisel still has a lot to learn. The first one you ruled out. First one, A. It is your father, village chief, who told us that. A. You mean he knew there was going to be a battle? It must have leaked from somewhere. You are spreading your hands too wide after all. Moo. In addition, parents think about their children more than you think. He must have investigated you when he heard you were doing something. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That I shouldn't let him know I'm doing something. That's one thing, but you shouldn't worry your parents. Moo, you're still a child. Learn from your mistakes. Yes, right. Your instructions overlooked something important. So even without village chief's advice, we will fight on the attacker's side. Overlooked. Do you want to know what you overlooked? Forget about that, just tell me the answer. Fufufu. The Inferno Wolves Dessous. The Inferno Wolves launch their attack because we were attacked. If we stand on the royal capital's side and fight the Inferno Wolves, even if managed to get on the good side of the demons, we will be in trouble in Big Tree Village. That won't be a problem. The Kuros are smart enough to understand why the angels stood on the side of the royal capital. They are. However, the fact won't change that we attacked them even though they were trying to help us. The higher-ups like Kurodono and Kuroichidono may forgive us, but there is no guarantee that everyone will. That would be fatal to the angels living in Big Tree Village. But it is the angel's characteristic to be lenient to one's relatives, but there is a big difference between that and being lenient just because you are a relative. Moo. Fufufu. Kirbit will be staying in the royal capital this year. Find time to ask her to teach you. She is outstanding enough to serve as the heavenly winged shrine maiden. I know that Kirbit-san is outstanding. This is a conversation between a grandmother Ruintia and granddaughter Taisel. Village chief, I knew there was a lot going on. Demon King, lie. Taisel, lie. Ruintia, Kirbit is outstanding. Kirbit, say that in front of him, I rarely get praised. Ruintia, Kirbit is outstanding. Village chief, Kirbit is outstanding? You mean superior? Yeah, that's what she was saying when she first came to the village. Kirbit, forget it. Gran Maria. Laughing out loud. Chapter 807. Parade outside the village. Evening party at the royal capital 3. Certain lowly soldiers point of. Night of the parade. As expected of Demon King Sama. I am but a lowly soldier working in the royal capital. I would never be able to join the royal guards. Even so, I could still see how great Demon King Sama was. The Inferno Wolves, who are known for their overwhelming power, left the royal capital with just a wave of Demon King Sama's hand. Amazing. Simply amazing. And what's more, Demon King Sama didn't even have any subordinate with him, he was all alone. A squire? There might have been one, but he wasn't fighting in front, was he? He was just standing behind Demon King Sama. No, he should be standing beside him. But there's no need to count him. In any case, Demon King Sama was alone. That's what I've been telling everyone while drinking at a cheap sake store on the outskirts of the royal capital. The owner looks annoyed, but forgive me given everything that has happened. And I'm not the only one making noise. I hear similar comments from other tables. Demon King Sama is amazing. Of course, it's not just what he does with the Inferno Wolves that's amazing. Even the hateful angels ran away without pointing spear at Demon King Sama when they saw him. HNN? Ah, no, I don't think anything against the angels. I'm young. It's the older generation that hates the angels. The so-called long-seasoned soldiers. They taught us about defending against angels whenever an opportunity arises. It's not very useful, though, because it can't be applied to anyone other than the angels. Against harpies. Ah, they come with the angels, so they are included in the anti-angels' defense. It was the same today, wasn't it? The harpies act as logistics while the angels go offensive. That's how the roles are divided. For me, a lowly soldier, the harpies are more troublesome than the angels. Why? Because low rankers will not be targeted by the angels. The angels basically target the commanders. HNN. Well, you can tell who the commander is by looking at them. They should be the ones who are wearing expensive clothes and armor. Well, it seems that even if they manage to fool them with normal clothes and armor, they can tell who the commander is by watching the movements of the soldiers from the sky. I'm not an angel, so I don't know much about it, but I digress. Let's get back to the topic. Demon King Sama is amazing. At the end of the parade, there was a sudden battle and everyone was confused, but it was a surprise military exercise. They did it to tighten up the situation since it had been peaceful for a while. Indeed, if that had really been an enemy attack, it would have been quite dangerous. What is amazing about Demon King Sama is that while tightening things up like that, he sent out a declaration of victory in the war against the human kingdoms to the world. You didn't hear it? Well, I guess you're preoccupied due to the military exercises. I heard it loud and clear. Demon King Sama unilaterally declared victory against the human kingdoms in front of the royal castle. How could he expect the other parties to listen to him? Right. Even so, what about it? If they have a problem with that declaration, they should come to us. Do you think they will? I don't think so. If they were, they would have come by now. No matter what we say, they'll just have to shut up and listen. HNN? What would change with the declaration of victory in war against the human kingdom? I'm not sure. No, Demon King Sama said a lot of things, and the cheers were loud. I heard about Eito. Yeah, it means that the current Demon King Sama will continue to be the Demon King Sama for at least 1,000 years. Are. Was it 500 years? Well, either way, it's something to celebrate, right? The reign of the great Demon King Sama will continue. I also heard him saying something about building a new country between the Demon King's kingdom and the human countries. I don't really understand why. Why do we need to build a new country? That's just more trouble, right? As I was thinking about it, a stranger sitting next to me told me. Demon King Sama decided to create a neutral country between us and the human kingdoms because he knew that having them adjacent to each other would only cause more trouble. It's like a buffer zone. A buffer zone is a place that was built to decrease the battle lines with human kingdoms, right? That's right. The ones that have vast territories among the human kingdoms are, right now, the Fullheart Kingdom and the Galbart Kingdom. We are fighting to maintain a physical distance between these two countries. I see, so that's how it is. It's too much trouble to maintain that distance, so we're talking about building a country there. However, since it is us who built that country, won't it be attacked by human kingdoms? A plan has already been devised to prevent that from happening. The newly created country will be a proxy for negotiations with the Demon King's kingdom. Negotiations on behalf of us? That's right. The counties that have diplomatic relations with us will remain as they are, but the newly created country will be in charge of all new diplomatic relations. For example, let's say you're negotiating about the return of prisoners of war or the return of stolen treasure. The future Demon King's kingdom will not engage in such negotiations. It will be the newly created country that will do that. However, how can we be so sure that they won't be attacked? Won't the countries that don't want to negotiate invade? Of course, they will. However, the countries that want to negotiate will stop them. After all, it is the only window. If they invade, it will be a declaration that they don't plan to negotiate with us. Even now, there are hardly any negotiations, are there? Almost no negotiation is not the same as no negotiation. Even if we are at war, there are things we have to talk about. Is that so? Yeah, and it's exactly the kind of negotiation I was talking about earlier. About returning the prisoners of war or returning stolen treasure. These negotiations are beneficial to human kingdoms. They will not be so easily discarded. I see. Besides, even if we said we were going to build a new country, it would only be a slightly bigger city with big territory. There is not much to be gained by attacking and destroying such a place. It is more beneficial to maintain it as a window for negotiations. They won't attack it. I see. Demon King Sama has thought about many things, hasn't he? That's right. Demon King Sama is thinking about a lot of things. So, you understand that there is no danger of being attacked, right? Yes, I understand. I have an offer for you. Is it a money-making deal? Ah, come on, I don't want to be part of a shady deal. No, it's nothing related to that. We are currently recruiting soldiers to protect this new country we're building. Recruiting soldiers? No, I'm part of the kingdom's army. Don't worry, it's all right. The new country to be created is, of course, not part of the Demon King's kingdom, but it is in fact a part of the Demon King's kingdom. In any case, the kingdom will provide the funds to build the new country. Personnel management is also under our control. In other words, the soldiers will also be provided by the Demon King's kingdom. Doesn't that mean that the offer you are talking about is quitting the Demon King's kingdom's army and becoming a soldier of the new country? We are looking for people who want to be transferred. You don't have to worry about being attacked, but you'll be in the front line of the front line, so the pay will be higher. Higher pay, and no, that's too good. The royal guards will be on defense duty at first, so there's no need to worry that something will happen to you. If the newly created country collapses too soon, Demon King Sama will be in a lot of trouble. He will do everything he can to prevent that from happening. That's true. So, becoming a soldier that protects the new country. It's a money-making deal, right? I'm sure the Public Affairs Department of the military will announce it tomorrow, so if you doubt what I'm saying, you can ask there too. All right. Thanks, no, I should be the one thanking you. By the way, can you please tell your colleagues and friends about it? HNN, why, don't you want to be together over there? Isn't it cool? Right, sorry for talking too long. All right, the sake's on me, I'll pay for it. Cheers, cheers. Here's for today's heroic performance of Demon King Sama. You're really paying. Thanks, waitress, more drinks please. However, I'd like to make a toast for our heroic Demon King Sama. Ha 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 ha, today's a good day. The flow of events in the royal capital. Parade starts. At the end of the parade, the battle started at the royal capital. Demon King ended it. Demon King started his declaration of victory in the war against the human kingdoms. At the same time, he says he will do his best to rule for a long time. He announces the creation of a new country. Parade ends, evening party begins. Continuation, normal soldier, whoa, I'm drunk. Demon, looks like it, here sign this. Normal soldier, what's this? Demon, a certificate for staying out overnight. Normal soldier. All right, sign, is this okay? Demon, yeah, thanks. Normal soldier, why am I in the mercenary corps? Chapter 808. Parade outside the village, night in the royal capital. In a room prepared for me at the royal castle, I stretched out. It's in the parade outside the village this time. Tysel was working on various things behind the scenes. She wanted me to be known. I guess she wanted me to play an active role as a leading figure in the Demon King's kingdom, not just a village chief. As a father, I'm glad to hear that, but I think it's impossible and reckless considering my own qualities. First of all, it would cause trouble to the Demon King. That's not good. So I decided to interfere with Tysel's plan. I worried for 3 days thinking that Tysel might dislike me. But I have to educate her. So I gave up. It was easy to interfere. All I had to do was create someone more prominent than me. Fortunately, the kingdom already has that prominent figure, the Demon King. I asked the Demon King to do his best. I would just be his shadow. Tysel might get dissatisfied with me for thinking so, but this is a part of me that can't be changed. As long as I can protect my current life in the village, I would not ask for more. First thing I did was suppress the angels so that the fighting that would occur in the royal capital would not intensify. Next, I instructed Doors and the others not to enter the royal capital. I also asked the Kuros to not defeat the residents of the royal capital in the event of a battle. I also asked the Minotaurs and Centaurs to participate in the rescue operations in the event of a battle. The Demon King was very cooperative, very helpful. The battle in the royal capital was a military exercise, and we tried to settle the situation, and I think it went reasonably well. In addition to the Spiderlings, Lu, Tyr, the Lamias and the Titans also voluntarily participated in the rescue operation. There were some injuries, but they were all minor and would heal in a few days. No, they will heal immediately if magic is used. I'm really glad that no one died. Tysell has already been careful about that matter, but it seems like the people of the Demon King's kingdom have a culture of being okay with death during events. When I talk with the civil servant girls about festivals around the kingdom, I always hear about deaths. Is it because war is so common? Or is there always a problem with safety management at such events? Whatever it is, I don't want any deaths at events involving me, my sons, or my daughters. I asked Prada and the other ancient devils to follow up on this matter and work behind the scenes. I was relieved that Prada and the others were willing to take on the job, but what they did was to go around handing out weapons with low killing power to the residents of the royal capital. That's good since they'll use it to attack us, but will it stop deaths? Apparently, it won't. However, it seems like when they handed out weapons, they casted defensive spells on them. Thanks to that, no one will die unless there is a great misfortune. Well, magic is very useful, isn't it? I was going to ask the Beastkins and the High Elves to help, but I decided to not do so. If I do too much, Tysell will notice it. I don't mind this thing being cancelled altogether, but considering the future, it would be better to let Tysell experience failure here. That's what I decided. So, as a result, the Beastkins and High Elves who were not informed seemed to have enjoyed the battle to the fullest. However, I did not expect that they would go and conquer the school that Alfred and the others are attending. On the school side, Ria's mother, Rigyun, was leading the defense force, and I heard that they had quite a difficult time. However, since they succeeded in suppressing the school, Ria and the other High Elves were quite happy. The Beastkins seemed to be exhausted, though. Ah, by the way, just now, I received a complaint from the Demon King's wife, the school principal, with a smile on her face. She told me to not involve educational facilities. I agree with that. I'll warn the Beastkins and the High Elves later. Right. When the Demon King gathered the citizens in front of the royal castle to appeal that it was a military exercise, I was surprised that he suddenly declared something. He had prepared for it for a long time, no? Perhaps that is the real purpose of this parade. I declare that we are the victor in the war against human kingdoms. A declaration of victory in the war against the human kingdoms. It's quite an amazing move. It's a declaration to unilaterally stop the war. Of course, there will be opposition from the human kingdoms. However, the human kingdoms can only compete with the demon kingdom if they unite. There may be human kingdoms that do not want to continue the war. I believe that being unified is impossible. However, even so, the war will continue. If that is the case, the declaration of the Demon King will end up being just words. Although I'm not in a position to interfere in the national politics of the Demon Kingdom, I made a proposal to the Demon King. I proposed to the Demon King to build a new country in the territory bordering the human kingdoms. The new country would serve as a bridge between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms. I would have been grateful if they would have considered it, but the Demon King himself immediately accepted my proposal and set it to stone. So this is a monarch of a big country, as expected. The parade and military exercises came to an end, and it was time for the evening party. Right now, my current behavior, I've been acting differently. Stange, if you would like to describe it. Yeah, I know. It's unlike me. There is no way I would move to suppress the angels or ask them to build a country. And of course, there is a reason why I'm acting so unlike me. There is someone who advised me, the one who told me that Tysell was up to something which made me take some actions in the royal capital. Lu? No. Tyr? No. Answer. Mayan and son. Yes, Taurine. Shortly before the parade outside the village, in Big Tree Village, Taurine talked to me. He told me Tysel's plan. He told me what will happen in the royal capital. Then, he asked me. He asked me if I was willing to work for the Demon King's kingdom. The meaning of the question is broad, but I won't make a mistake in answering it. All that matters to me is Big Tree Village. If the existence of Big Tree Village is threatened, I will stand up, but if not, I have no intention of getting actively involved. I replied. He said understood, bowed his head, and was about to take action. Taurine said he'll ask Medura's help. No, let's just say it directly. He's going to the royal capital to keep Tysel in check, but that would only get Tysel and Taurine on each other's bad side. I don't know what Taurine is going to do, but I guess he will interrupt what Tysel is trying to do for me. I understand that. However, if he interferes, even if it's for my sake, Tysel's anger will be directed at Taurine. That's not good. Of course it's not. The one who should stand in front of the brunt of her anger is not Taurine, but me, her father. It should be me. Thus, I decided to do my best. Yes, I did what Taurine was trying to do myself. Given the result, I guess you could say it worked. I'll move instead of Taurine. I keep telling that to myself. Many times I thought this isn't something I'm capable of doing. However, it's better than siblings getting on each other's wrong side. Yeah, I made the right choice. I think. Hey Taurine, what is it? I had called Taurine to my room after the party was over. I had something to ask him. Tysel is going to be involved in the new country we are building. This was Taurine's proposal, which I had told the Demon King, which he had approved. Why would you do that? I only wish Tysel Anasama to learn. In the Demon King's kingdom, the environment is too lenient for her. That isn't good. Really? Yes, I think that an environment where she has to struggle a little will lead to her growth. Besides, considering Garrett Kingdom, it would be better if the angels are involved in the newly built country. The obedient faction of the Garrett Kingdom was the Orthodox Garrett Kingdom, right? We are planning to make it subservient to Tysel Anasama's kingdom. I understand that it's better for the future if Tysel is involved, but is there a problem with that? I don't like the idea of Tysel going to a place far from the royal capital. I understand father's concern to Tysel Anasama, but I hope that can be alleviated by sending excellent escorts. Tysel's escorts, Taurine has requested that we send spiderlings. I'll discuss this matter with Zabutin first. It would be helpful if we could get a few angel escorts as well. I agree. I'll consult Tyr and Malbit. All right. Sorry for bothering you so late. I wanted to hear from Tysel as soon as possible. It's okay. By the way, what about Mother Frau and Yuri-san? HNN, what about them? I think they were working with Tysel and Asama, so. I'll talk to Frau and Yuri, so there's no need for you to do anything. Understood. Taurine bowed and left the room. Taurine's good friend, the mountain elf, was waiting for him in the hallway, so I didn't have to worry about his safety, even if it was late at night. Well, I'm sure he's strong enough to go back to his room on his own, even if she's not here. It's true that Taurine was a big help in this case, but I should be communicating more with my sons and daughters. Also, I think Anne is raising Taurine too strictly. I've been wondering lately if my parent-child relationship with Taurine could be more relaxed. Casts. Tysel, daughter of village chief and Tyr. She is around 12 years old. Taurine, son of village chief and Anne. He is around 10 years old. Chapter 809. Thanks for the hard work banquet. Back in the village, things had finally calmed down. I'm not talking about what happened in the royal capital. I'm talking about the feeling of having finished a job. Alfred, Tysel, Ursa, Taurine, and the others stayed in the royal capital because they had to go to the academy, but everyone else had returned. Above all, I'm glad everyone's all right. After relaxing a little, we will have a thanks for your hard work banquet tonight for tomorrow. Everything will return to normal. It seems that the angels and dwarves are already having a banquet ahead of us. Well, let's let it slide. They are having it in the corner of the courtyard, where the banquet will be held so as not to disturb the preparations. Gurand is taking care of the Orthros Oru in the courtyard, where the banquet is to be held, though he is not going to participate in the banquet. Oru was house-sitting. At first, we planned to have him join the parade, but no matter how much we think of it, we can't let him march with Gurand. The dragons aside, he can't even join the Kuros due to their size difference. There was a suggestion to have him ride on Gurand's back or my carriage, but Oru refused. So, Oru had no choice but to house-sit and thought he didn't mind. But he's currently still sulking. He has not seen Gyurond since the last few days after all. Yeah, Oru has completely become Gyurond's family. That aside, I think he should be a little nicer to Jurar. When Gyurond and the others returned, he rushed to Gyurond, not bothering to greet Jurar, who's in front. Jurar, you would welcome his greeting, right? As for why I think so, it's because you've been watching Gyurond and Oru. What should I do? As for me, I'm welcomed by the Kuros who were left house-sitting. It will be difficult to not talk to them. Ah, Doors, who didn't notice me since I'm being surrounded by the Kuros, came to invite Jurar. Great. As I see off Doors and Jurar, I resume playing with the Kuros with a ball. I had them house-sit. This is the least I could do. Well, at least until the banquet tonight starts. Throwing ball is not a problem for me. I'm already used to it. However, I find it hard to pet and praise the Kuro who brought the ball. The Kuros who stayed to house-sit are the middle to lower rankers among the Kuro pack. They usually have few chances to get in contact with me, thus, they are full of energy. They are so excited that I'm a little scared. However, this probably shows how lonely they usually are. As far as I'm concerned, I want to treat them equally, but I don't want to break the pack order of the Kuros. This is quite a difficult problem. I wonder if it would be better to create opportunities for them like this time. Ah, I was thinking too hard that my petting hand wasn't moving. Sorry, I'll think about it later. For now, let's focus on the Kuros. All right, here's the next ball. I kept throwing the ball until my shoulder hurt. I thought I was already used to it. If I could transform the aft to a ball, I wouldn't have gotten tired, but it would come back to my hand automatically before even the Kuros catch it. No, the aft can't transform into a ball, right? That can't be, right? Yeah, it's impossible. A ball is not a farming tool. How about the spear then? It's used to protect the field, so it's a farming tool. Maybe. Night, the banquet began. It's not a big banquet, just a little one. The main purpose is to thank them for their hard work. The evaluation meeting on the parade outside was completed before returning to the village. The main topic here will be to talk to those who had not participated in the parade outside about the parade outside. Ah, I also reported to Zabuton about the spiderlings leaving their costumes, and she forgave them. It was an emergency after all. However, I will not take advantage of that and will be careful in the future. In addition, the whale bone that was picked up by Aegis during the parade had been dedicated to the shrine in Village 5. I was afraid of forgetting about it if I put it off. I haven't felt anything strange since I received it, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's check on it later. It was not the same as usual banquet. That is, I'll say it's more elaborate. The dishes laid on a long table placed in the center of the banquet hall were shaped to resemble the parade outside the village. The salad with prominent cut cucumbers probably represented the beastkins. The eggplant dishes should be the high elf group. The radish dishes are the Kuros. Well, I guess you have to use your imagination a bit, but it's clear enough. The dragons are made of candies, so there is no need to imagine it. Even so, I guess they couldn't prepare enough candy for this banquet, since there are only 3 of them, Doors, Jurar, and Hyakaru. Ah, the Oni maids are making Raymarin over there, so I guess they just didn't have time. The group of spiderlings are decorated steamed potatoes. The carriages that I and the children were riding were made of pumpkins. The scale has some variation due to the ingredient limit, but I don't really mind. This gives off the parade atmosphere. However, why isn't anyone touching any of the food? Perhaps because there are other dishes besides the food on this long table. Or are they made just for show? They are food, so we should eat them, right? After checking with the Oni maids who had prepared the food, I reached for the pumpkin dish that was probably representing me. Oh, it looks like they were only waiting for me to eat it. The dishes on the long table dwindled fast. The angels, mountain elves, dwarves, villagers from Village 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are also represented with some dishes, but Village 3 and 4, who are made of fruits, were the most popular. They disappeared in no time. As for the Broccoli Village 1 villagers, no one. Broccoli tastes good. Fairy Queen, you can eat the candy work, but don't crush them in front of those who they were modeled with. That will create some strange atmosphere. No, I don't think everything will be okay just because you handed them out to the children. And don't give Jurar's candy head on her. Gyuraru looks troubled. Think about it first before giving anyone anything. Raymarin, don't protect the candy Hyakairu. You're not, but you used magic to protect it, right? Even I can see that. Because of that, neither the fairy queen nor the children are approaching the candy Hyakairu. About those palm-sized sake barrels that represent the dwarves, do they have anything inside? Nothing. They had a dispute over which sake to put in, and in the end, the dwarves drank them before putting it in. I see. So, they're just decorations. Speaking of decorations, there are 3 ice sculptures in bird shape a short distance away from the long table. They are Swan, Black Swan, and the Phoenix chick Aegis. At first, I thought they were made of candy like dragons, but they were made of ice. Swan and Black Swan look exactly alike because they are made of ice, but the roughness of the carvings might have given a different atmosphere. I could tell this one is Swan and this one is Black Swan. I asked who made them. They told me it was the mountain elf who went to the academy with Taurine. She made them before they left for the parade outside the village, and they had been magically preserved until today. I see, I'll send her a letter later with my impressions. There's one more, right? Aegis. I know it's ice, but Aegis looks miscarved or something. When I was thinking about that, the ice sculpture Aegis suddenly fired up. The surface of the Aegis ice sculpture was coated with a chemical that burns. Heck, this automatic ignition mechanism is something only the mountain elves would do. By the way, won't this flame melt the ice? As expected, it's melting. However, why does it look like the flame is getting stronger as it melts? Is this whole thing made of frozen flaming chemicals? Put the fire down now. I'll add a complaint to my feedback letter. As I thought about that, I somewhat felt that I'm really back in the village. Angel, I'm dissatisfied with the fact that we were made of bell peppers. Oni made, it has no other meaning. Angel. Candy will do, candy. Chapter 810. Secret Base and Hard Puzzle. Noon, the pond turtles are sunbathing on the shore of the reservoir. Some pond turtles were swimming in the reservoir with their shells showing out of the water. One of the pond turtles looked a little strange. That's not the back shell but the belly part, right? No way, are you telling me that the pond turtles can swim backstroke? HMMMM. Looking at it closely, some of the pond turtles are indeed swimming butterfly style or crawl. Did they learn it from the children when they swam here last summer? No, they don't need to learn how to swim, don't they? Or perhaps it's just that one turtle? The pond turtle's population is increasing. I guess someone who thinks differently might really come out. Right, just don't overdo it and hurt yourself. I'm surprised that turtles can do backstroke and crawl given their skeletal structure. No, I know they are basically different from the turtles I know, but I just can't help it. I came to the reservoir to check the pond turtles, but that's not the sole reason. The main thing is that I came to check Swan and Black Swan, who should be in the reservoir. They're not here, where are they? And what is that hut by the reservoir that I'm seeing the first time? The hut is around the size of 12 tatami mats. From the looks of it, it doesn't look like it was built by the high elves. There is a large wooden deck that extends from the hut to the reservoir. There is no railing on the wooden deck, so I guess that's designed to not obstruct the view from the wooden deck. While I was looking at the hut and the wooden deck, Black Swan in human form came out of the hut onto the wooden deck. Black Swan set up a beach chair, a side table, and a parasol on the wooden deck and sat on the beach chair. And she also brought a big book from somewhere. This is exactly what someone who's enjoying her vacation looks like. Before Black Swan could read the book, she noticed me. I waved my hand and headed for the wooden deck where Black Swan is. Village Chief, is something wrong? No, I didn't hear the usual commotion at the mansion, so I thought you should be in the pond, and came to check on you. What are you doing? If we start a commotion in the mansion, the Oni maids will glare, so I evacuated. If there's no commotion, there's no need for you to evacuate. By the way, where's Swan? Also, what's this hut? Built it this morning. By you and Swan. Swan wouldn't do anything troublesome. I made it myself. The materials were given by the high elves. I see. Ado, what's the purpose of this hut? Aren't the two of you sleeping in my mansion? I don't think this hut is necessary. If I won't build a place where I can isolate Swan, she will cause trouble. I see. If you had told me, I would have cooperated with you. Also, I'd like to be informed first before you build anything in the village. Were you not informed? I asked Swan to do it. Black Swan, that's not very smart of you to leave anything to Swan. Sorry. Well, it's okay, so where's Swan? In the hut dessous. Can I look inside? Yes, of course. Black Swan was about to stand up to show me around, but I declined and peeked inside the hut. Inside the hut, the floor was a level higher than the ground. In the center was a short-haired fur carpet with a kotatsu on it. That kotatsu is definitely the kotatsu that the Oni maids confiscated as soon as spring arrived. Swan is lying down on it with her waist down inside the kotatsu. And it's not just her, the phoenix chick Aegis and the eagle were also in it. They are pecking stewed food on a small plate that must have been prepared by Black Swan. And there's also a medium-sized barrel of sake. You guys, this is cheating? This is basically a secret base. Look, the wine slime is here too, there's no doubt about it. I'm going to take over a side of this hut and build a secret room there. It will look like a normal bookshelf. HNN, what's this door? Ah, a toilet. Double-doored considering soundproofing and deodorizing. Nice work. I made a hidden room of around 2 tatami mats in a place that does not interfere with the toilet. I was satisfied with the room. I won't use it that much though. However, I hope that Swan and Black Swan will use it. Then, I returned to my mansion and asked the first Oni maid I saw. Did you miss that kotatsu in the hut? We judged that if we want to keep Swan-san quiet, it is inevitable. I see, then I'll try to not mind it either. Thanks for that. By the way, where are Anne and Ramurias? The two of them are relaxing in Anne-sama's room. I see. I heard that it will still take time before they give birth, but their bellies are getting pretty big. Even so, they still move around a lot. If they are relaxing in a room, that's good news. I headed to Anne's room to check on them. They had missed this year's parade because they were pregnant and they did not participate in the parade outside the village. I hope that didn't make them feel like they're trapped. I want to be as considerate as possible. In Anne's room, I found Anne and Ramuria's arm wrestling. I'm not sure, but pregnants are not supposed to do that, right? I panicked and stopped them. No, even though you say you're only using your arms and not bellies. I hope relaxing to you means something like knitting or reading. No, I don't mind if you do other things, but arm wrestling is different. Look, didn't the angels prepare a puzzle for pastime? How about the two of you work together to solve it? It was so difficult that you two can't help but throw it away. You shouldn't give up, I'll help you. Let the three of us do our best. What kind of puzzle is it? The one stuck in the wall? You literally threw it? It looks like it's not broken. It's great that it's made of metal. Let's see, it's a 3-dimensional puzzle. You have to push or pull some parts of this 3-dimensional object to take out the stone inside it. This is a difficult puzzle. If you do it like this will move, so you just need to do this, and easy. If I move this one, it will get stuck here and not move. Then, let's do the opposite or not. What am I supposed to do here? Anne and Ramurias both said they thought about it for 3 days but weren't able to solve it. I see. I gave up after a day. I can't solve it. The three of us tried to come up with a solution, but it didn't work. Let's leave this kind of thing to someone who can solve it. Let's see who can. The dragons could do it easily, but they might try to solve the puzzle with force, so I did not ask them. Lou. She has a surprisingly short temper, so I don't think she's the right person for this. Tyr. This puzzle was made by the angels, so there's a chance that she knows. I feel like there's no point in asking someone to solve a puzzle she knows how to solve from the start. Then, how about Ria or Ya? Or will Gulf or Daga give me a surprise? I went around the village with the 3D puzzle on hand. I was a little unconvinced that the only one who managed to solve it was Swan. Black Swan. I showed the hut to village chief and he made a tool room. Swan, it's too small for me. Wine slime, hide sake. Anne, he comes quite often to check on us. Ramurias, right. Hakurin, why don't you just crush it? Rasudi, right. Ria, can I break it? Yeah, let's dismantle that thing. Senna, difficult. Gulf, impossible. Daga, to think this is structurally possible. Swan, I've solved it. Black Swan, Swan is good at this kind of thing. Tyr, I'll throw that thing too. Chapter 811. Trash can and auction invitation. A trash can with a lid. It is an ordinary trash can that suppresses odors and makes trash unseen. Yeah, that kind trash can. Of course, the lid needs to be opened if you're going to throw something there. However, it's a little inconvenient to open the lid when you are holding trash with both hands. Then, I remembered the trash can whose lid can be opened when you step on a pedal. The mechanism is not so difficult, so I made one. The trash can should not move position when the pedal is stepped on, so I made it considering the strength of the mechanism. In the end, I made a big and heavy trash can. I set it up in an empty room of the mansion. I step on the pedal and the lid opens. When I take my foot off the pedal, the lid closes. Oh, not bad. This will please the Oni maids. That's what I thought when I showed it to the Oni maids. But I was naive. There are no plastic garbage bags in this world. Therefore, garbage is directly put into the garbage cans. The trash in the trash cans must be taken to the garbage dump where the slimes are. In other words, the lid opener mechanism made the trash can heavier, which made it inconvenient to carry. The Oni maids would not mind the weight, but taking the trash from the trash cans to the dump site is one of the children's chores. It shouldn't be heavy. Also, the trash can need to be cleaned after the trash is thrown away. Therefore, it was pointed out that it is difficult to wash if the lid is part of the trash can. And cleaning trash cans is also the children's chore. I don't want it to be hard to wash. Moo, I was not thinking straight. Then, I realized how much I appreciate plastic trash bags. Is the trash can whose lid can be opened if you step on a pedal a failure? No, I must not give up. Humanity developed because they did not give up. Thus, I only need to develop it. Phew. I already have an idea for improvement, and it's not so difficult. I just need to fit a smaller trash can to fit in this one. Instead of plastic garbage bags, just use a garbage can. It will be easier to take out the trash and wash it. How about now? They don't want to move it without the lid. It's smelly after all. I mustn't forget the original purpose of the lid. Okay, let's get a lid for the smaller trash can. The lid for the smaller trash can be placed behind the trash can for everyday use. You only need to take it out when you're going to throw the trash away. How's that? I'm a little uncomfortable opening it with my foot, but it's definitely easier. Once you get used to it, opening the lid by hand feels like a hassle. I wish all trash cans are like that. The product was well received by the Oni maids, and they wanted to increase their numbers. They want to install some in the kitchen of the mansion. That place inevitably generates garbage. For the time being, I made 3 of them and installed them in the kitchen of my residence. It's good that they are happy with it. The problem was that many adults came to the kitchen to peddle the lids as if it was a weird new game. We need to make more trash cans. Also, although this is not a problem, the intelligence boxes working at the kitchen treated the trash cans as rivals. The Oni maids praised the boxes for their recent hard work. That's a good thing. When the trash cans, whose lids can be opened with a pedal, became popular in the village, they were called Paka. That's when Michael-san came to Big Tree Village. He came here to invite me to an auction. We had held an auction in Village 5 before, but I heard that was an unreasonably scheduled auction. An auction is something that is planned and invitations are sent formally, so it will take a long time unlike the previous one. This auction will be done to show how auctions are supposed to be. That's a well-planned and long-scheduled auction for me. Are you saying that the previous one was rushed? Yes, it is. This auction is scheduled for mid-spring next year in the royal capital. Also, the exhibition will be progressing soon, until the time of auction comes. Mid-spring next year, that's about a year away, right? Also, does the exhibition really need to be that long? That's because we will also be accepting bids for the auction items. Ah, so you're not going to show all items from the start. There's that, and in addition, we will form a trading caravan that will go around various places to show the auctioned items and seek more auction participants. In the previous auction, we only managed to do that in Village 5. This time, we plan to visit around 10 cities. Thus, I'm hoping that Village Chief can offer some items for the auction as well. I have no problem with that. I'll discuss it with everyone and put them up for the auction. Would it be all right if I leave the rest after that to Michael-san? Please, leave it to me. When summer arrives, the auction merchant caravan will start moving, so if possible, get them ready by then. Well, even if it is late, we have means to transport them, so there is no need to hurry. That helps. No, actually, the auction item exhibition aside, I have a favor to ask you. A favor? Yes, I was wondering if you could give a speech before the caravan departs. I don't mind giving a speech, but is that really necessary? Not really. However, it would be helpful if influential people come as the level of the auction and the caravan will increase. If that is the case, Wouldn't it be better to ask the Demon King or someone like him instead of me? If Village Chief comes, we will have all the heavyweights of the kingdom there. And I hate to say this, but Prada-sama will be part of the auction caravan as the one in charge of Village 5. Joroshi will be cooperating with the caravan too, so Bitan-san will be accompanying them as an escort. Prada-sama and Bitan-san. It's not that I don't trust them, but I hope Village Chief can remind them that you're keeping an eye on them. I see. Prada and Bitan-san, huh? I don't really consider the two of them as troublemakers, but it's true that they caused some trouble. It is understandable for Michael-san to be wary of them. Understood. I'll schedule a visit to the caravan. Thank you very much and sorry for the trouble. I'll thank you with some seafood. I'll be waiting for them. After Michael-san left, Lou arrived. I heard you were going to give them a speech. Yeah, there's no problem with that, right? I'm going to make sure that I'm escorted by the right people. I'm not worried about that. If you're going to the royal capital, please go check on Alfred and the others. Yes, of course. Alfred, Ursa, Tysel, and Taurine. Ah, I should check on Gaul, Syl, and Bron too. Tyr and Anne are worried, so please focus on Tysel and Taurine this time. Right, I must focus on the two of them. For now, according to the report letter I received, there's no problem. Ah, by the way, what happened to that one? Ado, the top guy of the elective parliament. It seems that he is a relative of the Demon King, but there are people involved who are dissatisfied with the current status quo. I had heard about this from Governor Ifris of Shashato City during the parade outside the village, and he had warned me about it. However, I had this thing with Taurine, so I ended up leaving it to Lou and Tyr. Him. Not a problem. Really? He just wanted to get those who were dissatisfied with the current situation pay up for the travel expenses to the royal capital. He is currently himself in Village 5 and Shashato City. Ado. I heard that he even participated in the parade with the residents of Shashato City. WL, I guess he's not bothered with my participation in the parade, right? I was going to make a report on him after I'd done a little more research on his relationship with the Demon King, but if you're curious, I'll hurry it up. I don't mind, you don't have to. I'm just wondering what happened. Take your time. Understood. Well, I'm sure the Demon King himself will bring him to this village soon, so I'll prepare it before he comes. He's coming to the village. Then we should welcome him. Ahahaha, let's give him the usual welcome. Of course, conversation about the trash can after installation. Angels, can't we just let a one-arm golem to open the lid? High elves, why can't we just use magic to open it? Dwarves, not every one of us can use magic. Civil servant girls, step, open, it's kind of fun. Beastkins, don't make it flap unnecessarily. Let me make it flap for you. Mountain elf. It became popular just because you can step on it. Did we lose to simplicity? Oni made. What makes it better is that it's safe and doesn't explode. Chapter 812. Taurine in the royal capital. I am Taurine. I am an Oni male born in Big Tree Village. I am a young one who was born around 10 years ago, so please take care of me from now on. Now. I'm tired. Returning to the house prepared on the school grounds, I close my eyes and reflect. Let's start with the incident on the parade outside the village. Even though it was to stop Tysel Anasama from getting out of control, I shouldn't have involved father in it. I should have ended it all without him noticing. Ah, no, he doesn't like us sneaking around. We must not do something without his permission. We should report, communicate, and consult with him. On top of that, we should move without causing trouble to father. This is his ideal dessous. However, I could not have anticipated that father would get involved, or rather, that he would come to me to get involved. I'm glad that the reason is that he is worried about me and Tysel Anasama's relationship. There's something else that I need to reflect on. I'm glad that he is concerned about my relationship with Tysel Anasama, but I did some extra thinking about the future. I thought that if I pulled the overprotective Uncle Demon King from her and gave her a huge amount of work to do, she would just focus on that. But that was very naive of me. No, it's exactly as I thought. Tysel Anasama did concentrate on her work. However, I did not expect her to involve the school's newcomer. I thought that even if she's going to ask for assistance, she would choose a Sasan or Earthsan given her personality. Surprisingly, she did not involve either of the two, but came directly to me. By chance, did she find out that I was behind all of it? I knew she would eventually find out, but this is too much sooner than expected. I was unable to take action. I can't help but regret it. I knew Taiselanasama very much when she was still in the village. However, she seems to have grown considerably after leaving the village, attending the academy, and getting involved in the political affairs of the Demon King's kingdom. I open my eyes and look inside. The house that had been prepared for us on the school grounds was a bit big for a family of 4. I had requested a smaller house, but Ursianasama decided this to be this big. Ursianasama said that bigger is better than smaller in everything. I thought she might be right, so I accepted it. Ma, a mountain elf who came to the school with me, also lives in this house. For me, the mountain elf Ma is, how should I say it? Definitely not my maid. After all, I'm being trained to be a butler. There is no butler who is being taken care of by a maid. Yeah, she compensates for my lack of height, but she's not my maid. She is much older than me, so she's definitely not my nanny, is she? I'm sure I had never drank breast milk from her. Then, a lover. I have only lived for around 10 years, so I don't know about that, but I'm sure she's not. Playmate then, nope. She and I are building machines together. I design, or rather, come up with an idea, and she'll make it happen. I think it's safe to say that we have a client-supplier relationship. I don't pay her for the work, though. Well, I think a friend is fine. Since she followed me to the academy, I can say that she is my close friend. I live in this house with my close female friend, so it should be her that I see in this house. But for some reason, I'm seeing Taiselanasama. Do you understand now why I closed my eyes right after I came back home? I wanted to think that I was hallucinating from exhaustion. Unfortunately, I'm not hallucinating. Ado, Taiselanasama, may I ask you 2 questions? I don't mind. I'm here because I wanted to hear about today's fishing. Thank you very much. I only have 1 question now. That's great. So, how's the catch? You're asking a question first. I don't mind, but I had fished for a while but did not catch any. There's no catch today. Moo, have they memorized your face? I thought it could go on for a few more days. You hid your horn, right? Of course I did. I even changed my clothes several times. However, it didn't work. Were you being watched when you left the academy or something? Or did you overdo it yesterday? I don't think there was a commotion yesterday, since it was an overkill. Though there might have been rumors. You think so? It can't be helped. I'll think of another way. Got it. Also, you are my little brother, so you should speak to me in a more informal way. You can call me Ty-Annie like you used to. Mother Ann will scold me, so please forgive me. Ahaha, she's very strict. She sure is. By the way, the fishing she was talking about here was catching hoodlums and other thugs who were hanging around the capital that will target me. It's not me who catches them, but the military who's following me around. In other words, I'm a bait. Taiselanasama calls this strategy fishing, and the number of hoodlums caught is the catch. This is her way of securing labor. When Taiselanasama does this, fishing, the hoodlums don't come close to her but run away as fast as they can, so it has to be me, an unknown face. I have been fishing for 5 days now, and so far, we have caught around 30 fishes. A 10-year-old kid, walking alone in a reasonably unsafe place, caught those fishes. This is part of the city purification operation that Uncle Demon King had been carrying out. Not being able to catch one means it's succeeding, right? Or does this mean that no matter how much we do, the number of evildoers will not decrease? By the way, what's your question? Right? No, well, it's a simple question. Who is that old man standing beside you? He looks so dead-eyed that it's bothering me. Him, my catch of the day. Taiselanasama went fishing too. No, he was trying to sneak into the royal castle, so I got involved from there. I was surprised because he was able to escape several times using his good intuition. And he also has a lot of magic power. You know what I mean? Yes, I do. That's why I don't think he's just someone ordinary. Let's not ask any further. I don't want to get involved. If he is a thief, why don't you turn him into the appropriate authorities? Also, why aren't you tying him up? This guy seems to be useful, so he is a potential executive candidate. That's the reason why I'm treating him politely. In the meantime, I'll have him stay here for a while. Why? Because if I take him to our house, Alna and Ernie will get angry. Since why are you getting me involved? Don't you have extra rooms? I don't. To be precise, the extra rooms are Ma's workshop and storage. What about the basement? Ursan Asama is using it as an armory. Darn, she beat me to it. No, Taisel-Inasama, you have several rooms at your disposal at the royal castle, right? I want one near the academy. Right, Alnai seems to have made a secret base somewhere in the school. Let me know if you find out where it is. If it was between Alfredanisama and Taisel-Inasama, I would choose Alfredanisama. You're terrible, why do you say that? Even though I love you so much. Please think back on what you've done. HNN, is there a visitor knocking? It sounds a little impatient. Who is it? If it is Alfredanisama, the knock would be calmer. If it is Ursianisama, she would call out before knocking. In other words, sorry, I need help in finding someone. It was Uncle Beazle. I knew him from the village, so this isn't alarming. Why are you asking me for help? Why don't you ask Alfredanisama or Ursianisama? Because you make the least fuss. But Ado, I no longer need your help. Ah, so you're looking for that old man over there? Yeah. I see, there's no sign of Taisel-Inasama. She seems to have run away. If the old man testifies to that, I don't think there's any point in running away. Sorry, you're a lifesaver. Actually, this person is. Ah, no, I don't even want to know who this old man is. The fact that this old man is here is a result of coincidence upon coincidence. So please, don't bother. I have nothing to do with any of it. Please let me go. I'm telling you I'm not involved. I will not give in to your tears. Don't try to drag me into this. Taisel-Inasama involving me in her things is already enough. No, I don't even want to get involved with her things. And please don't look at me with pity, stop it. Taisel. Taurine, do you know how to recruit sailors? Taurine, you can recruit them at a port, right? Taisel, yes, that's right. However, sometimes you can't get them. Taurine, yeah, there are times like that. Taisel. If we can't get enough sailors, we can't make the ship move. What do you think we should do? Taurine, we'll just have to keep trying until we gather them. Taisel, I heard some were even kidnapping people who could work. Scary, isn't it? Taurine, yes, that's scary. Taisel, I'm going to change the subject, let's go fishing. Taurine, that's an abrupt change. Well, okay, but are we going to do it in a river or a pond? Taisel, in the back street of the royal capital. Taurine, what, was there even a fishing spot in such a place? Taisel, to build a country, labor is desperately needed. Taurine, I don't get what you're trying to say. Taisel, I think even evildoers would be happier in working in a new place than going to jail. Taurine, Taisel, let's do our best to catch them. Backstage. Ma, my name was mentioned, but I didn't even get a turn. Taurine, it's because you're holed up in your workshop. If you want your turn, you have to come forward. Kirbit. Where do I live? Ma, somewhere else. You're not expecting to live with us, right? Kirbit. Moo. Chapter 813. Bareback's Travel 1. My name is Bareback Luchoice. I'm an old demon living in the Demon King's kingdom. Yeah, I'm certainly old. I don't even count my age anymore since I turned 1,000, but I think I shouldn't be older than 1,500 years old. I am currently the oldest citizen of the Demon King's kingdom, or maybe not. However, it is certain that I'm old. I was given the title of Viscount, but I've already passed it to my great-grandson when I was around 800 years old. Are, was it really my great-grandson? Well, it doesn't matter either way. Let's just say I gave it to my blood relative. I wanted to live an elegant, retired life as an old demon, but times did not permit it, and I was bestowed with the title of Honorary Duke and had to fight in many battles. If you're going to ask why me, it's because I have a good bloodline. After all, several demon kings have come from my bloodline. You heard that right, several. Though I've already forgotten how many, I've also forgotten the details. No, I might be able to remember if I try hard, but it was a long time ago. I'm a little fuzzy on many things. Even so, even if I'm that kind of demon, I never forget what I must not forget. One of them is that the current demon king is my blood relative. I remember him because he was the son of a granddaughter whom I cherished. Incidentally, his wife was the daughter of my sister's daughter, in other words, my niece. Well, I have many brothers and sisters, and each of us have many children. Our family tree is very complex. In fact, when you have over 100 grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren, you won't remember them unless they're living together with you. It is impossible to remember those who you don't see even once a year. Even a newborn will give birth to someone when he or she turns 30. Some of them remain young for hundreds of years because of their magic powers, while others grow in a normal way. There is no way I can remember all. Some of them change titles, family names, and so on every time we meet. No, for that matter, it is possible that they are not the same person but only looked alike since they were direct descendants of that one I remembered. In any case, our relationship is good because they are all my beloved family members. Yeah, well, there is an organization called Elective Parliament. The role of that council is to decide who will be the next Demon King if ever the kingdom lost its current Demon King. Technically speaking, it also acts as the proxy if there is no Demon King yet. I belong to the Elective Parliament, or rather, I was forced to participate in it. I was just a member of it first. However, before I knew it, I had become the oldest and even the chairman of the Elective Parliament. It's very troublesome. Moreover, during the absence of a Demon King, there will certainly be a number of forces that want me to be the Demon King, which is also troublesome. I can't be the Demon King. I'm not strong. I'm just a demon who lives a long life. Why is it difficult for them to understand that? It has always been my problem. It's a good thing that for the past several hundred years, the Demon King never fell. Well, he did, but the next generation Demon King was elected immediately, so the elective parliament has not been active. The elective parliament has a certain amount of authority, but when the Demon King is alive and well, it is just a dormant organization. I've always welcomed a powerful Demon King. It makes my life so easy. I had to attend the inauguration ceremony of the new Demon King, but I could at least tolerate that. The current Demon King also never asked me to go to battle. Thus, I am only living comfortably in my own domain. Until I was approached by those who were dissatisfied with the policy of the current Demon King. They told me things like, why is the Demon King loosening his grip on war? Why is he not keen on destroying human countries? Could it be that the Demon King has been seduced by human kingdoms? Should such a person be the Demon King? Shouldn't you be the Demon King? And so on. What a bunch of troublesome guys. I told them that if that is their heartfelt wish, I will use all my authority to make them lead the front lines and attack the human kingdoms on behalf of the Demon King, but they would never do that. They only know how to run their mouths. Oh, you'll pay me? If I were to try becoming the Demon King, you'll offer me a good amount of money as support. This again. Thus, I think about it. Yeah, I'm thinking about their offer seriously, but not because of their cause. Just the other day, I received a letter from the royal capital, and it's from the Demon King. He was going to hold a parade in spring and asked if I would like to participate. It was a very kind invitation. However, I could not afford the travel expenses, so I thought I had no choice but to decline. Don't you dare think that just because I'm a noble, I have a lot of money. Nobles need a lot of money just to look good. Since it was the Demon King who invited me, he should pay for my travel expenses, right? Even if that is the case, I'll only receive the travel expenses once I've arrived at the royal capital. That means I have to use my own money first. To be honest, I had no idea where to get money to pay for the trip. Just when I was about to give up, these guys came along. If I say some good words to them, they might be able to at least pay for my travel expenses. No, they are already causing me so much trouble. They must pay for my travel expenses. And have I already said they must pay? In return, I would at least let them keep their good image. So, I said, I have no intention of becoming the Demon King, but I will at least go see how the current Demon King is doing. It would be a big deal if he really softened up to human countries. Yeah, it is only natural for me to be concerned about my descendants. I succeeded in milking travel expenses from them. I said I'm traveling alone. However, they sent dozens of guards to follow me. Damn, it's not so easy, is it? These guards were sent by those who are dissatisfied with the current Demon King, so I can't do anything strange. However, well, there is no need to be overly concerned. All I have to do is to do as I please. I'll be sure to watch the current Demon King. Ah, I'm not just going to watch. I will at least ask him why he is not attacking the human kingdoms. Actually, I think he's going to make a big announcement. Given that, he might not listen to what he doesn't want to hear. That's a problem. By the way, the reason I don't know what he is about to announce is because I'm not interested in it. Ha ha ha. Should I try being a little more interested then? I'll try. Author's notes. Bareback is the great-grandfather of the Demon King, and his younger brother great-grand-uncle is the husband of the Demon King's wife's grandmother. The demon's lifespan varies depending on the amount of magic power they possess, so sometimes the son lives longer than the great-grandson. Thus, it is impossible to consider generations between grandson, niece, or others based on age. For the demons, living for 100 years is normal. Those with magic power will live for at least 300 years. If you live 500 years or more, it is thought that they might not die of old age. Chapter 814. Bareback's Travel to. A young demon leaving his village for the first time. That is my state of mind when I arrived at the big city of Village 5. Well, it's quite a spectacular city, and it's very lively. Ramen is delicious. I like that there are different types of it. The underground shopping street also offers a variety of fashions. Sakir is good too, it's so much fun. However, the acting village chief is Yauko, the mythical fox spirit. I don't think anyone should even go near her. I liked the liveliness of Shashado City. The food called curry is delicious. The food called katsudon is also good. There was also a bakery that's selling strangely tasty bread. But why is a royal guardian of the ancient kingdom Mercury here? Could it be that Governor Ifris is a royalty of the ancient kingdom? No, I think Governor Ifris is also my relative. A distant one, though. My elder brother's? No, was it the son of my elder sister's son? Or is he the son of the daughter? Whatever it is, a royal guardian is stronger than generals. You shouldn't let your guard down just because she looks like a little girl. Best thing to do is not to get close to her. Yeah, and the royal capital. When I meet the Demon King, I will tell him to put a little more effort into the culinary affairs of the kingdom. I spent time in Village 5 and Shashado City, and the only thing I was satisfied with in this place was the restaurant where the maids were serving you. No, maybe I would be satisfied with the food in the royal castle. Even so, I won't go to the royal castle, since they seem to be busy preparing for the parade. If I go there when they're busy, I'll just cause some unnecessary trouble. I won't go to the royal castle until after the parade. I'll be joining the parade, though. The parade will start in Village 5, so I moved to Village 5. The transfer gate is really convenient. You can go from one place to another fast. I am not surprised at the function of the gate, because I have used an operational gate several times in the past, but I still think of it as something impressive. Especially when I thought that the current Demon King can utilize teleportation gates that are said to be an extinct technology. He is someone that no one can be underestimated. I wish he would put one to where I live, though. It would make my traveling easier. Also, I will be able to go to Village 5 and Shashado City frequently. After a few days of parading, I finally went to see the Demon King. I am no longer accompanied by those who were sent to watch over me. The number of those who had been watching me had been gradually decreasing, seduced by the charms of Village 5 and Shashado City. Those who remained in the end were all thrashed during the military exercise in the royal capital at the end of the parade. They took their chance and went straight to the Demon King that time. I would like to commend them for going to him head-on, but unfortunately, the difference in ability is so high that they weren't able to do anything. Why did they even think they could win when they saw the Demon King? No, I don't think they did. They went straight to him to formally apply for a duel. The Demon King must accept all challenges. In any case, I hope they will concentrate on recuperating and get better when it's time for me to return. They're the ones who were paying for my travel expenses. Even though they were supposed to watch over me, it would be a shame to leave them behind. I met the Demon King right away. It didn't seem like he had much time on his hands, so I wonder if I pushed him too much. Bareback-sama, it's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while. I think the last time we met was when you were crowned as the Demon King. No, we met when Yuri was born. Yuri, your daughter. Right, we met that time. Sorry, I've been forgetful lately. No, so how's the parade? You joined in, right? How was it? Well, what should I say? I could tell you've done your best. Did I? Yes, you've done well being with all those people. 8. Don't play the fool. You made it look like you had them under your control, but they're definitely not. The way you say it is terrible. HMP. There is no way the proud ancient dragons would follow a mere demon king. If you're against a young one, you might have a chance of winning, but that's it. There is no way the ancient dragon will follow your command just because you luckily defeated a young one. On the contrary, they will mark you as someone dangerous. I don't know how you did it, but I was surprised to see a bunch of ancient dragons lining up to participate in the parade. I don't even know how many times I doubted my own eyes. In addition, I saw several familiar faces, though I don't really want to remember any of them. I'm talking about the godkins and the ancient devils. I don't think the freewheeling ancient devils would follow you, let alone the scheming godkins. And then, there are Inferno wolves too. The Inferno wolf pack didn't care about you at all. What they cared about was a carriage at the rear. Specifically, the man who was riding the carriage that transformed into a humanoid. I guess that person must be the one controlling the Inferno wolves. Ah, I see. The ancient dragons, the godkins, and the ancient devils should be following that one too, right? I see, so that's why they were arranged like that in the parade. As expected of you. If you don't pay attention to things like that, you won't be able to live long. I don't know what happened that you and the Demon King's kingdom managed to suppress that person, no. It should be that the kingdom has already succumbed, right? The Demon King's kingdom is already in the hands of that man. This parade is to show what is inside and outside this kingdom. Is it his intention not to make a big deal of it? Well, as long as those who must understand understand, that's enough. Furthermore, the declaration of victory against the human countries at the end of the parade. Creating a new nation at the forefront. Have the human kingdoms already collapsed? Have they collapsed to the point that there's no longer conflict? Don't tell me that the human kingdoms haven't realized it yet. It looks like the Demon King's kingdom is now in charge of restructuring and protecting the world. You should be struggling, aren't you? All in all, I think you're doing a very good job. Hey, what's the matter? Why are you suddenly crying? You surprised me. And no, I'm just so happy that you understand. Is that really worth crying about? No, well, that's what happens when you're dealing with people like that. That's not what I mean. Village Chief, the person who was riding the carriage that transformed into humanoid. He has no intention of doing anything to the kingdom or the world. He is a good-natured person. I also heard a rumor about him being the Great Demon King. That was when I attempted to push him up to be the Great Demon King, but it failed in the end. The rumors are the remnants of that. I see. As the elective parliament, should we formally prepare for the position of Great Demon King? Bareback-sama, that might be unnecessary. I think it would be best if we leave Village Chief alone. Hahate, who would dare touch him? The best course of action anyone could do is to stay away from him. I don't even want to have anything to do with him. You really think so? Yes. Just look at him from afar. No, just looking at him is already poisonous. I'd like to limit myself to just hearing rumors. If that's what Bareback-sama, the one who is said to know the best move the Demon King's kingdom could ever make, says so, it must be right. Unfortunately, it's already too late for me. That's a real shame. Well, there are many times where I enjoyed it. Like what, that bone whale? Airy, is that what they call it? Ahaha. I guess you have no shortage of stimulation. Yeah, I guess you're still young to be able to enjoy those kinds of things. I envy you. What are you saying? Bareback-sama is still young. Hahaha, don't flatter me. Just seeing that from afar is too much stimulation for me. It shortened my lifespan. Is that so? Then you only have 1,500 more to go. No, only around 1,000 more. Ahahaha, as expected, you're still young. Would you like to meet Village Chief? I can arrange it. Phew. I would be lying if I say I'm not interested. I am very curious to know what kind of person can lead the herd of ancient dragons and pack of inferno wolves. However, I'll say it again, I won't. He's like an active volcano. Don't go near it, don't even think about using it. It's something that you can only pray at to not erupt. I really wanted to introduce you. Give me a break. Besides, there are godkins around him, right? I saw Malbit, Ruinsha, Suwaruru, and Razmaria, and there's even Reginleif. I don't want to get involved with anything related to the godkins. There are too many bitter memories. I can't do it. Or else, I might do something. I'll leave the affairs of the kingdom to you. I'm counting on you. Yes, I'll do everything within my power. What are you saying? Even if it perishes, we'll just go back to the old days. Just do as you please. Thank you very much. How long will Bareback-sama stay here? I want to enjoy the food in Village 5 and Shashato City. I intend to stay for a while. Understood. I can arrange a place for you to stay. I can even reserve a store for you. I appreciate your offer, but I'll pass. I'm not traveling without money this time. I won't give you any trouble. I will stop by to say hello before I leave. With these words, I left my seat and left the Demon King. I think it was around a month ago that I had such a conversation with the Demon King. I told him that I don't want to get involved with anything related to the Godkins, but somehow, I had been captured by a little Godkin girl. When I asked her who she was, she said she is Ruincha's granddaughter. No, she was emphasizing that she's the daughter of the village chief who led the herd of ancient dragons and pack of inferno wolves. I said I didn't want to get involved with them. How did this happen? In any case, I have sent out a request for help. Let's hope that the Demon King can find me. Ah, little boy with a little horn on your forehead. Don't mind me. Yeah, don't. The store where maids serve equals Earth's cafe. Bitter memories with the angels equals beaten to a pulp on the battlefield. Lost many times in battle. When he thought he finally won, was overturned by force. Chapter 815. Ma in the Royal Capital. My name is Ma. You can call me Ma or whatever you like, but I won't allow you to just call me Ma with one syllable. I'm a mountain elf living in the Big Tree Village after all. Ah, right. I'm not living in Big Tree Village anymore, but in a school in the Royal Capital. I accompanied the Oni Torin-chan and moved to the school in the Royal Capital. If you're going to ask why I accompanied him, I think it's because Torin-chan gives me ideas for my inventions. I am good at making existing things, but I am not good at making new things. Torin-chan gives me a lot of ideas. And Torin-chan is always pleased with the tools and mechanisms I made using his ideas. I guess that's the reason why I went with him. Well, another reason is that Torin-chan would be in danger if I took my eyes off him. He gets a bit sulky when I tell him that, though. By the way, I think Torin-chan and I were supposed to live in Alfred-sama and the other's house, but for some reason, a new house was built next door to Alfred-sama's house. It's a bit of a big house. Torin-chan says it is an ordinary family house, but I think it's a house for a reasonably wealthy family. An average family house may have an attic, but it surely won't have a basement. Perhaps his senses were off because he's been living in Village Chief's mansion in Big Tree Village. Let's try to correct Torin-chan's common sense slowly by strolling around the royal capital. Even so, I'm thankful that it is a big house. I can have a separate workshop and bedroom, and I even have a place I can put the materials and finished products at. For now, the most convenient room will be Torin-chan's bedroom, and the room next to it will be my bedroom. I decided to use the room far from Torin-chan's bedroom as a workshop. The workshop makes a lot of noise, and there are times I have to work on something at night. There was a plan to use the basement as my workshop, but it would be dangerous to work in a poorly ventilated basement depending on the materials to be used. Thus, the basement will be used as a warehouse. We have a kitchen at home, but Torin-chan and I eat our meals at Alfred-sama's house next door. Both Torin-chan and I can cook reasonably well, but the purpose of Torin-chan's visit to the school is to help Medora-san. Medora-san's job, of course, is to take care of Alfred-sama, Ursa-sama, and Taisel-sama. Medora-san also has two colleagues, Asa-san and Earth-san. Asa has a position of being an exclusive assistant to Taisel-sama, who goes to the royal castle. Earth-san has a job of gathering information while running a cafe in the royal capital. In short, they are short on staff. I doubt if Torin-chan can make up for it, then I wonder, am I included in the have-to-help calculation? Well, I'll help if I can. So, since I have to help Medora-san, things are easier for her if we are to eat together. It is also an important opportunity to exchange information. And what surprised me at those meals is that the Demon King and his wife are sometimes present. There are also times when Beazle-san, Glatt-san, and Randon-san would be there. Has it always been like this? Also, the conversation during the meal is about politics of the Demon King's kingdom. Is that okay? Sometimes, it seems like they are talking about classified stuff. Is it okay if I report it to Big Tree Village? Since I heard it, let's report it. Torin-chan goes to the school not as a student. He is to accompany Alfred-sama and Ursa-sama as their butler. That's what we were told, but before we knew it, he was already enrolled as a student. It seems like Alfred-sama had a hand in it. He said that by being a student, there are things he can learn. Torin-chan agreed and became a student. Well, I heard that he collected graduation certificates in a few days, so he can graduate any time he wants. Incidentally, I was also given a choice of whether or not to become a student. Of course, I declined. I would have been interested if it's a normal school, but it was a noble academy. There were too many things I had to learn, like minimum level etiquette and manners, before enrolling. While Torin-chan was spending his days with Alfred-sama and Ursa-sama as a student, Taisel-sama came to our house. Taisel-sama, who usually goes to the royal castle instead of the school, seems to want Torin-chan's help. Taisel-sama invited Torin-chan to go fishing. I don't think walking around in unsafe places and catching hoodlums is fishing. I heard it's part of the nation-building project that Taisel-sama is working on, but I wonder if it's safe. In case you are wondering, the people who catch the hoodlums are military people. They are inviting them and giving them a choice of working in the new country to reduce punishment, so it's not kidnapping. I heard that the Demon King has given them permission to do so I guess I shouldn't worry about it. Though I must admit, I think the Demon King is spoiling Taisel-sama too much. What worries me is that I doubt the hoodlums we catch this way will be useful. Even if we expect them to be able to do at least simple labor, they are the kind of people who would try to do something to children, right? Will they even work seriously? Well, it's Taisel-sama's job to take care of that. As for me, I'll be watching from behind to make sure Torin-chan doesn't get hurt when fishing. Why are these hoodlums targeting me? Is it because I'm female? The hoodlums were caught by the military guys, but they were not recorded as Torin-chan's catch. That made me feel a little sorry for him. One day, Yasama in Big Tree Village sent us a trash can with a foot-operated opening-closing mechanism with the nickname Pakapaka. It was not an original made by Village Chief, but a mass-produced type made by Yasama and the others. I see this simplicity. Wonderful. I immediately imitated it and made 3. One of them is installed in the kitchen of this house. I don't use it much, but I step on it from time to time for a change of pace. One was installed in the kitchen of Alfred-sama's house. Medora is especially pleased with it. The last one is. The Demon King and his wife draw lots and it seems like the wife won. Since they are husband and wife, they'll probably install them in the same place, so what's the point? They were fighting over whether to install it in the royal castle or the school. Then, the last one is now a school property. By the way, the original that was sent to me. It's a valuable prototype, so I'll put it in the basement. The basement was turned into Ursa-sama's arsenal. From what I remember, Torin-chan told her she can put her things there. But we did not expect she'll put this much. We had no choice but to use the attic. In the attic, Kirbitsan's furniture was placed. Kirbitsan, she wants to be Torin-chan's wife. I heard a lot of things from Ansama and Malbitsan. That is also the reason why Kirbitsan accompanied Torin-chan to the school. I am sure that Kirbitsan has a house on the school grounds just like us. So why is her furniture here? I'm not sure, so I sent them all to Kirbitsan's house. Thanks for your help, military guys. I am currently in my workshop while Torin-chan is at the school. I am working on a golem research project for farming use, which started with Torin-chan's idea. I made a model from that idea. When Village Chief saw the model I made, he mumbled something like combine harvester. Was Village Chief already making something similar? But it was Torin-chan's idea. I wanted to bring it to fruition. Also, what I'm working on is researching power source that doesn't use golem. This was also Torin-chan's idea, and we are thinking of using Steam to make it work. However, we have to order most of the parts for the prototype from Big Tree Village, so we haven't made much progress here. When I was in Big Tree Village, I could just orally tell Gutsan and his team, and they would make it for me. Having to write an order form is a bit of a hassle. I envy Beezle-san's teleportation magic. It's almost time for lunch. Let's go to Alfred-sama's house. What I do after lunch depends on Torin-chan. If it's the usual, he will act as Alfred-sa, Ursa-sama, or Taisel-sama's butler. Today, Taisel-sama asked him to go fishing again. I think it's going to be tough soon because of the rumors. However, I won't stop Torin-chan from doing what he wants. I'll just watch from behind to make sure he doesn't get hurt. A little further back because the hoodlums will go after me. Is that so? All right. By the way, Torin-chan is strong in his own way. He can take care of the hoodlums who will target him. This is probably the reason why Taisel-sama invited Torin-chan to go fishing with her. As expected, Taisel-sama believes in her little brother enough to think this isn't dangerous for him. How about me? How much do I believe in his strength? Well, I will never fight Torin-chan, but if I do, I will win, I think. because of the difference in experience. When Torin-chan came home after fishing, Taisel-sama brought a strange old man into our house. Should I tell her she's being a bother? I don't think she'll listen if I tell her, so I guess I can only tell Alfred-sama and Ursa-sama. If she still won't listen, I'll report it to village chief. Mountain Elf A, don't you feel like our job has gotten harder lately? Mountain Elf B, it's because Ma left, isn't it? That girl was good at mass production and stuff. Mountain Elf A, darn, have we lost a valuable asset? Mountain Elf B, don't try to bring her back, she'll resent you. Mountain Elf A, is that so? Mountain Elf B, she even left this village to follow him. I hope she makes progress. Mountain Elf A, Kirbitsan will get in the way. Mountain Elf B, on the contrary, I think she'll be a stimulus. Mountain Elf A, you think so? I'm learning a lot. Mountain Elf B, okay, that's enough chat. Let's do our best. Chapter 816. Stall trip. When do you feel happy as a parent? Every parent has his or her own answer, but for me, it is when my son or daughter asks me for help. Yesterday, I received a letter from Alfred, who's in the royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom. He asked me to come to his school in the capital because he would like to open a ramen stall that would serve the same ramen in Ramen Street of Village 5. How unusual. Alfred rarely asks me for anything. I would of course want to go, but given my position as the village chief, I can't leave the village just because I want to. The spring harvest is coming, and there are even expansion plans for Village 4. Even if they say I can go right away because of the teleportation gates, I would have to bring a stall with me, which is a lot of work. As a village chief, I just can't go. Then I'll go as a father. If my son, who rarely relies on me, asks me to go, I will. Michael-san asked me to encourage the auction caravan with a speech before. But before I can go there, I would have to inform everyone in the village first. It would be irresponsible to just go to Alfred without telling everyone. When I reported what I wanted to do during dinner, I found out that I'm not the only one who received a letter from Alfred. There are 3 more who received his letters: Donovan, Yauko, and Mio. Donovan for drinks. Yauko for sweets from Kuro and Yuki and Korin's Sweet Temple. Mio was apparently asked for Marla's curry. What's this? Are they actually having a school festival? Why does it sound like he's outsourcing food? No, he shouldn't be. It's a school. I know that my previous world's common sense isn't that useful here, but there is no way they would be serving alcohol at school, right? They wouldn't, right? In any case, everyone agreed for me to go. Who will accompany me is still in question, but Donovan already gained a slot. Yauko and Mio will each send employees from those stores. The problem now is how many we should send. From the letter, I think it should be enough to send a few, but it would be better to confirm. We also need to finalize the schedule. I asked him through a letter asking when we should go. The letter of reply says, sorry, as many as possible and as soon as possible. 5 days later, early in the morning, I arrived at the Gulgold Noble Academy, where Alfred and the others are attending. I wanted to move a little faster, but we need to prepare. Besides, if we are going to serve a large number of people, additional preparation is a must. For example, the ones who'll be making ramen. The number of people I can provide on ramen making is very limited. Because of that, we have to ask for additional manpower. I could always bring the Oni maids for that if Anne, the leader of the Oni maids, and Ramurias, the number 2, are not pregnant and can't work. And even if they're not, I would be hesitant to bring the Oni maids who wish to spend their daily lives as they are. I don't want to force them to do anything. Thus, I decided to borrow employees from Noodle Shop Bratoa, a ramen shop in Village 5. The talk about borrowing employees ended quickly, but I had to teach them my way of doing things. We are not going to serve Noodle Shop Bratoa's ramen after all. This is the kind of preparation I needed to do. Now, my companions this time were several dwarves led by Donovan. Some employees sent by Kuro and Yuki and Korin's Sweet Temple. They joined us in Village 5. Some of the employees of Noodle Shop Bratoa, who will be helping me with my stall. Some employees of Marla. They joined us in Shashato City, and about 30 angels. They will be working as waitresses for the whole group, and Malbit and Ruinsha even came. I did not ask the angels to come with me. For some reason, they volunteered. They said it was part of their reconciliation approach with the demons of the Demon King's kingdom. After the parade the other day, they are thinking that it might not be a good idea to leave things as they are. There is also the matter with the Garrett Kingdom. By the way, we also have Gulf, Daga, and about 10 high elves as bodyguards. I think we'll be fine since Malbit and the others are with us, but Lou said that guards are necessary, so there must be full-time guards. I was honestly glad that she's so concerned about me, so I agreed. By the way, it's not because you don't trust Malbit and the others, right? Right? Ha ha ha. Can you at least look me in the eye when you reply? Yuri and the Ramen Queen joined us in Village 5 as unscheduled companions. Both of them were apparently invited by Alfred. I understand inviting Yuri since she's the Demon King's daughter, but why did he invite the Ramen Queen? Well, that's not my concern, so I did not ask anything. When we arrived at the school, I was greeted by Alfred and Tysel, who showed me to the place where the food stalls would be set up. The location was on school grounds, but away from the school buildings and any other buildings. It's in the place where students who attend the school build their houses, which is a vacant lot. It's quite wide, and there were some tents and exhibits there. Once again, I thought this certainly looks like a school festival. The people there are all adults. There is also a place where Glatz is commanding, and there are people who are obviously from the military. What are they doing? Father, this place, please. Tysel, who was standing next to Alfred, showed us where to set up our stall. This time, we brought 3 stalls serving ramen, 2 stalls serving alcohol, 1 stall serving tea and cakes from Kuro and Yuki, 1 stall serving manju and rice crackers from Korin's Sweet Temple, 2 stalls serving curry from Marla. We also brought a camping coach for logistic support. It would be better to prepare our own toilets and other facilities for employee use. We arranged them in consideration of the flow of customers and employees and started preparing for each. Although I described the people we will be serving as customers, it was agreed that all the money for this event would be paid by the kingdom. Alfred was the one who arranged it. In short, no money exchange is involved, and the people we're going to serve are. The guests are gradually gathering around us as we prepare for the party. I guess most of them are adults. We should serve them, right? Tysel, not Alfred, answered my question. Yes, please take care of them. Understood. By the way, there is something I really wanted to ask you about. What is it? What was that? A little further away, a group of angels are dancing around an elderly man who is kneeling and holding his head with his hands. It looks like Memu Memu, but no, I think the movement is more like Kagom Kagom. Note, Memu Memu is a children's folk dance, while Kagom Kagom is a children's game. Ado, that's a dance of hospitality. Yeah, that person in the middle is the representative. Yeah, representative of those who want to hire us this time. Well, in any case, he's some kind of representative, and he seems to know the grannies. I see, so that's why they're like that. All right. However, is that really hospitality? I can feel that old guy in the middle's overflowing despair. He's not crying, yet so he's fine. The grannies will also stop before he cries, so don't worry. Why would a hospitality dance make someone cry? WL, for some reason, the Demon King and Beazle are standing in line at my stall and don't even bother with them, so I guess it's really okay. Ah, the Demon King's wife is here too. I guess I'll have to say hello to her. Chapter 817. Good Negotiator Bareback. My name is Bareback, Bareback Lou Choice. I am an old demon who's living in the Demon King's kingdom, and I'm currently in a pinch. Someone, help me. I must reflect on this one thing. I should have just reported that I'm going back to my territory, normally like any sane demon would do, but I hid my true identity and snuck into the castle to surprise the Demon King. I acted suspiciously. However, I want you to understand my purpose. This is my way of expressing my affection. According to my calculation, the following is what should have happened. I sneak into the Demon King's castle, hide my true identity, and tap the Demon King on the shoulder from behind while he is working. The Demon King is surprised. However, the Demon King will not attack me given that the one who tapped him on his shoulder has no hostile intention. He'll probably say, "Who is it?" Then, I'll reveal my true identity and say a few words of wisdom. You are still a bit naive. Ah, it's you, Bareback-sama. You startled me. No, sorry. However, even though you're in the royal castle, you must never let your guard down. I agree. I might have been slack. You are. Also, no one even bothered with me, who hid his identity, until I came to this room. I will review the security. You should. I will return to my estate. Take care. With that, I will quickly disappear from the room without waiting for the Demon King's reply. From what I could tell, there was slackness in the royal castle. No one's vigilant. They should be prepared for an attack at any moment, but they are not. There are two reasons for this. One is that we are too far from the battlefield. We had a mock battle at the parade, but that's more of a show off of the Demon King. It didn't play much of a role in keeping the vigilance high in the royal castle. The other reason is because the Demon King is powerful. Everyone thinks that since the Demon King is powerful, they should just follow his orders. That isn't good. Someone has to point this out. However, not many people would have the guts to tell that to the Demon King, the highest authority in the kingdom, that everyone's letting their guard down because of you. Especially given how strong the Demon King is. The demon in question and those who are around him, who know they are following such a powerful Demon King, are not the type who will say anything to the Demon King. If they were, the royal castle's security shouldn't have been this slack. Therefore, I, as the elder, will point this out. This is what my affection is all about. However, reality was not so sweet. The moment I snuck into the castle, a Godkin girl found me and chased me around. The Godkin girl was young. If we fight, I will win. However, I can't say the same about her parents. Therefore, I ran away. I escaped from the royal castle and went to the streets of the royal capital. I was unfamiliar with the city, but I had time and had prepared several escape routes. I could escape, or so I thought. But I wasn't. The royal capital was the territory of the Godkin girl. She used the people of the royal capital to hunt me down. Even the kingdom's army cooperated with the Godkin girl. Isn't using siege net too much? I'm not even a criminal. No, well, perhaps I am given that I tried to sneak into the royal castle. And the soldiers who are chasing me, why are they more motivated than the soldiers in the castle, from the academy? Military strategist of the Britoa family, directly under General Glatz, I heard rumors about him. If he's the one giving orders, the tactics will be very impressive. I see. So if they are directly under him, they should be commanders and soldiers who have been in the front line. In other words, the youngsters Gall, Sil, and Braun, who are commanding the army that are pursuing me, are excellent experienced commanders. They are still young, but they are very good. Ah, don't try to use siege net on me. I remember something traumatic. In the end, I was caught. Damn, Goathead Goat Herder is good, isn't he? He manipulated the goats so skillfully to catch me. He also brilliantly mimicked the goats. I was so surprised that I jumped out instinctively. New. That's one magnificent goathead. Is he related to Daisuke the Baphomet by any chance? Daisuke. I miss that guy. He loves to roast meat outdoors. He roasts meat every day. He often caused fires because of it, so he was not wanted not only by the Demon King's kingdom, but also by human kingdoms. How is he doing? Well, I was at his funeral. Silly me. Let's not escape reality. I was being persuaded by the Godkin girl in a room at a house in the Noble Academy. The Demon King is leading a national revitalization campaign. This girl wanted me to be part of it. It's not about revitalizing the kingdom, it's about founding a country, or perhaps better call it a city. The Godkin girl seems to be the leader of the project, but she won't be a queen, so it's not a nation-building project. Her saying that the creation of the city and make it look like a country is an accurate description, and she wants me to participate in building that city. Of course, she's not asking me to do physical labor. What she's asking from me is wisdom and connections, and I will be paid. And it is certain that she's not telling a bit of a lie. After all, the Demon King is just right over there when she's persuading me. Demon King, aren't you going to help me? Please give up. It's already too late. I heard that the Godkin girl is a daughter of that man. Is that the reason? No, if Bareback-sama is willing to cooperate, I would be happy too. Ganuno. However, I will not force you. If you can make Lady Tysell give up, I will help you return to your territory. You said it, it's true that I'm not very good at dealing with Godkins. However, this girl in front of me is still a little girl. She lacks cunning. She lacks magic power. And most of all, she lacks military prowess. I was reluctant to make a big deal out of it, but since the Demon King won't dare touch her, I'll handle her myself. And after that, I will ask him to help me return to my territory. By the way, don't even think of using violence. Please just negotiate. The Demon King looked up at the ceiling as he said that. I followed suit and looked at the ceiling. Little demon spider, and there are a number of them. Though it didn't participate in the parade, Lady Tysel's parents have an illegal demon spider. Isn't that a legendary creature? The clothes Lady Tysel is wearing were made by that illegal demon spider. Yes, violence was never a good thing to do to begin with. Let's talk. What? I have not lived my life in vain. I'm sure I can easily play with a godkin girl. Listen to me, little girl. Do you feel like helping now? Yes, I am. However, only if you complete a trial I will give you. Trial. Yes, trial. This is the godkin's specialty. My mouth relaxes into a grin. The godkins usually make unreasonable demands, but will give false hope to the other party in the guise of impossible to complete trials. They dare call themselves good negotiators using such underhanded tactics. However, it is true that when they offer a trial, the other party almost always never refuses. Now, I'll do the same for you. This is the right way to deal with godkins. I don't mind undergoing a trial, but don't give something impossible. Also, don't demand making you young again or make me wait 1,000 years. Of course, I'm not a godkin. Only your kind will demand such a trial. The scope, can you squeeze it to some extent? Going to the opposite side of the world or something is too much. I agree. Then, let's narrow it down to the places you can go using the teleportation gates connected to the royal capital. Also, decide the number of trials. There's no point if you increase it later. I will give you 5 trials. You must bring 5 items I require to this place. They shouldn't be too heavy for me to carry. Only godkins would ask something like that. I don't plan to demand something like that from the start. Any person can carry them. All right, let's hear it. I hadn't thought of a trial for a long time. Let's improvise. Since I came to the royal capital, there were some things I wasn't able to get. There are 5 of them. Thus, 5 trials. Now, listen with all your heart. First, the noodles from the phantom food stall that appeared in Village 5, which I couldn't find no matter how much I searched for it. Second, sweets from the sweet store called Kuro and Yui that is so popular that you have to wait in line from morning to even get in. Third, manju from the store called Korin's Sweet Temple, a store that will just make their products regardless of anyone's demand. Fourth, curry from a restaurant called Marla, which offers delivery but will never allow a takeout. I want a big order of dry curry. Fifth, a drink called coffee from a cafe where maids serve. I wasn't even able to enter as it is always full of female customers. Bring them all to this place within 15 days. As smart as I am, I, of course, set a deadline. If there is no deadline, there is a possibility of her accomplishing it. However, there's no way it can be done in 15 days. The phantom food stall alone will probably not appear in 15 days. Furthermore, Korin's Sweet Temple's products are made irregularly, so you will never know when they'll make manjus. When they don't, they don't. In addition, I asked her to bring them here. No matter how much she'll ask Kuro and Yuki and Marla, they will not allow their products to be taken home. The same goes for the cafe where maids are serving. They would not allow her to take the food out of the store. However, it's not impossible. From what I saw, Kuro and Yuki allows their regular customers to take their food home. Marla's food can also be taken out as long as you'll eat it in Big Roof Shashato or the nearby school or inn. However, their basic recommendation is to eat it on the spot. This is because it would be a problem if the food is brought back to somewhere without proper food handling. It might upset the stomach of the person who will eat it. Therefore, only those who are trustworthy are allowed to bring the food out. For the cafe where maids serve, if you take the food out, it loses the charm of being served by maids. I've heard rumors that they deliver to noble residences, so maybe they'll let you take their products out if you have your own maid. Whatever the case it is, I'm not sure about the phantom food stall, but the other 4 stores will not give you an exception no matter how much money you pay. We tried paying them tons of money, but it didn't work. In other words, you have to persuade them to cooperate with you, but the trial period is only 15 days. Ano Barebeck-sama. Demon King, you're not allowed to help. You can get them if you use your power as the Demon King. Otherwise, it is impossible. Impossible. 10 days later. The 5 items were arranged in front of me. The Godkin girl's parents are also there. Glossary. Daisuke the Baphomet, an ancient demon with goat head. Phantom Food Stall, a stall run by Hiraku as a hobby. Kuro and Yuki, a store in Village 5, Hiraku is the manager. Korin's Sweet Hall, a store in Village 5, Hiraku is the manager. Marla, a store in Shashato City, Hiraku is the manager. Cafe where maids serve, a cafe run by Earthurse's clay doll in the royal capital. Chapter 818. Consulting Taurine. Taurine's point of, I am Taurine. I am an Oni male born in Big Tree Village. It has been a while since I started assisting Metora-san at the academy in the royal capital of the Demon King's kingdom. I think I now have a grasp of what Alfredana-sama, Ursiana-sama, and Taiselana-sama are doing even a little. What I didn't expect was Taiselana-sama. I thought she would quickly decide on everything, but when Big Tree Village is involved, she would consult others. The people she's consulting are Alfredana-sama, Ursiana-sama, Metora-san, Asa-san, and Earth-san. These are the people she lives with. Recently, I, Ma, and Kirbit-san joined them. I must admit that there are things about Taiselana-sama that are concerning, but now that she's consulting us, I will respond firmly. Depending on the timing of her consultation, Gal Nielsen, Sil Nielsen, and Bron Nissan, as well as Uncle Demon King and the school principal, Uncle Beazle, and Uncle Glatz join in. Taiselana-sama seems to be more cautious in things related to Big Tree Village than I thought. And again, this time, Taiselana-sama brought me to a consultation meeting. The people present are me, Alfredana-sama, Ursina-sama, and Kirbit-san. Medor-san and Ma are also present, but they are preparing dinner. I thought of helping with dinner too, but Medor-san told me to stay there for Taiselana-sama's consultation. I'm perfectly fine with that, but I'd like to inform you that I wasn't chased off the kitchen because I can't help with dinner. Now, the topic of Taiselana-sama's consultation was the trials given by Bareback Dono, who she wanted to draw to her nation-building project. She would like to discuss how to deal with the trials, which involves the store that Father runs. Wouldn't it be easier to just tell Father honestly what's going on? Father will surely not refuse. Or so I thought, but the problem was one of the trials involved an item that can only be bought in the stall that Father personally operates. If it had been something that Father would just need to order, Taiselana-sama wouldn't even bother telling us about it. However, what she needed was the stall the Father himself is operating, which means she must ask him to come. That is something Taiselana-sama is very resistant to do. It seems like she doesn't want to bother Father more than expected. Alfredana-sama, who couldn't bear to see his little sister Taisel acting like that, said that he'll be the one who will send a light-hearted letter of request to Father. Right, come to think of it, isn't Bareback someone that Mother marked? Alfredana-sama asked Taiselana-sama. Yes, that's right. I even received a letter from Mother Lou that everything's all right, but should I stop inviting him? No, that's not what I meant. Mother said that he liked to drink, right? She said he used to drink a lot at Niz's Alchemy in Village 5. Right. He preferred drinking to eating. However, he didn't include any alcohol in his trial. I wonder if there's some meaning to it. Now that you mentioned it. While Alfredana-sama and Taiselana-sama were thinking about it, Kirbit-san commented, I don't think he's the type that would ask a little girl to buy him alcohol. Ah, right. Well then, let's ask Donovan-san to arrange some drinks. You're going to prepare it even though it's not part of the trial. If you do only what you are told, it will still be difficult to break the other party, right? I have to do more than I was told. That's true too. Seeing Alfredana-sama convinced, Taiselana-sama began to write a letter to Donovan-san. In addition, she also sent letters to Yauko-san in Village 5, where Kuro and Yuki and Korin's Sweet Temple are located, and Mio in Shashato City, where Marla is located. It seems like she doesn't mind bothering anyone other than Father. Alfredana-sama started to write a letter for Father, beside Taiselana-sama, while consulting Ursina-sama and Kirbit-san. Dinner is served. The main course is a fish dish, to be precise, grilled fish. I gently pull my plate of grilled fish in front of me and push it to Ma. Oh, don't get me wrong. It's not like I don't like grilled fish. Honestly speaking, I like it. It's just that I'm not very good at removing little bones from grilled fish. Yeah, I just can't. It irritates me. Before, I didn't even mind eating the flesh together with the small bones, but one time, a bone got stuck on my throat. I was saved by Florisan's magic, but since then, I tried not to eat even the smallest bone as much as possible. And fortunately, Ma is good at removing bones from grilled fish. Thus, I rely on Ma. As Father used to say, don't force yourself to do something you are not good at. It is better to leave it to those who are good at it than to force yourself to do what you are not good at. In short, what I'm doing is not embarrassing at all. Ursiana-sama said I'm such a kid, but I don't mind. I need to make an effort to overcome my difficulties, but I will do my best to do so when I eat alone. When eating with many people, it is more important not to make those around me uncomfortable. Also, why should I mind that when we're all family here? That's right, Desu-yo-ni. Thus, I don't mind asking Ma at all. HNN, what is it, Kirbit-san? Why are you smiling like that? If you have something to say, please do so. Early next morning. We asked the Garon company to deliver the letters for Father and the others. We have teleportation gates so we can take them ourselves, and if we want to, we could even meet them in person instead of sending letters. However, our mothers have told us that we should use other means of communication as much as possible in non-urgent cases. The point is to practice letter communication. Teleportation gates are not available everywhere, so we must not be too dependent on them. After asking the Goron company to deliver the letters, we also asked the Dalfon company to deliver letters to Father and the others. Yes, the same letters. Sending letters through multiple routes is just a normal and correct way of practice when sending letters. Because of the content of the letters, Father's letter 2 is addressed to Yaoko's mansion in Village 5. I think it's almost certain if we leave it to the Goron company and Dalfon company because they are the biggest companies out there, but we will still send the letter through another route as a precaution. Through a small wyvern. It was prepared for Yuri-san, the daughter of Uncle Demon King, when she was living in the royal castle, but now is being utilized by Uncle Demon King himself since Yuri-san left the royal castle. We were able to take advantage of that. I think compared to the Goron company and the Dalfon company, who would use the teleportation gates, I think the small wyvern delivery would be the slowest to arrive, but the time difference isn't a bad deal, thinking that it's a countermeasure against trouble. Small wyverns use the teleportation gates too. Once they were taught, they would learn how to use it. But you have to stand in line when using teleportation gates, right? They can stand in line, hey. WL, as long as they can get the letter, that doesn't matter. The small wyvern reminded me of the big wyverns who participated in the parade. After the parade, about half of the big wyverns went back to their own territory, but half of them stayed behind. They stayed to help Taisel-Anasama to build her country. They are offering their help because they are concerned about their inability to play a role against the skeletal whale fiasco that took place during the parade. If you ask me, I think Gramps Doors and the others went all out so no one else had a chance to do something. As for the help they would give to Taisel-Anasama, she asked them to scout and secure the area where they planned to build the country. Thus, the remaining big wyverns are building nests between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms. I don't think they will stay long enough to build a nest, but I heard that it is time for them to start breeding. I think it would have been better for them to go back to their own territory, but I didn't say so. Incidentally, there was an opinion that sending big wyverns between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms might be thought of as an act of hostility or provocations by the human kingdoms, but Uncle Demon King said, "Don't mind it," so I didn't. Besides, since we would later build a city there was no point in being concerned about it. Noon of the day, we sent the letters. One of the staff assisting Taisel-Anasama in building her country asked me a question. I heard you will be preparing rare and delicious food to gain a collaborator in nation building. Will we also be able to join? Where did you get that information? Was it from Uncle Demon King? Wherever it is, don't ask me. Ask Taisel-Anasama. Well, if it's a banquet using those stores, I don't think Taisel-Anasama would refuse, but Father is involved. Moreover, the current number of staff cooperating at this stage is more than 100. In order not to cause trouble for Father, Taisel-Anasama would probably refuse, or so I thought, but she agreed. That's right. The staff are already part of us. Taisel-Anasama has a soft spot for her underlings. I even saw a rare sight of Taisel-Anasama crying to Alfredanasama. Wait a minute. Alfredanasama, what's happening? The principal offered a place to set up stalls. Furthermore, all the teachers and cafeteria staff have offered their full cooperation. Yuri-san's words made them invite themselves to join us. Did she exaggerate about the food? No, she didn't even have to. And since all the school staff will go, the students will surely go too even if you don't invite them, right? Doesn't this mean that the number of serving you asked from father and the others won't be sufficient? Yeah, everything is insufficient as expected. What are you going to do then? A plan? From me. In this case, isn't it better to ask Ursuana-sama, who gets stronger the bigger the adversity is, than me, who has little experience? Ursuana-sama, do you have any suggestions? Don't think too hard. If you ask father to bring as many as you can, and if we secure bareback's share first, you just have to tell everyone that everything is first come first serve. However, that would cause complaints from those who can't get their hands on the food. You can just ask the Garon Company or the Dalfun Company to fill the shortage of ingredients. I think it would be a good idea to ask Uncle Glatz to send the army cooks to help too. Let's make it look like a small festival. I see. In addition, this would be a good time to announce Tysel's official member formation and even a policy briefing. I think we could use that as the main attraction of the festival. I see, that would also give the festival its name. The funds for the festival can also be secured from Taisel-Anasama's nation-building budget. You're so awesome, Ursi-Anasama. I wish I would be able to come up with plans like you. Phew. I have one job for Taurine who's looking at me with great respect. What is it? I want you to prepare a proposal for the festival. Also, you need to get permission from the principal to hold the festival, brief the participants, and coordinate the schedule. Wait a minute, Ursi-Anasama. That doesn't sound like one job. It's because Kirbitsan will help you out. Good luck. Where are you going, Ursi-Anasama? Forest. I was invited to hunt for some big praise. Perhaps I can get some ingredients for the food we're going to serve at the festival. Ursi-Anasama took a big weapon and left. The only ones left there were Alfred-Anasama, Taisel-Anasama, and me. Kirbitsan barged in with a reply letter from father. I silently cooperated with Alfred-Anasama and Taisel-Anasama to secure Kirbitsan. No, I think she will help me if I ask her, just in case. Chapter 819. The one who does thankless task. My name is Eric Otter Zajiria. I am the third child of Baron Zajiria. I am a demon studying at the Gulguld Noble Academy. I belonged to the biggest faction in the academy led by Alfred-sama, and I'm even working as an aide to both Alfred-sama and Ursa-sama. Though this comes from me, I think the way I do things is not bad. However, I wouldn't describe my level as excellent. And yet, I was asked by Alfred-sama to help Taisel-sama in her nation-building task. Why me? You were the only one who scolded both Ursa and Taisel for being insane. You're telling me no one else told them that, because others either turned blind eyes or even played along. Right, it was like that. But that doesn't mean I'm happy about being chosen. Dissatisfied? Honestly, yes. Then, let me offer you a reward to resolve that dissatisfaction. This reward has nothing to do with you helping with the building of that country. Right? It might be better to say that it's Taisel's caretaking fee. You're talking as if I'm easily driven by money. I'm talking about this, much money per year. 1,000. Are you saying that you're going to pay me 1,000 medium copper coins? No, not medium copper coins. No, that can't be 1,000 big copper coins, 1,000 silver coins. Your wish is my command. Thus, I'm now helping Taisel-sama build her country. Yeah, I know it's my own weakness for being blinded by money. But what can I do? I've never even seen 1,000 silver coins in our family's account book. Ever. Taisel-sama's nation building. Its main objective is to create a buffer zone between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms. It will also be the venue for all negotiations with human kingdoms. Since the human kingdoms can't negotiate with the Demon King's kingdom publicly, it will be the third party that will take care of it. Incidentally, since Taisel-sama will not work as the queen, it can be said that she's not founding a country. Therefore, it is called nation building. The main focus is on the framework of the country and the creation of the city that will serve as the royal capital. The nation-building process is in the stages of demon power gathering and preliminary investigation. Negotiations are underway to get excellent staff members from various parts of the kingdom. The 4 heavenly kings have even dispatched their executive candidates, and the idea is that the nation building would be done mainly by those demons. But for some reason, those 10 executive candidates have become my subordinates. They were supposed to have a higher rank than me, they were all older than me, but my resistance was futile. After all, some of them had titles. I couldn't go against them. I had no choice but to take the role of conveying Taisel-sama's instructions to them. As long as I give them instructions, they handle them without a hitch, which is a great help. There is no doubt that they are all excellent. However, why do they want to be my subordinate? No way could it be because of that. They don't want to take direct orders from Taisel-sama. That can't be right. Yeah, no way that's the case. Then why? Let's discuss it thoroughly next time. Why don't we talk about it right now? Isn't it obvious? Because they're not here. They are now working to get a group called the Parade Organizing Committee to participate in Taisel-sama's nation-building project. Parade Organizing Committee. It is a group formed by excellent civil servants who prepared and executed the large-scale parade of the kingdom that was held shortly a while ago. When I heard the details of their actual job, it sounded to me that they are a group that can make the impossible possible. As expected of the elite unit of civil servants dispatched by various related departments, it would be reassuring if they joined us in our nation-building project. Unfortunately, however, the Parade Organizing Committee was disbanded after the parade, and they all returned to their original departments. Of course they would. However, the executive staffs, who became my subordinates, are negotiating with the departments they belong to as they are deemed necessary. Because of that, they're not here. It's night already and they're not even back yet. That's how much they are negotiating. I'm sorry, let me tell you honestly what's happening. Negotiations have yet to start. For some reason, the members of the Parade Organizing Committee disappeared instantly the moment they got word that we were looking for them. Currently, my executive staffs are chasing after them with all their might, determined to not let them escape. Once we catch them, negotiations should begin, though there is no report that they have caught them yet. Several of my staff who were chasing them have invested a considerable amount of their personal money to form a pursuit team, so I guess it's just a matter of time. I await their good report. By the way, the 10 executive candidates are not the only ones who are gathering demon power. Others are also working on it. Even I asked for cooperation from the students of the Gulgald Noble Academy. About 30 students, mainly those who belong to Alfred Sama's faction, have pledged to participate. Thank you very much. And Taisel-sama is also making her move. Taisel-sama brought 2 groups. One is a group of humans from the human kingdoms who came here with a duke's daughter. The other one is a group of anti-demon king forces. Both were apparently found during the parade. The Duke daughter's subordinates are, well, acceptable. Considering the purpose of the country that's going to be built, it would be helpful to get the cooperations of humans. However, why the anti-demon king forces? Is it even safe to let them participate in nation building? They're anti-demon king no more? You accepted Taisel-sama's invitation in order to get a new career. They even bowed to me saying, "Please take care of me from now on." Incidentally, both groups were also somehow assigned as my subordinates. I wonder. I thought I was supposed to aid Taisel-sama. Why am I being asked to act like a field general? Aren't I still a student? Preliminary investigation is being conducted in parallel with the demon power gathering. The main thing we are looking into is the geographical information of the territory we claim as the new country. If we don't know what's in that land, we won't even know where we should build the royal capital. These are being investigated using the wyverns that are following Taisel-sama. Technically, these wyverns are not Taisel-sama's but her father's, but since they are following Taisel-sama's orders, it is safe to say that they are under Taisel-sama's command. The information that comes from the wyverns is compiled by me. You read it right, me? Honestly speaking, the gigantic wyverns scare me. For demons, when you hear the term wyvern, you'll immediately think of the violent wyvern of the Iron Forest. However, it's my job. I can't say I'm scared. Fortunately, the wyverns who did the preliminary investigation were gentle. On the contrary, they even apologized to me for the wyvern of the Iron Forest. It seems that the wyvern of the Iron Forest was difficult to deal with even among the wyverns. there are problem children everywhere. While I was working like that, I was introduced by Taisel-sama to a new staff candidate. He is an old demon called Bareback. Bareback-sama. The one who was said to be more of a demon king than the demon king. During his active years, he was always in charge of the front lines of the kingdom. He is said to have the largest network of contacts in the kingdom. It can't be him, right? However, it's him. There's no way it's not him given this magic power. Well, let's untie him for now. Leaving him like this is bad in a lot of ways. I shouldn't because he's going to run away. But isn't he a new staff? You haven't persuaded him yet. Well, it can't be helped then. However, won't you be scolded if Alfred-sama or Ursa-sama find out? How about taking him to Torin-sama's house? That's the plan. It's good that we're on the same page. Also, Taisel-sama, what is it? Don't let him get away, of course. It's better to have a lot of comrades, especially reliable ones. I heard that Taisel-sama was going to gather delicious food from all over the country as a condition for making Bareback-sama to join her. I thought it was a bad idea. The staff of the Nation Building Project are all well paid. However, there were no other conditions or even contracts for their participation. That unwritten rule broke with Bareback-sama. Those who are already participating might make a fuss. I think this information should be covered up, but I know it can't be suppressed. It will definitely spread. And that's exactly what happened. We also wanted to eat delicious food. I received a lot of petitions. A mountain of them. This problem can't be left alone. We must not. If we want the nation building to succeed, this must be resolved. That's what I thought. No, I shouldn't try to fix it. I want to eat delicious food too. But what should I do? For the time being, I informed Taisel-sama that I have a petition myself. A little later, Torin-sama came over. It seems like we're going to have a festival. I see. If we treat everyone with hospitality, there will be no problem. That's a wonderful idea. Ursa-sama's idea, as expected. Since it's already decided, let's start to act. Torin-sama, please send your festival proposal too. You've done well. However, your time estimate isn't that good. No, given your age, doing something this much is already remarkable. Just reflect on it later. We have no time after all. Fix it as soon as possible. There are some parts that will take time no matter. I think Taisel-sama can just order both the Dalfun Company and the Goron Company for that. Even so, there will be problems with those, but fear not, don't hesitate to hit them with silver coins. Yes, gracefully like a noble. Torin, hit them with silver coins gracefully. Let me put silver coins in my sock and sway it like this. Did I do it right, Eric? I mean figuratively, don't literally hit anyone. Chapter 820. Mini-School Festival, Morning. A mini-festival was held at the school. Students and teachers from all over the school participated in the festival, which was the same size or even bigger than the festivals we held in the village. For me, I don't think this can be called mini at all, but since they say it's mini, it must be mini. Well, considering the parade we just had a while ago, I guess this can only be qualified as mini. I continued to cook ramen without thinking much. The ramen I will be serving at my stall this time is the traditional pork bone and soy sauce ramen. Thick, straight noodles, topped with char siu, spinach, and a little corn. Usually my food stall would only offer a new experimental ramen, but this time, the preparation time was short and the number of servings is big, so we can only do this. Since it was pork bone and soy sauce ramen, I would have liked to have topped it with bamboo shoots and nari. But I couldn't secure a lot. Too bad. Tables and chairs are provided near the stalls, so customers had no trouble finding a place to eat. The only problem was that many customers didn't know how to use chopsticks, so we ran out of fork. We had to ask them to lend us the forks they use in the school cafeteria. The students of the school ran around and made all kinds of arrangements for us. Thanks. I had heard that this school was mainly attended by noble children, so I had thought that many of the students would be more difficult to deal with, but it seems like it's only my own prejudice. Thinking about it, since noble children attend this school, they must be very strict with regards to etiquette. Frau and the civil servant girls, who went to this school, as well as E3, who is currently enrolled at this school, all have good manners. Well, some of them were warned by Alfred, and the others about using noble language toward me. I don't really mind, so I don't think you need to be that strict with them. Though I didn't say it because I know that students have their own rules. I'll just have to concentrate on making ramen. By making full use of the 3 stalls, keeping the menu to only one type of ramen to avoid the hassle of ordering, and making ramen in a streamlined process, we were able to serve 8 bowls of ramen in 5 minutes. 8 bowls in 5 minutes, so 16 bowls in 10 minutes, or 96 bowls in an hour. My stall only prepared 200 servings, so we were sold out in the morning. Even if I wanted to continue, we won't be able to do so given that some items require a long preparation time. In other words, my ramen stall is done for. Me and my staff were tired too. Tysel has given priority to those she wanted to entertain, and we have also managed to properly serve some to those who we must like the Demon King, Beazle, Glatz, Randon, Yuri, and the school principal. I can say that I have done what I came here to do. After taking down the stalls, I now have free time to look around. The other stalls were also selling well. The employees at Marla's stall did an excellent job of handling the lines. The person in charge of Marla's stall this time is Pote. Pote is one of Marla's pioneer employees, and she's been working at Marla since it was founded. She was even sometimes asked to represent Marcos and Paula. Paula says she would like Pote to manage a Marla branch, but she insisted on working for Paula. Paula wasn't able to do anything after that, but tried to make her a little more independent. Though I would say that I understand her stance of wanting to work at a stable place. Well, it won't work out well if we force her to open a branch, so we can only wait until she's ready. There is no problem with Kuro and Yuki and Korin's Sweet Temple. They mainly brought things that don't require cooking. And if the price is paid in one lump sum by the kingdom, it won't take much time to pay the bill. All they have to do is pass the items on to the customers. The stall serving alcohol is located at a banquet hall. It's still morning, right? Well, there are no children in sight, so I guess it's okay. I found who. She's happily doing some kind of sake tasting. However, not all of them, I suppose, are quite gluttonous, eating ramen, curry, and sweets. Alfred told me that almost all of them have been adjusting their stomachs since a few days ago. Sounds like they're quite enthusiastic. Though I'm glad that they seem to be pleased. Of course, the food stalls we brought with us were not enough, so the Goron Company and the Dalfon Company set up stalls to make up for the shortage. In short, no one's going to get hungry. There will likely be a shortage of alcohol, but there will be enough to drink. I found a stall of the cafe run by Earth. Maids are the servers. They offer only 2 kinds of items, which are drinks, coffee, and tea. They didn't bring sweets, because Kuro and Yuki and Korin's Sweet Temple already covered that. The person Tysel-sama wanted to entertain wanted our coffee. I see. By the way, the coffee served by Earth's cafe is a blended type of coffee. I used the aft thinking of coffee beans without considering what kind of coffee it is, so I thought I would be getting only one type of coffee. However, what grew after were different kinds of coffee. They were harvested together and processed as the same type, so they naturally became blended. It was good, but when Lou and Flora learned there were several kinds of coffee trees, the coffee beans were collected by type. It's good to have different types of coffee, even though there may be some that are too sour or too bitter for some people's taste. It is good that there are different types of coffee beans to meet people's different tastes. If we can change the roasting method, a deep coffee journey will begin. Well, everyone in the village has settled on blended coffee. I got sidetracked. Blended coffee is good. After I finished talking down the stalls, I got a cup of blended coffee from Earth's stall and approached a big event hall. There was a diorama about 10 meters square on display. I don't know what's the scale, but at a quick glance, it should be part of the Demon King's kingdom. You can clearly see where the mountains, rivers, and oceans are. The cities are quite small. No, it may be better to call it the ruins of a city, right? Glatz, who was standing next to the diorama, explained that it was the diorama of the new country that Tysel is building. Based on the information from the sky that the Wyverns got, Taurine and Ma built it. Heth, actually it was Taurine who led the project, Ma prepared the materials, and the students helped them make it. It is very well done. I know, right? Everything's obvious with just a glance. It will be useful for the army's march. I hope that the military won't use things made by children. Ha ha ha, of course. The military should make their own. So be it. So where is the new country city that Tysel is building going to be? From the looks of it, there are few high mountains and the landscape is all wilderness and not even completely flat. There. Glatz magically shows me where it is. It's a ruin in the middle of the wilderness. There used to be a city there, so there won't be a problem with water. However, it looks very difficult to go to. Well, it's probably because we've destroyed most of it. I see. The diorama in front of us is a buffer zone between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms. In the past, the Demon King's kingdom made a major invasion and pulled back after. Normally, human kingdoms would have been counterattacked, but when the Demon King's kingdom pushed its frontline, all it did was destroy cities, bridges, and other structures. Therefore, the human kingdoms weren't able to push back. Their army had no place to rest. Furthermore, the actions of the army became harder to hide, and the Demon King's kingdom would have more than enough time to prepare once they saw their offensive. It would be difficult to move in the wilderness while waiting for the Demon King's kingdom's forces. No, they have not given up and tried to push the eroded front line. However, they gave up on recapturing the new buffer zone. While they were doing that, the Demon King's kingdom built a big fortress as a defense base for its territory. Since they can't invade, does that mean that the Demon King's kingdom has the advantage? Why didn't the Demon King's kingdom invade further that time? There wasn't enough food. We were so short of food that we couldn't take care of the residents of the areas we occupied. I see. So, even if you could forcibly invade and occupy a vast area of land, it would only lead to a rebellion. However, though I'm only hearing about it, I find it amazing that the front line was pushed so much. I guess only a leader with the Demon King's caliber can execute a plan that seems to have abandoned the fruit of their labor. Glatz is perfectly fine with it, because it was him who came up with the idea of making the front lines like this. Though I know about that, because I've heard about it many times in the past. Yes, over drinks. It is also mentioned by Renana. In any case, the ruins are in the middle of the wilderness. That's where Tysell is planning to build her city. I heard that wyverns are nesting there now. Do you have something in mind? Ah, no, that place is where experts agreed upon, right? It was decided by the military's top brass, mainly by Tysell. It is at a moderate distance, so as not to stimulate the human countries too much. Well, if you thought of anything, I'd like to hear it for reference. Reference, I'm but an amateur. An amateur's point of view is important too. I see. Then, let me tell you. That's a place that's difficult to go to, right? Didn't I explain why a while ago? No, that's not what I mean. Tysell is making a country that will become a negotiating zone for the Demon King's kingdom, right? That's what I heard. Then, why is it not convenient for both the human kingdoms and the Demon King's kingdom to go there? On the Demon King's kingdom side, you have Bezel, so there won't be much problem. On the human country's side, it is a place not easy to reach unless you are on good terms with two major powers making the place as if it is walled by the two. From my point of view, I think it would be more convenient to build cities on either the north or the south coast. As long as there are ships, people can come from various places and escape to the sea in case of emergency. Hearing my opinion, Glatz nodded deeply and called Tysell and told her to change the location of the city. Is that okay? You're just going to use my idea just like that. Tysell and Glatz replied in unison that there was no problem. If you say so. Village chief, I need a lot of nari and menma. Oni maid, sorry, we used a lot of nari at yesterday's lunch. Village chief. Darn, come to think of it, it was nari maki. Oni maid, menma was used as a snack by the dwarves the other day. Village chief, arg, I can't believe we forgot to restock. Village chief. In order to increase the number of drinks served, how about we reduce the amount of sake per serving? Like by half. Alfred, tea there will be a riot then. Chapter 821. Mini-School Festival, Afternoon. The mini-school festival at the school. I thought what was happening in the morning would continue into the afternoon, but it did not. It seems like people from outside the school can also participate in the afternoon. The number of people increased tremendously. Kuro and Yuki and Korin's sweet temple, who had prepared a significant amount of servings, were sold out in no time. Marla's stall was still doing a great job. They were also in the process of being sold out in the morning, but that didn't happen since they asked for support earlier. Additional curries and employees from Shashato City arrived. Even though there are teleportation gates, their response time can only be called excellent. I will tell Marcos and Paula to praise their staff. The food stall that Earth set up is also attracting a lot of customers. It is so popular that, what's this? The noble-like customers gathered at a table near Earth's stall are crying. I also want our maids to give this kind of normal service. Right, this is awesome. I don't even need an armed maid in the first place. Hear me out. When I asked them for a coffee, I actually received coffee. I've never been so happy. I know, right? Isn't it impressive that they did exactly what they were asked to? Sounds like a pain. I don't want to get involved, so I'll just cheer on them in my mind. Now, the mini festival is getting more and more people, and various kinds of performances are being presented in various places. Plays, musical performances, speeches, like a pre-election town hall speech. No, just making a point. The content is humans don't unite. They are divided from one reason to another. And they also fight among themselves. Therefore, it is necessary to destroy them to prevent them from invading the Demon King's kingdom. Yes, total annihilation. We must kill each and every one of them. That's so radical. And it's even a human who's making that claim. The demons who are listening are telling him to calm down. Did something happen to him in the human kingdoms? So he was the Minister of Internal Affairs of a country for many years, but he was disgraced and exiled because of a false bribery claim. Someone whom he treated as his best friend actually betrayed him. Don't mention the exact name, it could cause all kinds of problems. He started crying. Hang in there. I couldn't help but cheer on him. The festival seemed to have a strong connection with the formation ceremony of the nation-building project of Taisel, and there were many performances related to it. There's even a briefing about the nation-building project. A presentation of the specific location to be used. Introduction of the main staff. The nation-building related stuff isn't very popular, even though it's taking up a good amount of space. Well, there's a lot of difficult topics after all. What is popular is the attraction of playing Death God on a special stage. Both adults and children seem to enjoy it. The person playing the role of Death God is quite well coordinated and takes it easy on the guests. I can't see the face because of the mask that person playing the role of Death God is wearing. Isn't that Ria's mother Rygyun? Another popular activity is the military exercise, in which the pieces placed on the stage, the big diorama earlier, are moved by magic. This one is very popular because of the participation of a specialist Glatz. The theme of the exercise seemed to be the defense of the Demon King's kingdom, and the participants were given detailed explanations of how they would defend themselves if they were attacked by the enemy. Maybe that's why there are a lot of nobles and military people there. Some of them seem to be from the human kingdoms. Is that all right? This is just my curious question. What would it take for the Demon King's kingdom to be troubled if it's attacked? If they send a big army, led by a great general? An instant answer. Is that all? No, since you said so, I guess that's what it is. A big army led by a great general, an obvious winning strategy. That means a big army is a must. The great general too. However, it is quite difficult to have both a great general and a big army at the same time. This is because you don't know where the loyalty of the great general leading the army will lie. Even if the great general has no intention of betraying the king may feel uneasy. Hence, it will not work. How about the king as the lead with the great general as his support? That won't work either. No matter how good the great general's strategy is, it will take time for the king to approve it. On the battlefield, that is fatal. This is even more true with a big army. Ideally, the king himself should be a great general. The limited bloodline of the royal family is unlikely to produce a good general, though. That's what the guy with a know-it-all face said. Sorry, I'm just taking it all in. I can't comment on anything related to the army. As I was resting after a quick look around the festival, Taisel brought some people over to introduce them. I was a bit defensive because my daughter Taisel said she wanted to introduce someone to me, but of course, what she introduced were her nation-building staff. What a relief. Since the main purpose of this introduction was to show me their faces, it ended with just a quick greeting. Among those introduced, there were 4 people that piqued my interest. The first one is called the Face Officer. He was the former leader of the anti-Demon King forces, and it seems like he has expressed his support for the creation of Taisel's country along with his forces. Even though they are former, they are still anti-Demon King forces. Wasn't that dangerous? There won't be any problem because he has already succumbed to the Demon King. I see. So why face officer? Doesn't he have a name? I asked Tysel's subordinate. He said that he has thrown his name. He said we can call him whatever we wanted, so I called him Chief Executive. But for some reason, he cried and asked me to stop. In the end, he settled with face officer. Acha. The next person that picked my interest was from a duchy of a human kingdom. Ekaterai-san. I remember seeing her at the parade. She's a woman who did a splendid performance. She was a duke's daughter. She, too, announced her participation in Tysel's nation building with her subordinates in tow. It seems like most of her subordinates were employed by Mio in Shashato City, and Mio has been sending letters of complaints to Tysel nonstop. I'll apologize to her later. However, I'm glad that she cooperated with her. She was thinking of marrying a powerful person in the Demon King's kingdom, but couldn't find any suitable partner. She said she would only marry someone stronger than her. How is that related to her cooperation? Sil-sensei, you know him, right? Yeah, my son. It seemed like Ekaterai-sama has obtained information that Sil-sensei and Tysel-sama are elder brother and little sister. You mean you used Sil as a bait to get her to cooperate with Tysel's nation building? The other party one-sidedly expected that. We neither promise nor deceive her. At least Tysel-sama didn't. I see. Don't put strain on Sil any further. It may be none of my business, but is it possible to prepare a suitable partner for her in time? There is no need to commit to marriage. Whether or not they get together is ultimately a matter of compatibility and effort of both parties. I'll ask Beazle, Randon, and Glatz for their cooperation. Yeah, let's beg them. Then there's the third one. He was the human who was crying after his speech earlier. I heard that Tysel caught him just now, as he is the best person to be in charge to form the country's government, given that he was a former minister of internal affairs of a country. I agree with that point, but isn't he an extremist? He's the type who separates public and private affairs. I guess there's no problem. Finally, Tysel's subordinate who has answered a lot of my questions, Eric. He is working as Tysel's assistant, and he was recommended by Alfred himself. He is still young but very calm. Although we only talked for a short amount of time, I could sense that he's an excellent person. Taurine seems to idolize him as his ideal butler, and he said that he's learning a lot from him. As a parent, I guess I should say that my daughter and son are indebted to him. However, as a father, I have a concern. Is he on good terms with Tysel? Are they close? I'm very concerned. However, I can't ask Eric himself. I may be overthinking it, but from his point of view, I'm the parent of his boss Tysel. I am someone he has to pay attention to. Romantic relationship confirmation from a parent. I wouldn't take, I am interested, or I am not interested as an answer. It's not a good idea to ask Tysel about it either. Tysel didn't think anything of it now, but if I pointed it out to her, she'll start becoming aware of it. That's a typical introduction to a romance story. I can't do that kind of poking the bush to scare the snake out. Which means the best thing to do is to ask Alfred and Ursa. Just as I was thinking so, the Demon King arrived. The Demon King seems to be coming to the school for some reason, so he probably knows what's going on to some extent. Thus, I secretly asked the Demon King, "Ha. As a father, I can fully understand your feelings. However, you can rest assured. Lady Tysel and Eric Boy are not in that kind of relationship." Is that so? Yeah. I was also curious to know how well he and Lady Tysel are getting along because of that. I jokingly asked him, "When are you going to marry Lady Tysel?" What's with that question? Also, how did he answer? He said, even if you're the Demon King, there are things that you're not allowed to say. He grabbed me by the collar and started screaming at me. I was scared that time. Perhaps he's the type of guy who values marriage and is not comfortable using it as a joke. I guess he is, maybe. All right, that's safe, right? I think yes. As a father, I have mixed feelings. Demon King, I'm the Demon King. Eric, I was so agitated that my words became rough. I'm sorry. Bareback. You can't with an angel no matter what, Con. Eric, words of wisdom, thank you. Sil, she's not a bad girl, but if you want to escape, I'm here to help you. Neutral. Eric, sensei. Alfred, I sense a powerful force of fate. Neutral. Eric, stop with the weird prophecies. Torin, can I call you brother-in-law pro? Eric, don't. Chapter 822. Mini-School Festival, Night. The sun has set. I was told that the mini-school festival would last till night. It seems like it will still continue. The reason for the continuation is because the number of participants is increasing. According to their original plan, they are not supposed to invite outside visitors, so they didn't advertise the event. Perhaps those who joined the festival in the afternoon informed others, and they are now the demons that are raiding the festival. Well, if they hadn't heard about the festival, they would have been working as usual. They must have come after finishing their work. This means that the food and drinks will be the most popular attractions. The Sake stall and Marla stall are popular. Darn, we missed a good business opportunity. If only we could have prepared more ingredients. No, the amount of food we could bring would be our limit. No matter how hard we try, it would be impossible. Just as I was thinking of that, I received a bunch of ingredients from Noodle Shop Bratoa of Village 5. It was arranged by Mio, who came to see the festival. As expected of Mio. And the teleportation gates are really convenient. The staff and I hurriedly set up the stalls that we had already taken down and resumed our noodle stall business. But of course, the additional ingredients came from Noodle Shop Bratoa, which means this is not the ramen I serve, but Noodle Shop Bratoa's ramen, which means I have no power here. If I do something, it might affect the taste of Noodle Shop Bratoa's ramen that the staff cook. Too bad. However, I can only give up because I got a message from Mio telling me to leave the food stall to the staff and take a rest. Incidentally, the angels who came with me as waitresses are doing their best to do their behind-the-scenes work, such as cleaning the tables and the venue and washing the noodle bowls. When I tried to help them, they begged me not to take their jobs away. Since it's mainly food stalls, there are not many occasions when waitresses are useful. Well, I guess they are doing a good job in organizing lines. I can only continue enjoying the festival. Right in front of me were a depressed Asa and Earth. They are depressed as heck, so I guess I'll have to ask them why. What's wrong? They said they were deeply hurt that Torin doesn't see them as his ideal butlers. Ah, he seems to be using Eric, Tysel's subordinate, as a role model. Well, is that so? The butler that Torin is aiming for is a legitimate butler. Yeah, the type that assists not only in public and private, but also the Lord's professional life, including lording the domain. That is the same direction as Eric is heading. On the other hand, Asa and Earth are close aides who support the Lord's private and public affairs. Since you are currently focusing on information gathering, you are not around Alfred, your current lord, and his family very often. Perhaps Torin can't see you as a good example given that you're not even with your lord. As for Eric, he's being assigned with close associate types of jobs. I think if he hadn't met Eric, he would have taken Metora as his ideal butler. I just said something that someone comforting them shouldn't have. I should use more kind words. I think you're doing a great job. You are awesome. Not working? This is hard. It can't be helped. Ursa, please. Earth, I'm satisfied with the work you are doing. What are you being ashamed of? Be proud. Ah, Earth straightened his back and wept. Good. Now Earth is all right, then it's Asa's turn. Earth only. Asa is looking at you with eyes full of expectations. The one who's supposed to praise Asa as a butler is the acting village chief of Village 4, Cuisine. For formality, I doubt Cuisine himself is aware that he's a lord. Can't you say anything from your standpoint as a lady living in this academy? Yeah, just do it. Asa, you're a lifesaver. Tysel's a headache, but continue doing your excellent work. Asa's response is, he no longer looks upset. Good. When I get back to the village, I'll contact Cuisine and tell him about Asa's satisfactory work. Then, maybe, he will get a letter from Cuisine as thanks for Asa's work. Doesn't Belle sound more like the Lord than Cuisine? But in terms of position, she and Asa are colleagues. Let's contact Belle just in case. There shouldn't be a problem if Asa receives letters of praise from both Cuisine and Belle. The food stall serving alcohol is a big hit. It became the center of the banquet hall. As expected, the amount brought by the stall was not enough, so they had to purchase sake from the Goron Company and the Dalfon Company. The sake, which looks expensive, is being brought up in big barrels, but I wonder if they will be paid or not. Even though it will be the kingdom who'll pay for all of this, I don't think they can just do whatever they want. Well, I guess it's not a problem since the Minister of Finance, is here. Are, where is who? She had gone home, she wants to eat dinner at home? Heh, I thought she prioritized drinking over eating, but I guess that changed after she got married. Ah, she carried sake barrels with her? I see. I guess things don't change that easily. Now, Ado, who is not here, but are you sure those sake will be paid? The sake are free of charge, so just treat it as gifts from the Goron Company and Dalfon Company. Did the companies place more importance in cooperating with the festival than on payment? Ah, I see. The festival is basically for Tysel's nation building. If you cooperate with this, it means you'll get involved with the nation building. That's not it. Both the Goron Company and the Dalfon Company have already received cooperation requests from Tysel. In other words, these are pure support for the festival. I guess I'll have to send a letter of thanks to the Goron Company and Dalfon Company as Tysel's parent. Then, I found the ancient devils Prada and Bitansan. They are both in the royal capital for auction-related business, so it's not surprising to see them at the festival. They seem to be dining together amicably, so there shouldn't be any problem. I thought I would pass by without disturbing them, but Prada spotted me. Village Chief, you should have at least invited us to festivals like this. Sorry, but aren't you supposed to be busy with the auction, except when there's a festival? Well, I guess so. I'll make sure to invite you next time. I'll tell Alfred and the others. By the way, Village Chief. HNN, do you remember the book you bought at the auction in Village 5? The book I bought at the auction in Village 5 is Farming Diary. Yeah, that one. The place where the seeds was written on that thing. Come to think of it, the place where it was hidden was in the area where Fullheart Kingdom and the Demon King's Kingdom were engaged in warfare. Yeah, it's around the ruins, where the wyverns are nesting now. Is that so? What should we do? Do you want to look for them? I'm interested. However, that place isn't necessarily safe. The human kingdoms don't care about the Demon King's Kingdom's declaration of victory, nor Tysel's nation building. If the other side wants it, a battle could happen anytime. In short, if I try to go, Lou and the others will stop me. The only way for me to check it out is to organize and send a search party from the village or hire adventurers to search it for me. Only then will it be allowed. Also, the search should only be done after some progress has been made in Tysel's nation building. Once Tysel's nation building starts, transportation will be more convenient. Incidentally, I'm very worried that Tysel will go to a country where battle may occur anytime while they are building it. I don't doubt the instructions coming from the royal capital, but if you don't know the place you're going to, you'll be dealing with a lot of problems. I reluctantly allowed her to go on the condition that she must be accompanied by escorts. Beazle also promised me that if Tysel will go there, he would accompany her, so if there is any danger, he will teleport her to safety. They say let children travel, but if possible, I don't want her to do so. I was the one who arranged the trip, but as a parent, that's how I think. Chapter 823. Mini-School Festival, Midnight. Night. The festival continues, but I move away from the festival site to a tent pitched on the school grounds. This will be my lodging for today. It's not a small, one-man tent. It was a big tent used by the Demon King's Kingdom's army. It has a high ceiling, and you can even walk around. It can also be partitioned off with curtains to create a number of small rooms. There are around 20 of these big tents here, and one of them holds a camping coach I brought with me. This tent is basically hiding my camping coach inside for some reason. Because of the carriage can be openly viewed, that's no difference than telling everyone where Village Chief is. And what would be the problem if they know where I am? I had my doubts, but I didn't say anything because Glatz, who had prepared the big tents for us, looked so serious. I sit in the big tent, on the big cushion I brought with me. It will be time to sleep in a little while, but my eyes are still wide open, probably because the environment is different from usual. I could force myself to sleep, but it would be a waste of effort. It shouldn't be a problem if I wake up late tomorrow. I want to cherish a time like this where I could relax. Maybe I should try to make a cup or something using the aft like the old days. And then stay up late and eat a late-night meal or something. While I was thinking so, Donovan, along with some others, came over. I thought they were going to invite me to drink, but I was wrong. After the dwarves, the angels Malbit and Ruintia came in. Then Metora, Asa, and Earth. After them, the Demon King, Beazle, Glatz, and Randon. They seemed to have something to talk about. They sat in a circle using the spare cushions. As for me, I didn't have to move. Thanks. The first one to speak up is Donovan. Some sake sold in the royal capital taste awful. I think something must be done about this. The sake brought by the Goron Company and Dalfun Company were made in various parts of the kingdom. Some are from Village 5, but most are from other places. Especially the local wine. It was made with grapes taken from various fields. They use both grapes that would taste good if turned into sake and grapes who would make the bad sake. Brewing like that is blasphemy. Donovan was not happy with the bad taste of wine in the royal capital. It can be simply resolved by only using grapes that would taste good or brew sake from grapes from the same field. I see. Randon doesn't look amused. Ah, you don't have to raise your hand, you can speak freely. Thank you very much. Ah, I think the bad wine that Donovan Dono is talking about is the water alternative wine of the royal capital. Therefore, it is inevitable that it tastes bad. What do you mean by that? When I asked Randon for more info, he told me that the reason they gather grapes from multiple vineyards to make wine is to equalize the taste and stabilize the price of grapes. Grapes are field crops, so the yield depends on the weather. If the income goes up and down depending on the yield, or if the price goes up and down depending on the taste, there will be no farmer who would want to cultivate grapes. That's why they gather grapes from several vineyards to make wine. We don't care whether the quality of grapes is good or bad, so it's not surprising that they won't taste good. I see. However, if the price is fixed, won't there be fewer farmers who will be willing to make the grapes better? That's true, but the purpose of the policy is to encourage various places to cultivate grapes even in small fields. In times of food shortages, farmers tend to want to grow crops that can be eaten, rather than grapes that can be brewed into alcohol. Ah, I see. So, you set a price to buy them because you want them to produce no matter how small it is to get raw materials. That's right. However, not all territories do this. In the territories where there are lords who love to drink, they invest money to improve the quality of wine. Well, the wine made in their own territory basically won't circulate outside. So, the lords who love to drink monopolize the market. That's how it is. Some territories, like Who's for example, do not hesitate to sell their improved quality sake, so they are circulated to the market. However, they are expensive. I remember Who saying that she makes sake in her domain. She sells them too, huh? That's surprising. I thought she's the type who would monopolize them. Who is not the lord but her relative, she has the status of an elder. She can give her opinions, but it's up to the lord to make the decision. So the lord is selling against Who's will. Okay. The lord wanted Who to reduce her alcohol consumption, so he decided to sell. Ah, Ado, that's an elder-hearted lord. He sure is. He was also very pleased when Who got married. Also, please note that if you call Who elder, she will sulk. I bet she would, and so. Donovan was worried about the bad taste of sake in the royal capital, especially the wine. Randon said that the bad taste of wine in the royal capital is inevitable for a reason. Good alcohol is good alcohol, that's it. So about that. You're asking me to do something about it. Do I even need to do something? We're talking about the royal capital, right? Isn't this supposed to be the Demon King's job? When I thought so, I looked at the Demon King and he looked away. I heard that the Demon King doesn't deal with such detailed policies. I don't think I need to do something about it too, but since Donovan asked me to, I have no choice. Donovan's idea, as he said earlier, is to use quality grapes or use grapes from the same vineyard. Randon is making a cross mark with his arm saying it's impossible, so it's not realistic. Well, of course it isn't. I agree with Randon emotionally. There is no way you can make everything high quality. It means that in order to spread the product cheaply, we need quantity even if the quality is low. However, I also understand Donovan's sentiment. Alcohol should taste as good as possible, more so if you're drinking it as an alternative for water. I don't know why I'm involved in this issue, but let's come up with a plan to improve the taste of wine in the royal capital. Randon, the wine that's an alternative to water is made in each territory, right? Yes, they are. Almost each territory makes them. It is difficult to make wine in one village or city because of the amount of grapes harvested. I see. That means there is a simple way to make sake taste good, really. Yes, it's not a sure thing, and it's not going to improve the quality in an instant, but I think it will work. Donovan, don't get too close to me. The only way is to create a ranking. Rank the best tasting sake. Once a year, announce it in the royal capital. Along with the ranking, you'll also announce exactly which territory's sake it came from. Then, even if not all of them, those who can afford will make sake better to top that ranking. Randon considers my suggestion. Indeed, since there is a chance to make a name for their territory, they might compete. However, won't the ranking will just be occupied by those who are already making good sake? You just said earlier that good sake doesn't get circulated that much, right? Yeah. So the ranking will be determined via the votes of the residents of the royal capital. Nobles and commoners have the same value of vote. Beazle, Malbit, and Ruinsha all crossed their arms, so I corrected myself. How about a noble's vote would be as much as 100 commoners' vote? This would make it easier for sake that is reasonably well distributed to come out on top. There is also less worry about production going down for good tasting sake. Well, since it's going to be voting, you'll probably think that influential people might change others' opinions by saying bad tasting sake tastes good, right? However, if they really say something like that, they will end up being served with only bad tasting sake at tables where they'll be entertained. I see. Just thinking about it now, I can already see some problems with executing it, but I will do something about it so that it can be realized. Randon said this to me, and I looked at Donovan to see if he's okay with it. He nodded, so he seemed convinced. This can't be the end of this talk, right? Just now, I seem to have talked almost exclusively at Donovan and Randon. Who and what will we talk about next? It was Metora's turn. Metora's story is a report on Torin and Ma's life at school. Torin-sama is being loved, or perhaps it is better to call it being toyed with by Taisel-sama. Well, I already expected that to happen. Metora wanted someone who could keep Taisel in check, and Torin was chosen. Sorry, no, I think giving Taisel-sama the task of building a country made her outstretched hands limited only on some places. Is that so? In addition, it seems like Torin-sama is reflecting on trying to influence village chief during the royal capital parade. That said, I'm not sure how long he's going to be toyed with by Taisel-sama, though I believe after a year of experience, he will be able to do his thing. That's quite tough. Also, isn't it too early to think he can do it in 1 year? Ma said she's taking a good care of Torin. However, it seems that when she's not with Torin, she would start making something at their house which causes a noise problem. Even though there are no students near during the daytime, Metora is wondering whether she needs to do something with the noise problem. Don't hesitate to tell her. After Metora's report, it is Asa and Earth's turn. The two men are said to be conducting background checks on those who have recently become Taisel's subordinates. We've checked both the front and the back sides, and no one has any major issue. Asa says so, but doesn't that mean that there are minor issues? They are negligible issues. Following Asa, Earth reported back to me. Their relationship with Taisel-sama is mostly good. No one is strongly hostile or has any antagonism. However, the former duke's daughter from a human kingdom named Akaterise had a fight with Ursa-sama. A fight, is Ursa all right? Of course, Desu. It was Ursa-sama's complete victory. But even if that's the case, I wish you had stopped them before they started fighting. The moment their eyes laid at each other, they started fighting. Me and the people around weren't even sure what was going on. I'm sorry. Wait a minute, since Ursa is safe, does that mean that Akaterise-san is injured? Are. Akaterise-san was at today's festival, wasn't she? She looks in good health. Akaterise rolled quite a distance, but she was not seriously injured. Also, it seems like the two of them developed friendship after that fight. Why did they fight in the first place? While I was thinking of that, Malbit told me why. It's like a ranking ritual. Ranking what? Right, Rhea and the other high elves also did something like that when new high elves arrived. Is that common? By the way, both sides attacked with a body-crushing technique called Tizanko. Akaterise was quicker to initiate the attack, but Ursa-sama was quicker to complete the technique. As expected of Ursa-sama Desu. So they used the same technique and Ursa won, is that it? Anyway, I'll just praise her No, let's not praise her. Compliment is enough, right? After the report of Asa and Earth, it is now Malbit and Ruinsha's turn. This one seems to be a reflection on today's festival, because at the beginning of the festival, they were dancing happily after meeting an old acquaintance. However, after the dancing was over, they did a decent job as waitresses. I don't have anything to say about that. I guess the last one would be the Demon King, Beazle, and Glatz. No, Randon too. What is it? It seems like the Demon King will speak on their group's behalf. I think we should decide soon. About what? The King of Tysel's country. Since a new country is created, it of course needs a ruler. Who will it be? That's the point, it hasn't been decided yet. Is that so? Yes. Tysel doesn't have any recommendations either. It looks like she has thrown this issue to us, but we just can't decide because it involves a great deal of politics and may even affect personnel matters of the Demon King's kingdom. She did well to throw it at you, or rather, isn't that for the Demon King to decide? It's a buffer and negotiation zone between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms after all. That's exactly it. Since it will be a negotiation zone between the Demon King's kingdom and the human kingdoms, it would be unwise to assign someone who is close to the Demon King's kingdom. Is that how it is? That's how it is. Another problem is that the humans no longer looks at the angels kindly. Since there are negotiations with the traditional Garrett kingdom about surrendering to the Demon King's kingdom, the human kingdoms will naturally find it out. Since then, the angels' reputation had taken a hit, as if everyone's blaming them for what had happened. Of course, the people involved in the traditional Garrett kingdom are not happy either. Ideally, we would like it to be from a human country that understands the Demon King's kingdom. But we asked the officials of the Elven Empire in the royal capital since we thought they would be the best candidates, but they flatly refused. Moo. I should talk to the Elven Empire princess, Kynesta. If she can be the queen, she might accept it. Village chief, a letter from Kynesta Dono has arrived. She asked me to give it to you when the king's selection is discussed. Issa said so, and handed me a letter from Kynesta. Apparently, someone from the Elven Empire at the royal capital had already contacted her. The letter is basically an absolute rejection. Well, I guess she doesn't want to be the queen. Also, don't recommend the following for this and that. I guess all the names written here are people related to the Elven Empire, right? I'm sure it is. Anyway, Ito, this would have to be discussed later. I can't decide now. Wait, no, why would I have to decide? Let's just wait for the results of the Demon King's discussion. After a little chat about tomorrow's schedule, the discussion was over. The meeting ended. Why are you still here now even though the meeting has ended? Midnight snack. Well, it was getting late and I am a little hungry. What should I? Donovan was holding up a barrel of sake. Come to think of it, I haven't had a drink. All right, we all moved to a tent with a camping coach. Our midnight snack was udon noodles cooked in a small pot. I was glad I brought the small pot gut made. If you don't have enough, just add mochi or eggs. Not good with sake. Don't be too extravagant. This sake I brought from my stash goes well with udon. Chapter 824. Corrected appropriately. Morning. The stall staff I led returns to Village 5 and Shashato City. Since I was the reason they went here, I wanted to take the responsibility of sending them back, but I have to encourage the merchant team of the auction, so I can only send them my regards in the royal capital. I at least see them off. Well, it's just a short distance away if you use the teleportation gates. I left them to Donovan and the others in case a problem would arise. Late afternoon. We headed to a big warehouse owned by the Dalfun Company to encourage the merchant team promoting the auction. Accompanying me were Malbit, Ruinsha, and 5 other angels. Malbit and the others had their wings hidden and were walking normally. The moment they left the school grounds with their wings out, a fight would probably break out with the residents of the royal capital trying to save me, who was being held captive by the angels. If we were in Village 5 or Shashato City, there's no way that would happen. In any case, they had to hide their wings while escorting me to prevent attracting trouble. On the way, we met up with people from the Goron Company. I was surprised that even Michael-san was there. He said it was impossible for him not to be here after inviting me to go give a speech. I see. Ah, by the way, I heard that you made various arrangements for yesterday's festival. Thank you. Alfred and the others said you were very helpful. I hope you were pleased. By the way, about the alcohol. Alcohol, by any chance, did you already know what we talked about last night? Yes. Randon-sama contacted me this morning. He is quick to act, as expected of the 4 heavenly king who's in charge of internal affairs. First of all, the alcohol we brought has caused that incident. I apologize for that. I instructed the Royal Capital Branch to select the finest goods, but apparently, they chose on the basis of price. It seems like Michael-san is apologizing for having offered expensive, yet tasteless alcohol. No, I don't really mind. I'm not going to complain about the food that was offered to me for free. The only reason it was brought up was because Donovan was lamenting the fact that there was a bad bottle of sake circulating in the royal capital. Donovan Dono is aware that some alcohol in circulation is not very good. I thought the reason it had become an issue was the fact that such bad tasting sake was offered to you. I apologize for that. No. Was there something like that going behind the scenes? I thought he was just lamenting the quality of alcohol in general. There's that too, but Michael-san was looking at me as if he wanted to say something. What is it? Regarding the ranking, I'd appreciate it if you could, According to Michael-san, it is difficult to hold election for nobles and commoners together, even if the number of votes is to be differentiated. Furthermore, it is hard to make people be aware of the ranking because only those who are concerned with the taste of alcohol would join it. He said majority of the commoners would rebel and things will be rough. I see. So, if you allow it, can we just make the ranking only for nobles? No, I understand that this is a punishment, but the barrier to realize it is too great. No, it's not. It's not a punishment. I'm not a noble, so I can't punish anyone. The ranking is just a concept. If you can't do it, then just ignore it. The main goal to begin with is to improve the taste of alcohol, HNN. Michael-san, weren't we talking about water alternative alcohol? Why are we suddenly talking about alcohol? Yes, there are water alternative alcohol, but they're not really widely available in the royal capital. If you need water, you can just produce some using magic. Right, water alternative alcohol is basically distributed to the military. They have to save their magic power for battle. I see. So, water alternative alcohol is treated as water that can be stored. Water spoils quickly if left unattended. Since the purpose is different, is there no point in trying to improve the taste of water alternative alcohol? I hear good alcohol is made by nobles. However, it doesn't seem to be distributed much. I thought, according to our discussion, that they have a market but not being marketed. The problem is that the price is too expensive, but the taste is so bad. Is there a reason why it tastes so bad even if it's expensive? This is just between you and me. It's a way for nobles to pay their debts. The nobles openly borrowing from the commoners won't make them look bad, so they'll hide it and say that they made money from alcohol. Is the amount borrowed added to the selling price of alcohol? Yes. And in order to leave the form of having bought alcohol at a higher price, we too must keep the face value of the alcohol high. Does this mean that the alcohol is not worth the price? That's how it is. Well, most of it goes to sleep in the warehouse then, gets relabeled and sold at a fair price. Incidentally, it is said that nobles who can't make alcohol to do that will use other materials such as timber or ore. Since it is easy to misrepresent the origin of timber and ore, it is said that the price of such items rarely remains high. I'm curious to know where the alcohol comes from. It's the other way around. Nobles who don't have lumber or ore have no choice but to use alcohol. In any case, that is something I don't want to get involved with. I'm sorry, Donovan. I'm going to have to ask you to give it up. As a show of support, let's give funds to Michael-san and ask him to support nobles who have the potential to make good-tasting alcohol. Then, about the rankings. If it's just limited to nobles, everything will be fine, right? Yes. I'm sure either Bezel-sama or Hu-sama will take the lead. It would be great if nobles would compete with each other to produce the best alcohol. Would you be able to ask them to do that? Of course. Thank you very much. I'll inform Randon-sama about this matter. Please, Michael-san was about to run, but seemed to have remembered the purpose of this meeting. Yes, the purpose was to encourage the merchant team to promote the auction. Is the venue that big warehouse in front? That seems to be it. They have rented an entire warehouse and are currently displaying the items to be auctioned there. It still looks a bit far away. From the warehouse, Kirbit, disguised as a demon, came to us. It seems like she has been waiting for us. No, Ah, she was waiting for me. Is something wrong? You're not in a hurry, right? Ridley of the Dalfun Company is looking for village chief to apologize for the alcohol she served you. Ridley? Ah, I've read about her in Tysel's letters. She was Tysel's friend who works for the Dalfun Company, right? And by apology, do you mean the same as Michael-san? She has been racking her brains trying to figure out the ranking with both nobles and commoners. She said even if it's a punishment, it's too harsh. The same all right. It seems like these days, Kirbit is working on strengthening relations with the Dalfon Company on behalf of Tysel, who is busy building her country. So she's asking me to go easy on her. Well, no, the ranking was not intended as a punishment. However, I've already decided to make the ranking for nobles only. Really? Ridley will be pleased. She's on her way to beg to Tysel, right now, so I think she'll come here with Tysel a little later. She's going to Tysel. Ridley haven't met you yet, right? I've sent her a few letters asking her to take care of Tysel, but I don't personally know her. I heard that in order to meet someone in person, they must be introduced by a common acquaintance to each other. It's a hassle, but it can't be helped because I rely on introductions to guarantee my identity. In this case, Tysel must have been chosen as the introducer. As for me, I wouldn't suspect them of being imposters even if they haven't been introduced to me. However, considering the possibility of being caught in a scam, we need to be cautious. Are, can't Kirbit become the introducer? I think she's still wary of a newcomer like me. Also, I'm even dressed like this, and I was introduced as Tysel's collaborator. I see. So Tysel, my daughter, would be much better compared to your present identity. Yes. Understood, I'll say hello when she arrives, please. Yeah, by the way, I was just wondering. Is that how you speak when you're in disguise? I thought you would be more ladylike. I'm trying to adjust, but there might be a problem if I acted out too much. Well, considering Kirbit's purpose, I don't want to give Taurine distorted information based on your disguise personality. That's exactly the reason why I'm still in the process of being taught by Husan. Why who? I can understand if you're asking her for love advice, but does who have any disguise skills? You can't say so, I better ask her myself. Okay, I'll ask her the next time we meet. Chapter 825. Mudslinging. My name is Michael Goron. I am the president of the Goron Company. The Goron Company is not just any company. It is the second biggest company in Demon King's kingdom. Moreover, considering that the Dalfon Company, the biggest, is a federation of multiple companies, you may be surprised at the scale of the Goron Company. I have spent years of efforts in maintaining and expanding the Goron Company, and it hasn't always been smooth sailing. There were times when I suffered from the handicap of being a human in a country of demons. There was a time when the ship owned by our company sank, which made me lose a fraction of my wealth. It would probably take me half a year to tell you all about my hardships. And now, as the president of the Goron Company, I'm currently experiencing a cliffhanger that I had only experienced a few times in my life. Early morning. A letter arrived at the company. The sender was Randon-sama. He is one of the leading figures in the Demon King's kingdom. Therefore, the letter was delivered to me with the highest priority. When I received the letter, I was surprised. This is because there was something written in big letters on the seal of the letter. They are very urgent, as soon as possible, very important, and might cause the death of your company. Those were too violent for a joke. However, it shows how urgent it is. In other words, something of utmost importance is written. I hurriedly checked the letter. The letter described how poor quality alcohol had been served at the festival involving village chief and how it had become a topic of conversation. I was surprised at the part about making a ranking. Even though the number of votes would be differentiated, I can only think of trouble if voting involves both nobles and commoners. Honestly speaking, it was simply impossible. However, since it was village chief's order, we must do it. The Goron Company must put this in action. With that in mind, I proceeded to read the letter. To be honest, I couldn't believe what I was reading. So much that I had to read it at least 5 times. I asked my son and subordinates who were nearby to read it as well. The content didn't change. It is written that the Dalfon Company and the Goron Company offered village chief poor quality alcohol. My son, who knew the village chief of Big Tree Village, said, if it was village chief, he'd probably laugh at it and forgive us, right? Yeah, he might. However, everyone around village chief won't. After all, it became the first topic of discussion at last night's meeting. This ranking is punishment. However, it must be done, but we can't right away. It will probably take 5 or even 10 years. For now, the first step is to make a list. Then, have nobles and commoners vote. Impossible, very impossible. Riots and such will happen. In human countries, there are several kingdoms that were destroyed because of elections. It's not good to make the citizens feel the clear difference between nobles and commoners. One noble is equivalent to 100 votes, while one commoner is equivalent to 1 vote. It is an exquisite difference that will frustrate both nobles and commoners alike. Furthermore, the ranking of the taste of alcohol will do nothing but insult commoners who can't afford them. This isn't good. Only the wealthy are concerned about the taste of alcohol. Of course, the majority of the commoners are not wealthy. Then, how much must we spend to appease the commoners? No, that won't work. Damage will occur, and in the worst-case scenario, some will die. The root cause of deaths is the creation of ranking. By extension, village chief, the originator of the ranking, is the cause. No, this can't happen. Even if I had to wear mud on my hand, I must ask him to stop the creation of this ranking. No, I must ask him to cancel the idea of having both nobles and commoners vote. I was glad when I heard about village chief's schedule. I plan to speak with him at the auction's encouragement meeting. I did my best. Then, after the auction encouragement meeting, I saw village chief off to Shashato City and village 5 through the teleportation gate. I feel like I've aged a lot. I had been told that I looked younger recently. What a pity. However, I would not let my mind wander. First of all, I must find what caused this all. I've told them, he is a very important partner. He's not someone we would dare cut corners with. Some people know what they taste like. Thus, I ordered them to bring in as much of the best alcohol they could. It doesn't matter if the warehouse becomes empty. We will receive more profit than that. So, why? Why the heck did they bring in bad-tasting alcohol? I said empty the warehouse if you wish, but I never said push the inventory sleeping in the warehouse. Freddie, my trusted branch manager of the Royal Capital Branch. If you have a plea, say it. I'm sorry. I was called by Viscount Kibble and went to him. I left the delivery to my subordinate. There might be a misunderstanding somewhere. You left it to your subordinate. You left it to your subordinate. You actually left it to your subordinate. I even check the items to be sent to him myself before sending it to him. You know that, don't you? You dare throw it away just because some noble called you out. BB, but I can't just ignore a summon from a noble. They're just probably asking you to lend them money. You, the branch manager, don't have to go there yourself. I was called in by name. GRRR. Got it. It was our fault for not communicating our priorities well enough. Sorry, I guess I have to teach you again. President. Let's go to Big Tree Village together next time. Yes, I don't mind, but... What's this? You actually agreed? I see, so that's how it is. All right. Don't tell me that I cheated you later, so I'll tell you something. Village chief came and gave an encouragement speech for the auction. You saw him, right? Yeah, well, I was with you. The women around village chief. Do you know them? No, but they were certainly beautiful. They were in the parade, don't tell me you didn't see them. You've been working hard. Yeah. We made a lot of money back then. I see. Even so, you should have heard that the angels went on a rampage on the parade, haven't you? Oh, of course. It was the talk of the town for a while. All those women are angels. When I saw off village chief, the ones who placed their hands on my shoulders were Malbit-sama and Ruincha-sama. The bigwigs of the angels themselves. Yeah, village chief, that was being escorted by the angels including those two, is the village chief of Big Tree Village. P. President. Somehow my stomach suddenly ache. If you could, can you let me take a break for a while? Rest assured. I'll take you there no matter what state you are in. I'll make sure you'll meet him up close and personal. Why, PR President? Right, you want to hear what those two told me when they put their hands on my shoulders. They said they're going to do something to fix the ranking problem when they get back to the village. However, since we were the first ones to take blame for it, they'll let it slide this time. Do you understand? We are being tested. Don't be frightened yet, and prepare for your apology. Not only to Big Tree Village, but to the school as well. Why, yes. Well, I don't want to bully Freddie either. Freddy is a descendant of the family that helped my family take root in the Demon King's kingdom when they immigrated from a human country. Freddy is capable. That's the reason why I'm taking him to Big Tree Village. This is a chance for him to step up. I want him to work hard with that in mind. And I want you to know how tired my heart is, even if only a little. Ah, right, there's also Ridley Dono of the Dalfun Company. She is also in the same boat as me. She seems to be involved with Taisel-sama and knows a lot of things. When she apologized, I couldn't help but give her some advice. Earlier, it was not Taisel-sama who accompanied her but E3-sama. Even though we are business rivals, I want to cooperate with them if we can. Yeah. I used to think that I would overtake the Dalfun Company, but I recently have changed my mind. Peace is the best. I can even openly support them and tell them hang in there. The #1 business empire in the Demon King's kingdom is shaking up, which is a business opportunity, but also comes with lots of problems. Dalfun Company. I heard that Kirbit-sama herself has intervened, and the inside is being reorganized. It's all right, on the surface they are not shaking. But hang in there, Dalfun Company, for the peace of Goron Company, right. I'll ask Ridley Dono if she wants to go to Big Tree Village. I'm sure she would be delighted. Michael, I absolutely ask you. Freddy, I absolutely ask you. Subordinate, I absolutely ask you. Subordinate, I ask you. Intern. Well, I guess I should just deliver the alcohol from the warehouse for that school festival. Every time it is passed to someone, it becomes less and less important. Intern, Michael, I won't let you get away. Freddy. That spin double arm, that spinning speed. How powerful Michael Key, Freddy he threw him high, that stance. That can't be Michael Cura Hells, intern Guiyi. This is how angry he was. Normally, he would have forgiven him with a front choke. Michael, would you like to go to Big Tree Village, Ridley Dono? Ridley, do you hate me that much? Malbit, voting, that's a lot of problems. Ruinsha. However, we can't fix it in front of the Demon King and the others. Let's wait until we get back. Michael, please fix it. Malbit, will do. Ruinsha, it's not a praiseworthy act, but I appreciate your attempt to protect Village Chief. Chapter 826. More floating gardens. Night of the day, I returned to the village. Lou pointed out to me the danger of voting. She said that even if there is a difference in votes, it is like quantifying the difference in power between nobles and commoners, and that it will surely cause trouble. To put it simply, it would be nobles are awesome after all and ere. Is that how the nobles want to play? Can the commoners be defeated if we bond together? Factions. Even so, the nobles of the Demon King's kingdom are often powerful, so it won't be easy to start a riot. But we're talking about voting on alcohol, right? Will the difference in power be quantified in that? It will. The alcohol lovers of nobles and the alcohol lovers of commoners will compete. I thought it would be easy to make a ranking, but it turned out to be a bad idea. It wasn't that the ranking was a bad idea. It was that you tried to make a ranking by putting nobles and commoners together. By the way, Michael said he will fix it, right? He did, then there's no problem. I'm sure the Demon King will know what to do too. I've caused them trouble, haven't I? Just think of it as a price for using Taisel so you don't have to worry about it. However, for both the Goron Company and Dalfun Company to offer you bad alcohol, I'm not going to make it big for something like an offering, so don't worry about it. It doesn't work that way. Besides, it would help if they got punished too. Well, we'll take care of that. Will they be all right? We'll go easy on them. It doesn't look like they did it on purpose. I was surprised when I came back to the village and found that the investigation was already over. Friend or foe, that's what's important. The Dalfun Company aside, the Goron Company will be fine, right? We've known each other for a long time. However, that doesn't mean that mistakes will be tolerated. So, it's right to criticize them for their mistakes. Understood, I'll leave it to you. Yeah, leave it to us. Now, let's talk about the other side. Is the other side you're talking about the expansion plan of Village 4? Yeah, we were doing a lot of things there, and it got too big. Too big, yeah. We've made some modifications to the floating gardens to make them bigger. Also, the number of them is much higher than planned. Turning them to fields will be a lot of work. Are you fine with it? I don't really mind, but won't the sky be a mess then? I'm constantly using visual deception magic, so all you'll see up there is the sun castle. That's convenient. Are there any complaints from Gu or Belle? None. On the contrary, they're delighted. If that is the case, I don't mind. I am actually more than happy to plant on a bigger field. I'll talk to the civil servant girls tomorrow and see what we should plant there. But first, I have to go and see it in person. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Noon the next day, we arrived at Village 4. Some of the curos who had come with us as escorts looked like pets that had been tried and taken to the hospital. They were afraid of heights. However, I didn't mean to trick them. Yeah, I called out to them and said I was going out for a walk. They should have noticed it when we boarded the Universal ship, right? Was it my fault? They barked at me saying it was my fault. If you're afraid of heights, you don't have to get on the ship. When I tried to appease them by saying so, they sulked and said that was not the point. It looks like I'll need to take another walk tomorrow. Well, I went to check on the situation in Village 4 with the civil servant girls who had come with me. The main island, the place where the castle is located, was expanded a while ago, but not much has changed. What has changed is the existence of around 30 big and small floating gardens floating around the main island, or rather, to the south. The original plan was to add 4 of them, but the number has indeed increased. The small and big discs are floating individually, but there are ropes and suspension bridges connecting them to the nearby discs and the main island. The scenery changed drastically. The floating gardens still looked bleak since they were all covered with soil. However, I was surprised to see that floating gardens of various sizes are floating in places where there had been nothing around before. Some of the floating gardens are almost as big as the main island. Come to think of it, is there a reason why they are placed on the south side? Is it for sunlight or something? I ask Belle, who has taken the role of a guide. That's part of it, but we don't want them to interfere with the arrival and departure of the Universal ship. 2 made a lot of noise earlier. Ah, I see. 2, the captain of the Universal ship, requested that. Since the floating garden has visual deception magic, it is dangerous if you don't decide their permanent position. Not all of them, though. Sometimes, we need to place them under the shadow of the Sun Castle. Saying so, Belle pointed to the north. There is a big floating garden there. No, it's not a floating garden. It's a floating cylindrical tank. It is a special floating garden for water storage that was developed by Lusama. It is equipped with circulation function to prevent water from spoiling. Each floating garden stores water, but in case of emergency, water can be supplied from that to other floating gardens. Heh, emergency water, huh? Then, what about the water plants growing at the bottom of the tank? We're planning to put fishes there to stir up the water. Water plants for fish, and they were using the shadow of the main island to adjust the water temperature. Well thought out. Ah, wait, won't the fish jump out? They can't jump from the side. However, there is a possibility that they can jump from the top, so we'll have to adjust the amount of water. I see, Fumo good, Fufu. We already expected you to say that, so Lusama prepared a small aquarium. We thought you might want a private aquarium of your own. Woa, it's small, but it's about the size of a 4.5 tatami room. The height can be adjusted, so I can keep fish as long as they are not too big. Personally, I prefer to have an aquarium full of small fish rather than an aquarium full of big fish. I want to enjoy making the layout of the aquatic plants too. This is something I've always wanted to try but couldn't. By the way, can I turn it into an aquarium? Yes, didn't you plan to make an aquarium in Shashato City before? We are already planning to exhibit fish. There is no date yet, but Lou is getting it ready. Thank you. I would like to make this aquarium immediately, but let's do what I came here for first. Right now, I'm inspecting the floating gardens and am considering how to use them. There is no problem using the floating gardens as fields. They are big enough. As for what to cultivate, seasonings, they are in high demand. Then there are fruits, coffee beans, and tea leaves too. If you don't plan to turn everything into field, can you turn some into places where people can exercise? Of course, that place is necessary. It's a garden after all. Ah, and if it's this big, we could even move houses in. Belle and I discussed with the civil servant girls what we would do with the floating gardens. The total number of floating gardens, big and small, is exactly 34. 3 of them are water tanks. Of the remaining 31, we decided to use 20 as fields and the remaining 11 as facilities for the residents of Village 4. since floating gardens can be expanded in layers, so those 20 are big enough. Specifically, the calculation shows that the yield of Village 4 will be 15 times greater than before even without adding layers. 15 times, won't harvesting be a problem? Harvesting in Village 4 was done by the devils and dream demons, but as expected, they will be short on manpower. We need to think about a system to help with the harvest. Night. When I returned to the village, I found that a large amount of foodstuffs had arrived from the Goron Company and Dalfun Company as an apology for the alcohol incident. They are ingredients from the sea and mountains. I was glad to see such delicious-looking foodstuffs, though I think they didn't have to go this far. However, as a return gift, Lou had sent a small barrel filled with gold coins to the Goron Company and Dalfun Company, respectively. Gold coins, wouldn't that be the price rather than a return gift? It's all right. With that money, they will work to make sure that good alcohol will be made. Is that so? It is so. Michael, I sent them an apology and they gave me a heap of gold coins. Ridley, doesn't that mean we have not been forgiven? Michael, and no, I assume they want us to use this money to make good alcohol. Ridley, I see. As expected of the president of the Goron Company, I'll fully cooperate with you. Michael, please, Lou-sama, I'm happy with the territory expansion, but wasn't the plan said only 4 units will be added? Lou, when I was experimenting, I ended up making. I don't think anyone will accidentally make this many. Well, did village chief say anything? Lou, I'm using visual deception magic so he hasn't found out yet. www, what did you say? Lou, don't worry, we won't be scolded. Well, I feel that the number of fields has increased too much. Belle, why don't you just be honest and say that you are researching on making aquariums, that's why it increased a lot? Lou, that would be embarrassing. Chapter 827. Spring is almost over. Morning. I took the Kuros to patrol around the village. The Kuros, who are not good with heights, were wagging their tails happily. I can't help but smile. However, today's plan is to go to Village 4 again. What should I do? Should I tell them? How troubling. The development of the floating gardens in Village 4 is progressing. Large quantities of building materials are being brought in via the universal ship. High elves are beginning to build houses, and the restoration of the castle on the main island is gradually happening. The castle was considered to be rebuilt, but there was a strong opinion for restoration. We have lived here for many years. Summed up on behalf of the group. Right, they must be very attached to it, or so I thought, but there were plans to renovate and expand the castle. We have lived here for many years, but we also have some complaints. Is that how it is? That's how it is. Some of the fields in the castle will be destroyed and turned into gardens. The purpose is to restore the castle's function as a castle. Was hoping to secure a path from the main gate to the audience hall, but for my part, I want to make sure that the fields in the castle are in the right place and are cultivated. Despite the fact that they are being holed up in the castle, having fields all over the castle is a hassle in many ways. When I said that, was happy and started choosing which field to keep and which to destroy. Of course, did not make his choices based on his own judgment and prejudice, but consulted Belle and Cuisine first. They made very solid decisions. I want to learn from them. In the floating garden, the ones being used as water tanks, lizard men are working underwater. The lizard men swam in the water, and their impression was that as they approached the edge, the water became denser and would sweep them further to the side. That means no one would have to worry about jumping out, but they would appreciate a more obvious wall. They said that underwater, it's hard to tell where the edge is. I see. However, I don't think it would look good to enclose the tank aquarium with a wall. I guess I shouldn't worry about the appearance of the water tank since it's for water storage. It would be nice if the walls of the water tank could only be viewed on one side like a one-sided mirror. Well, we'll think about that later, oi. It's not like it's going to be used as a swimming pool. In the floating garden to be used as field, soil is being spread, and next to it, a Nunudafin was checking the light level. The main island of Village 4 has a force field that's protecting it from light, wind, and atmospheric pressure. The floating gardens are also within the force field, so there shouldn't be any problem with light level, but I had them checked just in case. The Nunudapna's judgment is, no problem. Good. However, the soil is She's not happy with it. Well, I haven't plowed it using the aft yet. I plowed a little for the new Daphne who was checking the light level. Ooh, this fluffiness. And yet it's damp, nutritious, and mold-free. Perfect soil as if it was meant for us. Well, I plowed it thinking it was soil for the new Daphnes. No, this is not the same field that was prepared for the elder treants before. What's this? Village Chief, when did you power up? Why you think so? I don't want to leave. If I'm allowed, I wanted to take roots in this land. I would like to have 1 or 2 new Daphnes migrate to Village 4 as contact people, but I'll apply for it. If that is the case, I would prefer if you're on the main island. But I don't want to leave here. Don't worry, I'll plow the main island the same way I plowed this one, and make it a little wider. Please leave it to me. Hahaha, thank you. However, I'll have to get permission from the leader of the new Daphnes, Eeg, before you move. There will definitely be a competition. I'll take that as a recommendation from Village Chief. Should I just plow the ground in the same way? As expected of Village Chief. Good idea. But then there would be less need to settle here. That won't do, sorry, I'll only plow Village 4, that's. I finished today's work while chatting with the new Daphne. Night. I had dinner with Anne, Ramuria, and Senna, who are pregnant. Senna has a long way to go, but Anne and Ramuria's are close to giving birth. The 3 of them seem to be in good health. The main topic of conversation during the meal is about the floating gardens in Village 4. Don't talk about touring, because Anne and Ramuria's will get worried. And I must absolutely not talk about Ursa or Tysel. If I do, the 3 of them would hold their bellies. We must not put a burden on the 3 of them who are already carrying something. I want to be as cheerful as possible so they won't worry about anything. So, Mio. Wait until the meal is over. Yauko too, sorry. After dinner, I listened to what Mio and Yauko had to say. Mio gave me a list of manpower recommendations. She said they were people who could be used to help build Tysel's country. She said she made the list, though she wasn't asked to do so in order to protect the people. She didn't want to be taken out of the country. Understood. Let's hurry up and send them to Tysel. Incidentally, are there any candidates for the king here? Nothing, of course. If there were such a candidate, she wouldn't let him go. I see. Yauko said that it's not fair to expand only Village 4. She said that she would like to request for the expansion of the fields of Village 5 as well. Securing the site to be used as fields is in progress. They are in the process of hiring adventurers to get rid of monsters and demon beasts. Once the land is secured, let's go to Village 5 to make the field. I also want to see how the shrine is doing. Look forward to it. However, before Village 5, we also have to create fields in Village 1, Village 2, and Village 3. There are requests for them. Have they become jealous of Village 4? No, they've already requested even before Village 4's expansion. I used to go there regularly to increase the number of fields, but they were working hard to increase the number of fields on their own. However, given the state of the forest, only after being plowed with the aft can make them decent. After a lot of trial and error, they ended up asking for my help. Fumu, should I wield a hoe too? Have you ever made a field before? No, I never tried. Hahaha, then you don't have to. Besides, Yauko is helping me with various jobs. Please do your best in what you're good at. Mio, you're very helpful too. Understood. I'll make sure to tell Tysel. And Lou, don't touch anyone in Shashato City other than the people on the list Mio gave. That goes for you too, Yauko. Moo, I was noticed. After that, we had a drink. It's kind of awkward seeing the little girl Mio drinking alcohol, but she's older than me. I don't drink in the city. Were you told by a lot of people? No, if they know I can drink, I'll get more invitations to drink. Drunk guests are a pain in the ass. Mio said with a troubled look on her face, and Yauko agreed. I thought Yauko would have a good time drinking around others. No, drunks are troublesome, whether they are guests or subordinates. No, drunk subordinates are the worst. They take out their daily frustrations on me. Yauko said so with a bitter smile on her face while Mio nodded. They both seem to be having a hard time. Let's think of something for them next time. Chapter 828. End of Spring in Sakura. Anne gave birth, and it was fast. It seems like a little after Anne said she was going to give birth, I already heard a baby's cry. Both Anne and the baby are safe. No problem. As for the gender of the baby, it's a girl. Anne seemed ready to go back to work right away, but we asked her to take precautions and rest for a week or so. She could think of a name while lying down. During Torine's time, there were a lot of people who wanted to name him. Doors has brought up some possible names, but let's just brush it off. I think Anne should name her whatever she wants to name her. Me. People say I don't have a good naming sense. How about Sakura? It doesn't absolutely have to be this one, just a candidate. Yes, one of the candidates. Or so I said, but it was decided to be Sakura. Please grow up healthy. In the courtyard of my mansion, I placed a floating garden that will become an aquarium. I don't want to waste the floating function by not putting it in the air, but I have to think what to do when changing water and so on. First of all, I'm going to wash the rocks, sand, and soil that I'm going to put in the aquarium. But then, when I was about to wash rocks, sand, and soil, yeah, the aquarium is big. The floor space is about 4.5 tatami mats. In a way, it's as big as a room. I guess bigger is better than smaller, but this is too big. It's difficult to put stones, sand, and soil, but I'll do my best. Well, the next step is to plant water plants we collected from the river. To prevent the planted plants from falling out, water will be slowly poured into the aquarium. This aquarium can be as high as I like. For now, the amount of water should be just enough to submerge the water plants. Then, I'll leave it for a while until the plants take root. Since I intend to put river fish in the aquarium, I need to adjust the acidity pH level. After all, it is river water. Besides, even if I wanted to adjust the pH level, I don't even know how to check it. Well, I can only rely on trial and error. Let's do our best. If I leave it like this, the chickens in the courtyard will play with it. They are even looking at me from afar. I wondered what to do and decided to use the levitation function, which I had not been able to take advantage of. If it was floating in the air, the chickens wouldn't be able to touch it. It was around 3 meters high. No, the chickens can fly this high. I once built a bathing place for the phoenix chick aegis at that height, and it was used by the chickens. Let's keep it above the mansion. I guess I'll have to ask the angels or harpies to take it down, but it's better than having the chickens mess with it. All right, we're good to go. The next day, I asked the angels to take the aquarium down as Aegis is using it as a swimming pool. It will soon be summer, and the village pool will be open to the public. I guess he wanted to show to everyone how to swim gorgeously up there. You were scolded by the Oni maids when you practiced in the bath. Is that the reason you're practicing there? I see, you're a hard worker. All right. By the way, I don't think birds should do front crawl. You learned it from the pond turtles. If you ask me, floating on the surface of the water like Swan and Black Swan and using your feet too. Wait, can Aegis even float on water? You float, right? I've seen him float in the bathtub many times. HNN, you float, but when you float, the water around heats up, so you adjust the part that gets heated with your feet. So, the difference in water temperature creates a convection current, which is what you're trying to take advantage of. You're able to move around like that. Aren't you amazing? However, if you're just depending on that to move, doesn't that mean you're not swimming? I see. That's why you're practicing. Right, understood. Use this aquarium freely until the pool is opened. Yeah, no problem. All the plants I planted are dying. The water temperature has gotten too hot. Well, thinking about it positively, it means the soil will be disinfected with boiling water. It's okay. No need to apologize. Don't mind it. I'll just gather more water plants. It would be a pity if I let them die. My conversation with Aegis reminded me of Swan and Black Swan. Those two birds, or two people, left the village after the parade. I wonder if I'll only see them again after a year, but they stayed at the shrine in Village 5. Even if I use the aft, it would take several days to build a pond big enough for them at the foot of the mountain where the shrine is located. I asked Khan, the leader of the silver foxes that manages the shrine, if they would be willing to accept Swan and Black Swan, and since they accepted them, there was nothing I could say to refuse. However, if they are going to dig a pond, I want to help them. They said they couldn't easily build a pond because of many conditions. Even if they stay at the shrine, Swan and Black Swan are said to be having their usual fights. That seems to please the worshippers, so I would like to believe that they are not annoying anyone. I look up at the sky. It's almost time to go. As planned, silhouettes jumped from Village 4 one after another. A few moments later, parachutes opened, and they started to descend. The ones who jumped down were the residents of Village 4, which are the devils and dream demons. Village 4 have floating gardens, and this was an evacuation drill in case something happened to the floating gardens. The devils and dream demons can fly, but there are times when they are injured and cannot fly. There is also some kind of magic spell that can render someone unable to fly. You shouldn't let your guard down just because you can fly. We have decided to keep parachutes in every floating garden. This time, we practiced evacuation using parachutes. To ensure that there would be no problem during the parachute descent, angels were flying around the descenders. The planned drop site was in the forest on the west side of the village. The Kuros had already driven the monsters and demon beasts beforehand, so safety was assured. However, we checked the wind direction and executed the plan, but it somehow veered off to the side. Since it is dangerous to descend into the forest off-course because of monsters and demon beasts, those who might go off-course started flying on their own judgment. Their descent was interrupted. Most of them failed to land at the planned descent point. It is difficult to operate a parachute. It can't be helped. By the way, it's not the planned descent point, but the slimes made a spectacular descent at the courtyard of my mansion. This is not a game. No, the slimes' descent was good because they were playing with parachutes. Should we recommend sky diving as a sport in Village 4? Let's think about it. Evening, I found a lot of fish in my aquarium. They are fish that live in the nearby river. Apparently, Aegis had caught them in cooperation with the spiderlings. I guess he was apologizing for ruining my aquarium. I told you not to worry about it. The water seems to have been cooled down. The fish in the river are just swimming fine. Spiderlings, thank you too. Did you catch them using a net made of web? No, manually? Amazing, you even caught big ones. Yeah, let's go fishing together sometime. No, I know I'm not a good fisherman. Honestly speaking, I'm bad at it. However, since I'm not good at fishing, it means I have a lot of room to grow. I'll show you how good I've grown. Fufufu. Ah, it's almost time to eat. Today's meal is made with fish sent by the Goron Company and the Dalfun Company. Eat a lot and grow up. Yeah, that's right. I want to feed Sakura too. However, she can only drink breast milk for now, but she'll grow up soon. Chapter 829. Spring Harvest and Parents Who Are Worried About Their Children. Morning. The aquarium built by Aegis and Spiderlings was turned into a fish tank by the Oni maids. Aren't you supposed to remove the mud? If you're going to eat them, yes. I looked at Aegis and the Spiderlings as I said that, but they said they're fine with those being eat. Rather, Aegis tilted his head, as if asking if we're not going to eat them. Anyway, I guess you didn't understand what an aquarium is and what they are for. I vowed to put up a sign saying, not for eating, when I built my aquarium. Noon. The pond turtles in the reservoir asked me to help them build their aquarium. Come to think of it, the pond turtles are monsters that are often referred to as guardian deities of the pond. They don't look like monsters, though. I heard that they can also cultivate water plants. I see, got it. I'll help you with that. However, I'm thinking of starting out with a smaller aquarium. The pond turtles said they will be okay in any size. Thanks. Spring harvest has begun. We're going to harvest a lot and then plant summer crops. However, harvesting is never easy. It is important to know how well the crops grew. It's very important. After all, thanks to the aft, the crops grow fast, but that also means they spoil fast. As the matter of fact, it is. That's why harvesting the crops at the right time is important. We must never miss the harvest time of each crop. But I don't worry about that. In Big Tree Village, there are professionals who can assess the growth of the crops. They are Kuro and the Inferno Wolves and Zabuton and the Spiderlings. They were the only ones who. This field over here is ready for harvesting. That field over there will be ready in a day or two. Sorry. Please support the garlic field now. If we don't hurry, it will taste bad. Dorim-san, the radish harvest is tomorrow. You don't have to keep eye on them, so just help us over here. Today's harvest will go to the new warehouse, but the potatoes, carrots, and onions will go to the usual warehouse. The pumpkins will be shade-dried, so put them outside. Not inside the warehouse, but on the right side of the new warehouse. Right to where the tents are. Hey, Angel, you're not supposed to eat. The High Elves and the Beast Girls took the lead in giving instructions, and the crops were harvested one after another by all the people of the village. The number of people who can tell how well the crops are growing is increasing. Well, We've been doing this for years, so I can tell too. But I'm not that proficient yet. No, I can tell to some extent, but the timing is different between harvesting crops to be eaten that day and harvesting crops to be eaten at a later date. On TV, the only thing I watched was harvesting of the crops that would be eaten the same day. Anyway, I worked hard harvesting with Kuro and the Inferno wolves and Zabuton and the spiderlings. When I started planting summer crops using the aft, Torin came back. He came back to meet Anne's daughter, Sakura, which is Torin's little sister. As soon as Anne saw Torin, she scolded him for throwing his work away, but Alfred and Ursa returned with him, so it all ended with just words. Well, they didn't spend days on the road since they used the teleportation gates. Furthermore, Anne knows that Torin was also worried about his mother, so she didn't say anything too loud. Alfred and Ursa are back to see Sakura, but they are reserved so as to not disturb Anne and Torin. I don't think they need to be reserved, though. She is their little sister, even if they have different mothers. Tysel didn't come back with them because she's busy with various things in her country building. She is working hard to make sure that the people on the list Mio made don't run away from her. She will probably make time somewhere and return to see Sakura. I'm not worried. Maybe because Ursa is back, Zabuton and Hakurin came. Looks like they are having a tea party with Ursa. Alfred is heading to Donovan. Not to lose place. You were asked by the Goron Company and Dalfun Company if Donovan could give some advice on brewing. As Lou said, they are working on making good alcohol. Donovan should be inspecting the warehouses with the civil servant girls today. He said he wanted to secure some of the spring harvest for brewing. And make sure you see Lou before you leave. If you leave without seeing her, she'll sulk. The day after Alfred and the others brought back the spring harvest as souvenirs. Ria, Rise, and Rafa came over. Seeing the three of them, we should be talking about Ririus and the others, right? Ririus, Riguru, and Rat seem to want to go outside the village. I guess they are. What should we do? What do you mean by asking that? Didn't they say where they wanted to go? No. However, they seem to be interested in the outside world. It's mainly because Torin, who's the same age as them, is out there. If Tysel were to summon them, they'll leave in a heartbeat. Fumu, as a parent, I suppose I shouldn't restrict my children who want to go outside. That doesn't mean we should just throw them out because they wanted to. For now, let them study so that they can go outside, especially general knowledge, and also how to behave. I don't encourage fighting, but they also need to be able to defend themselves. What about not letting them out? If they want to go, don't stop them. You understood. We're going to gradually increase what they'll need to study so they won't realize they won't be going out. Isn't it okay to tell them? If they notice, they'll want to go outside the village. They've just been born. Torin's the same age as them, and as far as their body is concerned, they are bigger than Torin, right? They are still children. I guess so. I wonder if there is a difference in sensibility between races in this aspect. I hope Ririus and the others have that sense. No, I guess it's weird to let them out at the age of 10, right? Anyway, let's make sure we can communicate with Ririus and the others so they won't run off. The day after I thought of that, Hakurin reported to me that Ririus, Riguru, and Rat asked her for advice about going outside. Hakurin said that if they wanted to go outside, they would need to show their ability or they can't convince anyone and issued them an assignment. That can only buy time. So, what are you going to do? If they want to, then do it. I told Hakurin what I had talked to Ria and the others yesterday, and she agreed to help them study about going outside. Of course, we will keep Ria and the others informed. If Ria and the others proceeded with their study plant and Hakurin proceeded with hers, Ririus and the others would fall. Studying moderately is important. Incidentally, in Hakurin's view, Ririus and the others' general knowledge and behavior are sufficient. They have learned a lot from Yauko, Gulf, and the civil servant girls. There would be no problem even if they leave this place. However, their combat skills are not yet up to par. In this regard, they lack experience by a lot. They can kill rabbits in the forest, but they'll be in danger with a wild boar. Well, I don't think you need to be able to fight if you'll stay in Village 5, Shashato City, or the royal capital, so that shouldn't be a problem. Right. Understood. Just don't tell that to Ririus and the others. Though Ririus and the others will be glad, Ria and the others will be worried. Village Chief, Is it a characteristic of the high elves of not wanting their children to get out of the house? Rhea: yes, it is. Maybe we are being overprotective because we don't give birth that much. Village chief: don't give birth that much. Is that so? Rhea: yeah, we seem to be a race with low sex drive. Village chief: Rhea, Rigyun. Rhea ran out of the forest when she was about 10 years old. Rhea B: but I just walked to another family's place. I didn't get out of the forest. Rigyun: I disciplined her to make sure she won't leave our territory. Rhea: with a rope. Who else would do that? Rigyun: village chief, I'm a mother too, so I think it is inevitable for children to leave. If you would send them to the royal capital, I will take care of them. Rhea: so that's your plan. I won't give you our children. Chapter 830. Summer and good news. The temperature suddenly rose so high that it seemed like summer. But I don't feel hot, I feel cold. Magic is so convenient, I'm thankful for it. The simple air conditioner-like fans made with ice and wind magic tools created by Lu are now used in every household of Big Tree Village. The mountain elves have made considerable improvements, and the quiet, comfortable breeze it produces is cool. They have been installed in every room of my residence, but it is the Ainikos who are particularly pleased with it. Together with the tiger Saugetsu, they are always monopolizing the best position. HNN. Girar and Oru the Orthros, who are in Guron's house, are also happy with the fan. The two of them usually fight with each other as for who will be standing in front of the fan. I guess they're getting along well. Great. However, be careful not to catch a cold from too much exposure to the fan, though I'm sure you'll be all right. Start of summer. Ramurias gave birth. Unlike Anne, it was Ramuria's first delivery. It was a long delivery that lasted for half a day. However, when it was over, both mother and child were healthy. What a relief. I was relieved and happy, but the Beast Girls were even more relieved and happy than I was. After all, Ramurias had been taking care of them ever since they came to Big Tree Village. Gal, Sil, and Bron, who were living in the royal capital, had also rushed to the village upon hearing the news that Ramurias had given birth. And Taurine and Tysel came back with them. By the way, Alfred and Ursa didn't come back this time. They returned when Sakura was born, so they probably thought their turn was already over. I understand that, but Zabuton and Hakurin were not happy that Ursa didn't come back. Ramurias gave birth to a baby girl. Ramurias was the one who named her, and she was named Ramna. It is said that she was a great heroine of the Honest, which has been handed down from generation to generation. When the Oni maids heard the name, they all had a mixture of various emotions on their faces. I'm curious about what kind of great heroine she is and what she did, but I don't think that's a bad name. Now, Ramurias is banned from returning to work for the time being considering the fatigue of a prolonged childbirth. As far as I'm concerned, I'd like her to take a few months off, but it was decided to check every 10 days. This was fully endorsed by the Oni maids, the Beast Girls, Gal, Sil, and Bron. If she couldn't go back to work, she would be unhappy. By the way, Anne, who gave birth to Sakura, is already back at work with a big smile on her face. Of course, she's taking good care of Sakura. If you ask me, I don't mind even if she takes a few months or even a year off. I had a little chat with Gal, Sil, and Bron since they're back. It's been a while. Each has no problem with their marriages. None, right? Sil, are you all right? You're not under any kind of spell or curse, are you? If you can't say it out loud, you can write it. Are you sure you're okay? It's good if you are. If something goes wrong, talk to Gal and Bron about it. Gal and Bron, feel free to talk to each other too. Ah, right, me saying that is totally unnecessary. Sorry. It's just, neighbor your neighbors, right? It's good that you have good neighbors. Yeah, it's good that you are close with each other. Also, this is something unnecessary to say too, but if you have any problem, don't hesitate to contact me. And then, Gal reported something. Endori and Kirasana are pregnant. Whoa, great, I'm so happy for you. Thank you very much. It's just, 8. What, is there something you want to tell me, or want me to do? Feel free to say it. I need to tell their elder sisters, can I ask village chief to do that for me? HNN. Endori and Kirasana's elder sisters are both civil servant girls in Big Tree Village. I don't mind, but... Can't you tell them yourself? That's my wives told me to do. What? Ah, right. Is the fact that the younger sisters got pregnant before the elder sister, right? I don't have siblings, but I can imagine. All right. Just telling them is not difficult. I'll take care of it. Thank you very much. However, isn't it difficult since both of your wives are pregnant? Their parents sent us a lot of maids and attendants to help us. I see, all is well then. However, if push comes to shove, you can come back here if you want. I know it might not be comfortable for pregnant women to have their environment suddenly change, but if they prefer it, you can just go to Village 5. Thank you very much. I'll discuss this with my wives and see what we can come up with. All right, I've heard good news. However, I should note that I shouldn't ask Syl or Braun, is your wife pregnant yet? Now, that is their husband and wife's affairs. That's not something I should barge on. It's not like they absolutely have to have a child. No, don't people say a lot of things if you don't have children? Possible. However, I don't think it's right for me to say anything else about that issue, so let's change the subject. Right. The royal capital is reasonably hot in summer, right? You can take a couple of fans back with you. Is that all right? Yeah, we're planning to commercialize it soon. I'd like to get your feedback. These fans are like simple air conditioners that have been used in Big Tree Village since years ago, but we have not sold them to the outside world. This is because we first focused on getting them to every household in Big Tree Village. After that, it expanded to Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, Village 4, and the hot spring area. In Village 5, Yaoko's mansion, the offices and meeting rooms of the village hall all have it too. By the way, the ice and wind magic tool that Lou is making are still very expensive. Only a limited number of people will be able to buy them. We don't expect the number of sales to increase that much, but since we're going to sell them, we want to make sure we gather the right information to increase customer satisfaction. Understood, we will definitely send our feedbacks. Yeah, I'm counting on you. After seeing Gall, Syl, and Braun return to the royal capital, I gave the message Gall had asked me to give to Endori and Kirasana's older sisters. Women's jealousy is terrifying, I thought. No, it should be jealousy between elder sister and little sister. Anyway, on the backs of the two of them, I can see honest-like silhouettes. Ah, I shouldn't have told them. Hey, don't do anything that may harm Endori and Kirasana. And don't send offensive gifts in the name of pregnancy celebration. What's this pressure? Do what you want after they give birth. Ah, this is bad. They're not listening to me. Frau happened to pass by, so I asked for her help. Ah, since they are making a fuss, it means everything's all right. If they're just silent and serious, they're planning something. Besides, it's easy to calm them down. Really? Yeah, they only need to get pregnant too. They should have been stimulated after seeing Ansan and Ramuria-san's babies. I ran away. As fast as I could, I didn't even dare look back. I showed my quick thinking power in the heat of the moment, because it was still noon. The sun is still high. However, Frau and the other civil servant girls were able to surround me. The world is a fleeting place. I was surrounded by the civil servant girls. I called for help. The number of civil servant girls increased. Why? Chapter 831. Stench Incident. Morning. I look around the village, forgetting what happened yesterday afternoon and night. Ririus, Riguru, and Rat were running. They're running quite fast. Is this part of their physical fitness program? Come to think of it, Hakurin said she had given them an assignment, but I hadn't heard what it was. I hope it's not something reckless. I'll ask her later. Well, my plan for today is to work at the hot spring area. I'm going to use the teleportation gate in Big Tree Dungeon to get to the hot spring area. The universal ship dock is near the dungeon, so the Kuros, who are not good with heights, are having an emotional roller coaster while accompanying me. Even though I repeatedly told them I was going to the hot spring area, they slowed their steps and their atmosphere dropped as we got near the dock of the universal ship. When we passed that universal ship dock and entered Big Tree Dungeon, they were still very tense. It would be rude to call it funny, but seeing their light footsteps, that look as if they're skipping, was interesting. When we arrived at the hot spring area, Usura greeted us. Usura seems to have settled well in the hot spring area. It is good to see that it seems to be getting along well with the Pride of Lions, the Ghost Knights, and Yoru, who's managing the teleportation gate to the hot spring area. The Ghost Sorceress is currently not here because she goes to Big Tree Village as a teacher. However, she has her own laboratory here in the hot spring area. I heard that Lou, Flora, and Tyr sometimes come here to conduct experiments with her. The purpose of my visit to the hot spring is to inspect that said laboratory, or rather. Well, I received a petition first thing this morning from Yoru, and the lions pried to do something about the stench coming from the lab. Even though it is located at the edge of the hot spring area, the stench couldn't be considered as good news. A bad smell is a danger signal. If you don't know what's causing the stench, it's even worse. I'm currently working as a scout to find out what's causing that stench. I was going to ask what was going on, but the ghost sorceress was in class and Lou and Tyr were at work. I couldn't find Flora. Well, some experiment must have failed. As I approached the lab with that in mind, the Kuros who had come to the hot spring with me let out sad hissing noises. Ah, I can already smell it too. The type of smell that irritates one's nose. The Kuros must be having a difficult time. However, since they came with me as escorts, they couldn't leave my side. They look at me again and again as if wanting to ask me to stop moving forward. Sorry. I have to check out the cause of the problem. Or, do you want to go back and ask for replacement escorts? The spiderlings probably. Bad idea, okay, let's move on then. I have to admit, I almost lost my courage twice. That's how bad the stench is. My nose almost bent itself. When I knocked on the door of the lab, I worked so hard to reach. No one's answering, so I opened it and I was smashed by a nose-breaking stench. The stench up to now was only a leak. Its full power attacked my nose as soon as I opened the door. I guess true stench hits you like a punch in the nose. I felt lightheaded. Beside me, one of the young Kuros who was escorting me screamed and fell down. Lack of experience because of youth. He must have sniffed it with all his might. He was convulsing. This isn't good. I pulled back with the fainted Kuro. After reaching a place where the smell is a little better, I use a leaf of the world tree on the fallen Kuro. Great. He recovered safely. Then, I check the current situation. This place is quite far from the lab, but I can still smell it. Has it attacked itself on me? No, that's not it. It's because I didn't close the door of the lab when I left. I was in a hurry. Since I didn't close the door of the lab, will this stench spread to the entire hot spring area? That would be a problem. I must close the door of the lab. That means I must go there again, right? Phew, I can't. I already lost all courage. The Kuros don't like it either. We have no choice. Let's call for help. At the hot spring area, there are Yoru, the Lion's Pride, the Ghost Knights, and Usura. Yoru and the Lion's Pride were the ones who petitioned me to do something about the stench, so it would be impossible to ask them. No, they might go if I ask them, but if you ask me, I don't want them to go. Usura has only just arrived here. I don't want to force it either. My only hope is the Ghost Knights. Ghost Knights, can you smell? They say it's okay as long as they don't try. Sorry, can you go close the door of the lab? I'm really sorry, the Ghost Knight is back. He was carrying an unconscious Flora. Flora was in that lab. Are you all right? Does she need the leaves of the world tree? Are, is it safe to use leaves of the world tree on vampires? I should have asked Lou. Ado, what am I supposed to do now? Should we take her back to the village? Flora smells really bad, but it's an emergency. It can't be helped. Ugh, I'm all right. Sorry. Just as I was about to pick up Flora, she woke up. When Flora woke up and stood on her own, she used magic to remove the smell that's on me, the Ghost Knight, and the Kuros. Finally, she erased the smell on herself and the smell around the lab. Ah, I can finally take a deep breath. Magic is amazing. And what about inside the lab? She said it was impossible since the source of the stench was there. I see. We'll have to think of some countermeasures, like double doors. By the way, what's causing this stench? Ahaha, I'm researching fermented food so. Flora said she had been doing research on fermented foods here. Aren't you doing your research on miso, natto, and cheese in Big Tree Village? Yeah. However, Anne and Remuria got pregnant. We were told that during pregnancy, they were really sensitive to smells. Do you know why it smelled so bad? It's fermented food. Ah, yeah. However, this is just so awful. Sorry, magic was supposed to counteract it, but I didn't think the smell would break that magic. It broke your magic. Yeah, that's why I fainted. That's amazing in some way. Yeah, it's amazing, right? This is a new weapon. You're researching food, right? I am. To summarize Flora's story, the cause of the stench was the research on fermenting fish. The smell was suppressed by magic, but the smell broke through the magic, so the odor leaked to the surrounding area. What would be the countermeasure now? Strengthen the spell. Also, the lab needs to be renovated. I don't want any smell to leak from it. I'll ask the high elves to do that. Please. As for the rest, I'll apologize to Yoru and the Lion's Pride. I'll apologize, it was my fault. Didn't this happen because you were looking out for Anne and Ramurias? No. Then, let's both apologize. Understood. Thus, the stench from the lab was resolved. Later that day, that stinking fermented food, I thought it was a failure, but when I cooked it, it was delicious. You ate it, you're amazing. Also, I'm glad that you find it delicious, but what happened to the smell when you cooked? That you know. It doubled, didn't it? It didn't double. The strengthened spell was destroyed. I see, you're not allowed to bring it to Big Tree Village. Lou, I heard an amazing weapon was created. Village Chief, it's an anti-nose weapon, so I won't let anyone use it. Lou, Yaru, I heard an amazing weapon was created. Village Chief, it's a weapon that attacks with smell. Lou, don't you have a human heart? That's terrible. Mio, usage? It should be good for riot control, right? Yauko, I'd like some. Anything you'll seal with it will be safe. Gulf, I'm afraid its usage is very limited. Daga, we have to be careful about the direction of the wind. We don't want our own camp to be damaged when we use it. Village Chief, don't even think about any practical usage. Chapter 832. Angel's Council. The stench that Flora researched. No, excuse me. There was a plan to weaponize that stinky food. I thought Flora was joking, and I didn't expect that someone would actually take that seriously. Lou, well, since they are going to weaponize the smell, it would be like a security device. I hope they will be careful to not accidentally use it on the Kuros. While I was thinking of that, a prototype was quickly made. It is a tube-type weapon that can be used manually. While at that stage, it doesn't leak any kind of smell. However, once the string is pulled, the tube twisted, or even broke, the stench will instantly spread. We immediately started experimenting. It was too dangerous to do this in the village, so we moved deep into the forest. The giant boar ran away. The giant bear ran away. The giant snake ran away. Isn't this the strongest? It didn't work on Zabutin and the spiderlings, though. And of course, the Kuros didn't like it. Lulu, please don't me the spiderlings carry tubes on their backs. It makes the cute spiderlings look like evil weapons. Practical use and mass production, those need to be considered. It's difficult to handle after all. Without someone who can use smell-removing magic, the damage will increase. It might be useful for avoiding demon beasts and monsters when walking in the forest, but I don't think those who need such things can stand the smell too. You can make some of them, but make sure they are stored securely. And if you're going to keep them in the basement, make sure they are completely covered. Please, one day in summer, the angels gathered in a room of my mansion and had a big meeting. All the angels of Big Tree Village. No, not really. The children, such as Aurora, Rose Maria, Lalidal, and Tormain, aren't there. The rest of the angels have gathered. They gathered around a round table, but as expected, not everyone can seat Sotir, Gran Maria, Kudal, Koron, Suaruryu, Suaruku, Malbit, Ruinsha, Raz Maria, Reginleif, and a few others are seated. The rest are standing around. For some reason, I was invited to sit in on such a big meeting. I thought they were going to discuss the traditional Garrett Kingdom, but I was wrong. It was the hierarchical order of the angels. When I say hierarchical order, I don't mean the hierarchical order of the entire angel race in Big Tree Village, but the hierarchical order of the angels who are living in Big Tree Village. It seems like there was a bit of a trouble. What's troubling them? If you ask me about the hierarchical order of the angels living in Big Tree Village, from my point of view, Tyr would be heir. Malbit is the one in command of the angels more often than not. Are they telling me that Malbit retired or something? I haven't heard any reports about that, though. Of course, as the very first Agnel who moved to this place became village chief's wife, Tysel and Aurora's mother, Tyr is at the top of the list. Right. Unlike usual, I nodded my head while Malbit was talking seriously. However, is Tyr leading the angles? Is she able to do so? If you ask me, I would say no. Is that so? I can honestly say that Gran Maria is doing a better job of leading the whole race. Yeah, she's certainly working hard. When we arrived here, Gran Maria left anything related to leadership to us and focuses on her own work. She did. That's not a problem before, since we used to go in this village from the Angel Village in Garrett Kingdom. But now, we are recognized settlers of this village. Yeah, in that case, the representative of the angels in this village is none other than Tyr, even though if we use the former, Tyr would be under us. So what's the problem? Confusion in the chain of command. When we and Tyr's opinions are in conflict, we don't know which opinion should take precedence. Of course, if you ask me, Tyr's opinion should take precedence. However, we are the ones who are usually in command. Some will not listen to Tyr's command and ask for our opinion. In addition, instructions from village chief to the angel are given to Tyr. The instructions will then be conveyed from Tyr to us, but there are inevitably differences in the exact nuances. This means that we cannot accurately carry out village chief's instructions. Furthermore, the result of our actions is also communicated to Tyr and then reported to village chief. However, the response is monopolized by Tyr. We can't even verify whether what we did were right or wrong. Sorry, I didn't understand you very well because you spoke too fast. Just give me the gist of it briefly. We can't forgive Tyr for making us do all the hard work while she lives in comfort. I think you said something about the chain of command. That's the whole point. Ah, I see. Ado, that's the reason you're having a big meeting. I apologize for taking up so much space in your mansion. No, it's fine. All the angels of Big Tree Village are gathered here. However, since I was suddenly called to this big meeting, I haven't received any explanation as to why I should be here. Don't mind the small details. No, that's the part I'm concerned about. Then, please look at that. Malbit pointed at Tyr. She has been sitting in her seat since before I arrived, but she hasn't moved an inch. Her eyes are closed and she is still. She didn't even react when Malbit pointed her finger at her. Is Tyr mad or something? No, she's just sleeping. She's just sleeping. Even at big meetings like this, she will just sleep. No, she stays awake when there's a meeting in the village. She even freely says her opinions. Then, please call her out. Yeah, I called out Tyr as Malbit requested. There was no response. She's magically blocking external stimuli, even against attacks. Malbit shoots something out of her finger to Tyr. However, before it could hit her, it was blocked by something and fell down. Simple attacks can't wake her up. How do we wake up Tyr then? We can either use a powerful attack to wake her up or a specific set of words. I would like to attack her, but I think she has done some countermeasures against it, and there will also be damage to the surroundings. That means we can only use words. Watch and see. Malbit gives a quick glance at Ruintia and starts talking. All right, today's meeting is adjourned. The moment Malbit says so, Tyr opened her eyes and said, "That was a productive meeting. Please work hard according to what was discussed." Then, dismissed. Tyr stood up, bowed, and was about to leave the room when she was caught by Ruintia, who made her return to her seat. Are. Village Chief, you didn't tell me that Village Chief will be participating. Ignoring Tyr, who was angry at being cheated, Malbit bowed to me and said, "Please." Understood. Tyr, I need to talk to you later. Why yeah. So what about this big meeting? Is it now adjourned? Of course not. Now that Tyr is away, we will begin. Chapter 833. Angel Council and Tyr. The grand meeting began. First topic is the reconfirmation of the hierarchical order within the angels in Big Tree Village. Although Tyr is the representative in Big Tree Village, Malbit is the official chief of the angels. Therefore, if I were to give instructions to the angels, I would give it to Malbit. In the event of a conflict of opinion between Tyr and Malbit, Tyr's opinion takes precedence, but in the event that Malbit has received my instructions, Malbit takes precedence. The organization under Malbit will stay the same. Malbit will also continue to be the chief of the angels. Next, a recap of their job in Big Tree Village. The basic job of the angels is to patrol from above, but since there are more of them now, there is plenty of time to spare even if they take turns. While it is important to have enough time to spare, having too much time to spare hurts the eyes of other races living in Big Tree Village. Tyr and Gran Maria, who have been here since the village was small, would have been fine, but the newly arrived angels need to show that they are working hard in the right manner. They did a good job in harvesting a while ago, but there were many occasions when they dragged their feet due to inexperience. There's no point in rushing around here, so for my part, I only wish for them to get used to it slowly. However, the angels seem to can't afford to be lax. They need to request cooperation from other races and learn their jobs as soon as possible. There is also the problem with how the demons of the kingdom view the angels. Although they had already expected this, Malbit and the others are troubled by the fact that it hasn't fallen short of their expectations. There was a plan to dispatch angels to Tysel's place in the royal capital, Village 5, and Shashato City as civil servants, but it became impossible under the current circumstances. If they were to disguise themselves like Kirbit, they could, but if they were to publicly go out as angels, it would only be possible in Village 5. The angels think that this is a result of their past deeds, but since they were at war, it was mutual. There was nothing they could do. However, they also understand that since the war is over, there is no need for resentment. According to the experience of the angels, this kind of thing will not be resolved in time, so they decided to patiently wait for a chance to contribute to the Demon King's kingdom in some way. Finally, it was decided that Aurora would succeed the command of the angels after Malbit in the future. She would be educated in preparation for this. Wait a minute, Aurora is still a little girl. I'm not happy with forcibly deciding about her future. However, Tyr, Aurora's mother, stopped me from resisting it. She just wants to spoil her granddaughter under the guise of education. She would never do anything detrimental to Aurora. Is that so? When I looked at Ruintia, she had no expression on her face, but her wings on her back were flapping and shaking. It seems to be true. Well then, the grand meeting was declared to be over and dismissed. The angels who had participated in the grand meeting left the room. Tyr was about to leave in a natural way, but I caught her. I told you earlier that we need to talk. Ehate. Just as Tyr gave up, Malbit came in out of serious mode. Village chief, I'm tired. Hey, don't act spoiled. Fufufu, sorry for calling you so suddenly. Don't be, well, you probably want to catch Tyr off guard. If it had been on my schedule in advance, Tyr would have known that I was going to be at the meeting. However, I didn't realize Tyr had this side. We've known each other for a long time. Tyr turns her face away as I stare at her. Malbit followed up on this Tyr. If Tyr was solid, she would have been the chief of the angels. Malbit says that Tyr's personality is not suited for being a leader. Furthermore, Tyr's fighting ability is high, but she is not so good at group combat. She can do something that looks like combat command, but she doesn't have a good reputation for leading a group. It would be really worrying to make her the angels' chief. Why, you don't have to say that. Tyr says sulkily, but Malbit didn't stop. Originally, she wasn't allowed to act alone. They said that it is planned to capture and train her as a potential chief candidate. The reason they weren't able to do so was because they couldn't catch her. In addition to that, she also gave up on her education. That makes me wonder, was Tyr a problem child? Tyr even influenced those who can keep up with her, Gran Maria and the others, so she could act independently. Tyr, there's no need to be embarrassed since you're not getting any praise. HNN, Ruintia came over too. Do you want to say something to her? Go on. The fact that she got married and had children and still didn't inform her parent indicates she's a problem child. Ado, sorry about that. We left Malbit and Ruintia and had a talk with Tyr in my room. Kuro, Yuki, it would be great if you could give us some space. Sorry, it's serious. It's not sexy time, so you don't have to leave. Spiderlings, I'll play with you later. Sorry, now Tyr. What's with sleeping while in a meeting with your fellow angels? I mean, you're there and you have to hear what they have to say, right? Angel meetings just go in circles. Given today's meeting, I don't think so. It was only clear and simple because I was there. In normal meetings, it's a hassle because there are a lot more meanings behind their words. They might sound like they're praising someone, but in fact, undermining them. Ah, is that what you were embarrassed by Malbit's words earlier? Ah, she was praising and complaining, but forgiving you in the end because you're the strongest? I see. Tyr is more the type that goes straight even if there are traps. She doesn't want to get involved in such things because it's a hassle to get her opinion across. Fortunately, she was strong enough to be called the strongest angel, so she was able to move independently. Fumu. That's the reason why you reached this village, so it's not bad at all, but I don't think it's a good idea to leave Gran Maria and the others while you move alone. Ah, Gran Maria and the others didn't even know what you were doing. I see. I guess Lou was the only one who could understand you. No, Lou and you are rivals? Ha, right? I haven't forgotten about it. Yes, I remember. Anyway, try to stay awake as much as possible at the angels' meetings. Sometimes, they talk about the children. It would be troublesome if they suddenly promoted Aurora without us knowing. I don't really care if she wants it herself, but I don't want others to decide how she would live just because it's her duty for her race or something. Though I must admit, I feel bad for Malbit and the others who are only trying to protect your race. Don't worry, everything's all right. Not only Aurora, Tysel is like me too. Should I be happy or sad about that? Shouldn't you be happy? But I just found out that you're a problem child. It's all a matter of perspective. Also, Rose Maria, Lalidal, and Tormain should be all fine. Each of them are well protected by their respective mothers. I'm protecting them too. Husband only needs to move forward if us mothers can't handle it, but as you can see, I didn't become the chief. Moo. By the way, please leave the role of educating the children to Raz Maria. Raz Maria, not Ruintia. Yes, Raz Maria. She is the most gentle of all angels. She also has common sense. Gentle, common sense. The Raz Maria I know attacked Suaruru out of the blue. That's because Suaruru crossed the line. It was all her fault that the gentle Raz Maria did that. I remember that she heard that her granddaughter was born, but couldn't come to the village because someone pushed her work to her, right? That would certainly make someone angry. If you want an opinion about the angles other than mine, Gran Maria, and the others, I would recommend asking Raz Maria. She will give you an opinion that's not influenced by being a wife, an elder, or a chief. Got it, but can't we rely a little more on Ruintia to do it? Mother is verbally harsh, but she's basically overprotective, if you're fine with that. I see. After that, I pampered Tyr a little and the discussion was over. I played with Kuro, Yuki, and the spiderlings who had been waiting for me. Suaruru, I'd like to hold my grandchild too, any progress. Suaruru. Suaruku. Chapter 834. Watch over. Ririus, Riguru, and Rat were carrying heavy objects in the residential area. This must be part of their physical fitness program. So, Hakurin, what kind of assignments did you give them? What matters most is that people here won't worry about them when they go out. I agree. So I told them to at least try to kill a boar in the forest. Isn't that dangerous? But if they can't fight to some extent, people here will be worried, right? I heard there are bad people out there. So, is it safer for them to be able to fight than not to be able to fight? I see. In that case, this will solve some issues. When I said so, Lou, who was standing next to Hakurin, blew up. Arya and the others will definitely be pleased, but isn't asking them to beat a boar too much. That boar in a one-on-one battle is stronger than an inferno wolf. When Lou said that, I looked at a Kuro nearby. It is sleeping by lying on its back in the shade. Stronger than that makes it difficult for me to judge. Perhaps it is, but I think you should ask them something more realistic. We don't want the three of them to get hurt because of recklessness. Also, you don't want to be resented by them, do you? Of course, I don't want them to get hurt, and I also don't want them to resent me. Then should their assignment be changed? Yeah, absolutely. I see. The three are working hard. It would be a problem ruining their hard work by suddenly changing the assignment. For now, let's just tell them not to go out there without permission. If they go into the forest without permission, they should forget about going outside. If I tell them strictly, they will follow. I'm sure they will. I thought about asking Lou and Hakurin, but they were the type who goes overboard. Let's just go to the three and tell them. Also, I've already asked the Kuros and the Spiderlings to protect the three, but I'll ask them again. However, since I'll change their assignment, let's just be careful with the timing. Let's think about it while watching the three of them. I have a few concerns about the children's development. I was wondering at what age they should start going shopping by themselves. I asked Lou, Tyr, and Hakurin, but they didn't seem to know, so I asked Frau. The merchant brings things to our mansion, so I never experienced shopping alone. Come to think of it, Frau was a noble's daughter. I guess that's how it works for her. Then, let's see, Gulf. We barter mostly, so we go shopping as a group. That's what I thought. Then, who should I ask? Those who are raising children. I saw Yauko with Hito in her arms, but I'm sure she has never let her shop alone, right? I won't let her do something so dangerous. Right, who should I ask then? Come to think of it, there are no stores in Big Tree Village where adults can shop, let alone children. We only trade with outsiders via Michael-san and Beazle. So, there is no point in worrying about how old a child has to be to go shopping alone. Ririus and the others are thinking about going outside. I'm handing out reward medals as practice in spending money, but currently, they are treated as exchange tickets. I don't want them to not know how to shop and by extension, how to spend money. Let's ask some more. I asked Jack, the acting village chief of Village 1. If you're going shopping, it means you have money, right? If you let children carry money, bad adults will target them. Thus, we don't allow children to go shopping alone. I see. I guess we can only let them go shopping when they can protect themselves. Understood, thanks. I asked the Minotaur Gordon, the acting village chief of Village 2. We never let children go alone. We worry about bandits and stuff, so we go shop in a group. I asked the Centaur Glueworld, the acting village chief of Village 3. In the first place, it is impossible to let a child go alone. It's already abusive to let them leave out of the residence alone. In conclusion, no one lets their children go shopping alone. It's dangerous, I see. But then, how will the children learn how to spend money? It's common for people to learn by shopping with their parents. This was what Fuda, a Mercury from Village 4 who manages the teleportation gate between Village 5 and Big Tree Dungeon, said. Surprisingly, you have experience raising children? I don't. But that's what I saw and heard when I was helping Yauko-sama with her work. Hey, however, with parents, is it better for me to go shopping with them as much as possible? If it's village chief's child, I think any merchant will come if needed so you don't have to forcibly teach them. That might be the case, but for me, I want them to know how it feels in general. I think it would be a good idea for them to go shopping with an adult. If it's in Village 5, I think it would be safer if they are accompanied by he or Nana. I see, Hish and Nana, like Fuda, are Mercuries from Village 4. Moreover, they are both capable of fighting in their own way. They would be able to protect the children in case of an emergency. You didn't mention Locke's name. Is there a problem with him? Locke can fight in his own way too, but, you see, if Locke leaves, Yauko-sama's work will be delayed. Yauko's understood. I'll rely on he and Nana. You can count on me too. Yeah, I'll count on you. I said so and went back to Big Tree Village. When Ririus and the others go out, I want them to know how to use money. However, Ria and the others would be in a bad mood if I suddenly made them learn how to use money in Village 5, so I'll have to watch my timing as well. Looking back, Gaul, Syl, Braun, Alfred, Taisel, and Taurine went outside from time to time, but I never taught them how to use money, so I guess I should do it more often. No, if you ask me if I'm good with money, I'm not sure if I can answer. I was thinking about that when. How to spend money. We make sure they learn how to do so before going outside. We don't want them to get scammed. That's what Lou said. Fumu, it seems like the education in our village is great. Did I just waste my time then? Ahaha, I don't think it's a bad idea to have them practice in Village 5. Is it? Yeah. It is relatively safe, because Yauko is ruling that place and there are spiderlings there. Also, he and Nana will have more opportunities to interact with the children. Opportunities to interact. There's a difference in how often one sees your children depending on their job. Yoru at the hot spring and 2 on the universal ship sees the children of Big Tree Village a lot, but he and Nana are both stationed at Village 5. I guess we have to think about that too. I doubt he or Nana will ever complain. Well, until the children grow up, I think. You're saying that the children will have to rely on bias later. It is better for the children to hear from different people. Right, by the way, why didn't you mention Locke? If you assign Locke with another job, you'll be in trouble with Yauko. I knew it. I'll have to think about increasing the number of civil servants. You should. It seems like Alfred and the others are already trying to get students at the academy to come here after graduation. However, they are competing with Mio, so we can't expect too much. Is there a shortage of civil servants in Shashato City too? A lot were taken away because of Taisel's country building. Well, it's better to let Yauko and Mio take the civil servants than us. At the end of the day, they will still be subordinates we can use. How come they had problems recruiting subordinates? Mainly because we needed them when we started up the school in Shashato City. Once the school stabilized, they can just pick the graduates from there. I see, by the way, how many graduates have you recruited so far? Ado, there are many of them who are enthusiastic about research, so, well, we do benefit from their research. I appreciate that, so they've never gotten any graduates. I guess that doesn't help in replenishing their civil servants. Don't worry. Some will graduate soon. They will become great civil servants who can read, write, calculate, and do research. Let's just hope for the best. Mio. That's not a school, it's a research facility. Yauko, aren't the graduates there likely to embezzle the budget and do whatever research they want? Lu, that's baseless rumor. Mio. By the way, why don't they just set up their own lab after graduating? Yauko, if it's magic tools or something similar, I'd be happy to buy the result. Village Chief, can't we just replenish our civil servants? Angel, too bad. If they didn't hate us, we would go, just too bad. Mio. Yauka. Village Chief, don't just silently pluck her feathers because you're angry. She's writhing in pain. Mio. I'm going to have you work in disguise so you don't need these wings any longer. Yauko, I'll have her rewarded for agitating me. Angel, I'm sorry ye. Chapter 835. Funding and Prototype Alcohol. Many people can't calculate, so don't let your children go shopping alone. That's what Mio told me when she returned to Big Tree Village. Fumu, come to think of it, aside from restaurants, products in retail stores rarely have price tags on them. Shopping is a matter of bargaining with the seller. Speaking of which, yeah, that's right, but I'm sure I've done my fair share of shopping, but I don't remember doing much bargaining. They are too afraid to bargain with someone with an escort. I see. So, are the escorts meant for that aspect as well? No, hiring escorts only proves one's financial capability and social standing. Well, if the quality of escort is not high enough, they might even take advantage of you. How's Gulf and Daga? They should be good. If they aren't, Lu-sama and the others would have replaced them already. I see, so that's why Lu and the others asked me to bring escorts. By the way, I heard that you paid a lot to the Goron Company and the Dalfun Company to make alcohol. Yeah, it was Lu's idea. Thanks to them, the breweries in Shashato City are in an uproar. Really? Yeah. They say they're going to surpass what the nobles are making. Sounds like a soon-to-be problem. If there's competition, it can be concluded that it's a healthy market. If they have complaint, they just need to make alcohol that won't lose to others. True, however, not everyone can afford to make sake, right? That's right. However, that doesn't mean that the nobles will remain silent. What are they currently doing? They were trying to raise funds to make good alcohol to compete with them. This is exactly what Donovan would love to hear. Right. That's why they were asking Shashato City's governor, Ifrasama, to help fund their projects. Did he? I stopped it. If we're going to fund anything, we're only going to fund something that involves Village Chief. By the way, we're already planning to put collars on some nobles. Collars? Are they thinking of doing something bad? No. We're just going to remind them, when they made a move, that will be detrimental to us. Won't Governor Ifris receive a lot of complaints then? It's all right. Governor Ifris isn't even interested in getting on board. The nobles that are asking for funding from Shashato cities, treasury itself after all. Can't Governor Ifris fund them using his personal money? Though Governor Ifris is not poor, he is not rich either. He refuses all large donations. Ah, an exemplary noble. No, he accepts socializing bribes, however, only up to the acceptable amount. If he doesn't receive any, he will be frowned upon. Fumu, so that's how it is. That's how it is, so what will you do? Do you want to fund them too? Will Mio investigate the other party before providing funds? Of course. All right, how much do you need? Around 20,000 silver coins. 20,000? Why not gold? If anyone was to lend a noble who's in trouble of funds, you can't give him gold coins. Why? If word got out that they had exchanged gold coins, debt collectors will come to their door. Ah, since they are borrowing funds, they'll have to make it look like they borrowed from various sources. Yes. Then, isn't the risk of being scammed too high? We don't want them to just walk away after we've provided the funds, right? That is inevitable, and there are indeed people like that. It looks like you've already taken it into account. I do. As a countermeasure, I will ask Randon Sam and Glatsama's help. If they have the guts to run away while making enemy of the Minister of Internal Affairs and Minister of Military Affairs of the Kingdom, they will not be in financial difficulties. I see. Understood. 20,000 silver coins. Where should I take them? To Shashato City. Also, please make your escorts stand out as much as possible. The angels would be perfect for it. Angels, won't they get in trouble? If they did, they could just kick it with force, right? They're the angels after all. Also, we can let it be known that the source of the funds can ask the angels to escort him. I see, I'll ask them then. Thank you very much. After my talk with Mio, it was already around time for dinner. A small glass was placed in front of me. It was a new kind of alcohol that Donovan and the other elder dwarves had made from flowers and grasses. It's an alcohol, but more of a nutritional drink. It has no sweetness and the aroma is bad. As for the taste, bad too, not something that I would like to drink regularly. I knew it. You knew it. I don't mind you having trial and error, but please don't make me try an alcohol that you already judge as bad. That's not it. We were just wondering if Village Chief could come up with a use for this alcohol, since we can't think of any. Cooking is usually where bad alcohol is being used, but this has a strong pungent smell. The aroma will probably go away a little after heating, but there is a high possibility that it will interfere with cooking. It is also difficult to use it in baking cakes for the same reason. The only thing I can think of is to mix it with some strong flavored drink. It can't be helped then. We can only drink this little by little after eating. Can't you just let it age? Maybe it will be better. The odds are low. Then I guess we can only drink it. Yeah, I'll help out a little. Really? Given the taste, it will not go well with food. Since that means the sooner we finish it, the better, right? Ahaha. That's right. Leave the alcohol with the Oni maids. They will be served to us at meals. Understood. We'll do better next time. Do it moderately. The civil servant girls were already lamenting because you took more crops than they expected. Those are going to be good alcohol. Just let them drink them and they'll feel better. Let's hope so. Dinner. The Demon King was interested in the prototype alcohol I was drinking, so I gave it to him, and he was at a loss for a reaction. It's okay to say it's bad. Donovan himself admitted it was bad. No, I mean that's. This tastes like the alcohol used in the ceremonies in Demon King's kingdom. Really? I drank it myself during my inauguration as the Demon King. The manufacturing method was kept strictly secret. However, because it was kept strictly confidential, no one knows how to make it anymore. I just drank a little bit of the preserved, so I can't say that it's exactly the same. He wanted to take the prototype alcohol back and have it examined. And if it's the same as the alcohol used in the ceremonies, they'll buy it. I appreciate the offer, but I'm willing to give it to you for free. No, I can't take it for free. The alcohol we had saved was running low and is in danger of disappearing completely. Even if you say that, Donovan would be furious if anyone had to pay for this bad alcohol. It's a ceremonial drink, so the taste doesn't really matter. That would put Donovan in a bad mood. Well, how about just buying the manufacturing process? Once you get the ingredients, you can make it yourself. Of course, only if it turned out to be the same alcohol. Also, I'll talk to Donovan for you. Please, you're a lifesaver. The Demon King ate happily. He took the remaining prototype alcohol and left. Then, after seeing the Demon King off, the Oni maid said a few words. It was actually mixed in with the dinner. Isn't it a bit too late to say that now? Chapter 836. Adding pools. Recently, Suwaruryu and Suwaruku are often assigned as my escorts. Are they having specialized work now that their population has increased? I don't really mind adding Suwaruryu and Suwaruku to the ranks of my guard, even though I'm always accompanied by the Kuros and Spiderlings. What I mind is that Suwaruryu and Suwaruku always perform a skit unique to twins. I think it's brilliant since it's exclusive to twins, but for me, I've seen more and better on TV before, so it doesn't really appeal to me. Though I must admit, I feel a bit nostalgic. However, I'm not sure how I should react. Well, with Suwaruryu and Suwaruku in tow, I came to Village 2. I came here to build a swimming pool. The Minotaurs of Village 2 offered me a large number of reward medals to ask me to build one for them. If they really need to go to a swimming pool, they could have just used the one in Big Tree Village. However, the Minotaurs are all big. They were concerned that if they swam as they wished, they would cause trouble to others. Thus, they decided to build a swimming pool in Village 2 where they could swim to their heart's content. That's how it happened. Since they gave out reward medals, a pool must be made. The pool will be used as a swimming pool in summer and a reservoir in other seasons. It will not be wasted. I quickly dig using the aft and complete it. The size of the pool is around 40 meters on each side. It would have been wider, but it was decided to make it this big because it will be difficult for the lifeguard to monitor the pool if it's too big. Well, it's made for minotaurs, so it's reasonably deep. When children are swimming, I want them to have a good lifeguard. This is the end of my task in Village 2. Then, we moved to Village 3. Yeah, we need to build a swimming pool in Village 3 too. The centaurs living in Village 3 are also big. They want a pool for the same reason. They don't want to inconvenience people around them when swimming. However, the centaurs of Village 3 did not seek a swimming pool for the sake of swimming, but as a place for bathing. Centaurs can swim, but if you're going to ask me if we are good at it, I won't know how to respond. Glueworld, the acting village chief of Village 3, explains shyly. The centaurs do not like to swim because their hooves get damaged if they are immersed in water for a long time. Centaurs who go to war only learn to swim reluctantly in order to survive. However, centaurs feel the heat of summer too. Even if they don't swim, they would want to go to the pool. But having a pool and not swimming at all is kind of. You don't have to worry about that. Some of us are just floating around on floats. Also, since you used reward medals to request for a pool, I can't say no. Let's just dig one using the aft and be done with it. And it was completed without any incident. On the way back from Village 3, I talked to Jack, the acting village chief of Village 1. I asked him if Village 1 needs a pool too. No, I'm not saying that you must have one. I'm just asking. We can always use the pool in Big Tree Village. Besides, the children are still too young. They are afraid of accidents if there's a pool in the village. I see. That is indeed something to consider. The Kuros and the Spiderlings who are guarding the village are also basically watching for attacks of monsters and demon beasts from the outside, rather than securing the inside of the village. The children are watched by those who are available in the village, so a pool might be dangerous. Fumu, what the village needs is one of those plastic pools and not a big pool. Since we can't get vinyl here, perhaps we can use boards to build a pool? No, that would be difficult. Right. A small floating garden that can also be used as aquariums. I'll ask Lou to distribute one of those aquariums to Shashato City and each of the villages. Yeah, each village. Village 2 and Village 3 both have used reward medals, so we can't just give Village 1 one for free. No, it's not like they necessarily need to use it as a pool. Let's hope that each village will use it in various ways. When I asked Lou for more water tanks aquariums, she said we have more than planned. I thought maybe we'll need them. Oh, as expected of Lou, phew. So, what made you think we'll need them? An aquarium is basically a fish cage. The maids even requested to add more. Ah, I see. Then, can you give the Oni maids more too? I've prepared them expecting you'll request some like this. Sorry and thanks, it's all right. You can return the favor in the medicinal herb garden. Of course. I've already prepared a new medicinal herb garden for you. When I went to the royal capital to give an encouragement speech for the auction, I was shown some rare medicinal herbs. Rare. W, what kind of herb? Ah, I don't remember the name of that medicinal herb. It has a strange name. The guy from the Dalfun Company said, it's a rare medicinal herb that blooms in summer. The leaves and roots are used as medicine, while the flowers are beautiful but poisonous. Sumer, rare and leaves and roots are medicinal. And no way, Aragunger. I think the name was something like that. CCC, can I expect to find it in the medicinal garden now? Seeing you so happy, I'm now afraid if I'm wrong. Alright, I should calm down. Yeah, where is that new medicinal herb garden? I'll check it out. Since it was planted by you, it should already be sprouting right. It is. Let's go. I had heard that the flowers were poisonous, so the medicinal herb garden, which is around 20 by 20 meters, was built a short distance away from the village. The medicinal herb seemed to be the Aragunger that Lou wished for, and she was quite pleased. She was jumping in joy. I'm glad she's happy. By the way, what does this herb do? What's wrong? Why aren't you responding? She even stopped jumping around. Aragunger is universal. Is it? That's great then. Yes, it is. However, it can't hold a candle against the leaves of the world tree. That's why it's called the substitute or degraded world tree leaf. Is that so? It is so. The leaves of the world tree are more potent than it in every way. Moreover, the leaves of the world tree are effective as they are, while Erigunger requires tedious preparation and procedures to be used as medicine. It takes at least 100 days just to complete the medicine. Ah, sorry, I guess it's not a very good herb. No, it is. This medicinal herb was the most important medicinal material after the fall of the world tree. Echa, if you have a fresh one, you can get 5 gold coins from root to flower. Even in its dried state, it is a luxury item worth 2 gold coins. There were even people who spent their entire lives trying to cultivate Erigunger. I see. Did they manage to cultivate it? If they did, it won't cost 5 gold coins for one. Right, I heard that in the auction, the dried one's starting price is 4 gold coins. I look at the medicinal herb garden again. There are Erigunger flowers all over the place. Perhaps this is the site that those who set out to cultivate it wanted to see. It is inferior to the leaves of the world tree, but that's just because it's wrong to compare it to it. From a pharmacist point of view, Erigunger is a very important medicinal herb. It is so rare that not much research has been done on it, but with this much of it, we can dream of surpassing the leaves of the world tree. Thank you, husband. I am glad you're pleased. However, don't keep it all to yourself. If Tyr or Flora want some, share them with them. I know. Ah, can I send some to Ifra's school in Shashato City? Of course you can, thanks. Fufufu, the medicine that can surpass the world tree has fallen into my hands. The history of pharmacy will move by leaps and bounds. I'm happy seeing Lou so happy. And before I forget, let's distribute the floating gardens that will become aquariums or water tanks to each village. Yeah, if we keep talking about medicinal herbs, we're going to forget about it. Amek. In addition to me, who's looking at the happy Lou, 2 of my escorts, Suwaruryu and Suwaruku, ask, don't you have anything for us to do? We're going to do our best as they look at me. Yeah. Let me tell you about the twin comedian skits I've seen on TV. I'll tell the 2 of them the skits they haven't said yet. It was reasonably well received on TV, so it should be good. Thus, Suwaruryu and Suwaruku both got new materials. Later that day, the angels had a good laugh. It was nice to see the satisfied smiles of the 2 of them. Suwaruryu and Suwaruku. From now on, our idols are the twin comedians that Village Chief talked about. Suwaruru, the day I'll hold my grandchildren in my arms is still far away. Razmaria, want to hold Rose Maria? Suwaruru, I do. Lou. Erigunger needs to be processed using process A, B, omitted Y, and Z, then it will finally become a medicine. Village Chief, yeah, Lou, if it's the leaf of the world tree, it is already a medicine as it is. Village Chief, why yeah. Lou, in addition, the leaf of the world tree is more effective than a processed Erigunger medicine. It's cheating, right? Village Chief, why yeah. See cheating. Gyurant, when the topic about the world tree comes up, I feel a pain in my heart. Jurar, think positive, think positive. Oru, Barku's bullying mother. Chapter 837. One summer day. One fine day after breakfast. In a cool room of my mansion, Ruinsha and Aurora were knitting together. It's a bonding time between grandmother and granddaughter. It's something good. It is supposed to be good. Because of that, spiderlings. Stop knitting at an awesome, right beside the 2 of them. We all know you guys have great skills, so don't make Aurora's eyes glaze over. Didn't you notice how Ruinsha's wings are twitching? Come, just play with me over there. I played with the spiderlings. We played jump rope in the courtyard today. No, Etho, what was it called again? Double Dutch? Yeah, Double Dutch. It's a game that uses 2 ropes, so it can't be underestimated. It's a cool game, too. Of course, I can't do something as cool as that. I just taught the spiderlings the concept. Then, the spiderlings started playing Double Dutch in a cool way. Yeah, they're really amazing no matter how much I watch. They're not just doing some simple jumping. They change the speed at which they rotate the ropes while they're doing various things. Not only 1 but 2 or more of them jump at the same time. Amazing. And then, Makura suddenly arrived. After being taught briefly, she started doing various things. She was being slouchy at the start but got the gist of it and did the Double Dutch fast. She even took the jump ropes and tried doing it all by herself. The spiderlings couldn't speak, so they just held signs with uo written on them, as expected of Makura. While I was thinking so, I suddenly saw Zabuton coming. No way, Zabuton too? That can't be. Nimble, continuous steps. And even posing. The ropes keep spinning, but she is posing as if she's not jumping on ropes. How can she move her legs like that while doing jump ropes? Amazing. She started doing more complicated things after. My eyes can't even keep up with what she was doing. I'm the kind of guy who can jump twice the most after all. I won't say anything else. I know that it was amazing. I spent 2 hours playing with Zabuton, Makura, and the spiderlings. After lunch, I haven't seen the flying carpet lately. As for why, my son with Rasudi, Kukulkan, has taken a liking to it. He even holds it tightly even when he's sleeping so it can't go to me. As for me, I only wish it to take care of Kukulkan without worrying about me. However, it seems like flying carpet wants to carry me along too. I appreciate the sentiment, but no, I don't mind. It's just, Kukulkan was only born a little over a year ago. Since Kukulkan won't let it go, it's no surprise that the flying carpet is covered in drool. I'm glad that you want to carry me for a ride, but why don't you get washed first? No, why not? That's, when I tried to wash it, Kukulkan-sama gets angry. Bulga, who is taking care of Kukulkan, reports apologetically. I see, I guess it can't be helped. Yeah, I can tolerate Kukulkan being covered in drool when I hold him, but I won't sit on something covered in drool. Wash it when you get a chance. It will be drooled in no time again. Speaking of which, where is Stefano? She is always with Bulga, but I don't see her here. She's helping Hikaru-sama and Himiko-sama today. I see, sorry for all the trouble. No, it's my job. Is that so? I thought taking care of Rasudi was your job. Is it also part of your job to take care of Rasudi's children? Yeah, it's a job I finally got. During Ranen-sama's time, she wouldn't let go of Rasudi-sama. Now that you mention it, that's true. During Hikaru-sama's time, Reimarin-sama wouldn't let go of him. Yeah, when Hikaru-sama, Himiko-sama, and Kukulkan-sama were born, our turn has finally came, we're happy about it. Is that so? Ado, just let me know if you need anything. Thanks for that. If we encounter any problem, we will be happy to consult you. Yeah, please. After that, I went to check on Hikaru and Himiko. Kukulkan is cute, but Hikaru and Himiko are cute too. No, I'm not a stupid parent. Snack time. The fairy queen asked me for sweets. That's rare. Did the Oni maids ignore her or something? They were too busy taking care of Sakura and Ramna. Understood. Then I'll make some for you. It's summer, so according to the pattern, it should be shaved ice. HNN, are you okay with that? You haven't had it yet this year? Affirmative. Let me check the shaved ice machine. And if we have ice. Fairy Queen, what flavor do you want? Strawberry, all right, understood. I topped the shaved ice with strawberry flavor and strawberry toppings. Let's add strawberry jam too. Mint leaves for color. You don't want those? All right. Then it's done. Here you go. Make the next one. I don't mind, but you have to eat it before it melts. That's not it? The children are coming. I guess it's time for them to return from the pool. Just as the Fairy Queen had predicted, the children arrived. When they saw the Fairy Queen eating strawberry shaved ice, they all shouted, I want one. I know. I'll make some for you now, but only a little. I've seen a child get a stomachache from eating too much before. Besides, if you eat a lot at this time of the day, you won't have an appetite for dinner. I don't want to see you get scolded for not being able to eat. Also, I'll get scolded by your mothers too. Yeah, they're scary. I'm glad you understand. I made a little amount of strawberry shaved ice for the children who came over. Dinner. The Oni maids prepared fish taken from the small floating garden that were turned into aquariums. They were prepared on the spot. It's a method called live kitchen, a way to stimulate appetite by showing the cooking process. It's one of the results of research by the Oni maids on why ramen restaurants are so popular. Umu. It would be a pleasure if I'd had a dinner like this with the nobles. The Demon King ate the sashimi prepared by the Oni maids while saying so. Umu, delicious. I'm glad you're pleased. I also took a bite. It's delicious, all right? Night. I'm not thinking of anything. It was another relaxing day. Since there is almost no aging period, umami won't likely be there yet. Village Chief won't say anything tactless like that. Chapter 838. Shrine and Pond. Small floating gardens have become rental aquariums. In Village 1, they used it as a small pool just like I expected. The little children are so happy. That's something good to see. In Village 2, it is being used as a water trough. They said it is convenient because they can carry water from the river or well at once. Well, that's true. Since they are floating, even children can take care of them. The children were happy since they got more responsibilities. In Village 3, they were used as tubs for washing vegetables. The height can be adjusted since it is floating, so it can be used while standing. They wanted to have 2 or 3 more in the village, so they requested that we include the floating garden on the reward medal exchange list. I will discuss it with Lou first before deciding. In Village 4, they tried to use it as an elevator in the castle, but failed because Lou had restricted the height at which it could float. Thus, they used it as a luggage carrier for higher places. Should we remove the height restriction of the floating garden in order to use it as an elevator? Lou put the height restriction on it because she's thinking about the safety of the user in case it flew away. Ah, this is a difficult problem, isn't it? It would be great if everyone's from a race or can use magic to fly, but if not, height restriction must be implemented. Gu said so, and the restriction remained. In Village 5, 1 is not enough. Yauko complained. Well, I guess so. That's expected. Given that there's only 1, it seems like the village council had a fight over how to use it. Sorry. However, won't it be a problem if we refuse to give more? You won't crave what you're unaware of. I see. Unfortunately, they already heard about the installation of aquariums in Shashato City. If it won't be a problem, why don't you give it to us until after the installation is complete? It would be great if you can prepare 20 or so. If you need reward medals for it, I'll gladly pay. Understood, I'll talk to Lou. Please. By the way, how is the one floating garden being used? Why are you not answering? The village council hall is on top of the mountain, and it's the middle of summer. Yeah, it's great there on sunny days. It became a water tub where you can soak your feet in. Of course, not all the council members can soak their feet in it at the same time. Therefore, the right to use it is chosen via draw lots in the morning. Ado, what can I say? Can't they just use a regular bucket? If you're going to use a bucket, the water level is quite low, and even if you put ice on them, they'll get lukewarm in no time. Furthermore, if you want to move around, you have to wipe your feet. However, if you're using that floating garden, there's plenty of water so the water temperature won't rise as easily, and you can even walk around barefooted. Yuha. Some even tried to take it home with them, so they were banned from using it. In short, it's very popular. I see, Ado that's. I know, I also think that it should be used in a more meaningful way. However, that's the result of the meeting. I have no choice but to comply. Perhaps a heated debate happened leading to a situation where whichever option was chosen, there would be cons. And as a temporary measure, the proposal that was initially put forward was adopted. I think so. Let's just keep it that way. Since I'm already in Village 5, let's check out the shrine. My purpose is to check the white bones of the whale that we got during the parade outside the village. It's been a while since it was put in the shrine, so I'm wondering how it was doing. I asked Khan, the silver fox who's managing the shrine. The whale god? No particular problem. Good to know. However, seeing that there were those who started coming and offering bones. I see. What did you do then? I told them to not do so because raw bones would smell bad. Yes, that's true. Raw bones smelled unexpectedly bad. There are all sorts of things in bones, and no matter how much you clean one, there might still be bits of meat left in them. I guess they needed to be thoroughly dried or burned before offering them. No, well, I brought the whale bone as it is, so I'm not the one to talk. However, I thought there shouldn't be any problem since it was dry. So, have they started bringing them dried then? See for yourself. Several small rooms in the shrine had been turned into bone mounds. Ado, what gods are in those rooms? That one's the pig god's room. Next to it is the cow god's. And next to it is the chicken god's. You mean? They are bones that came directly from Ramen Street. The bones used for the soup. Seems like it, they are certainly not raw. Is this some kind of harassment against the shrine? No, they are heartfelt gratitude from ramen businessmen. In addition to the bones, they also place several medium copper coins. Ah, I see. It helps us run the shrine, but the pace at which the bones are being offered is too much. If we don't do something, they will overflow into other rooms. I'm already having a headache on what to do. I guess so. How about we build a dedicated shrine? A shrine for ramen aside from the pig god, cow god, and chicken god's rooms. Let's have those who will offer bone from ramen there. Also, burn the bones to make ashes after a certain period of time. Can we build it on the shrine premises? Of course, thank you very much. We'll probably receive seafood bones and shells too. Make it big enough. As you wish. After checking out the shrine, we headed for the pond at the foot of the mountain where the shrine is located. Khan accompanied me. If they had something to say to Swan and Black Swan, it would be time for her to say it. I knew that they might not be able to say what they wanted to say to them in my absence. With that in mind, we approached the pond and found that there were many people there. What is this? Why are there many people around the pond? They are guests Dessous. Khan explained so. What kind of guests? I thought Swan and Black Swan were having performances or something, but I was wrong. On the surface of the water were 8 swans. Yeah, normal-sized swans, or rather, common-sense-sized swans. Each of those swans was wearing hats with different colors and capes with numbers on their backs. In other words, it's a swan race. 3 laps around a course that goes around the poles installed in the pond. The system is to guess which swans will finish first and second. What? Any swan who flies is disqualified. You can purchase betting tickets over there. If you buy tickets after praying at our shrine, you will have a better chance of winning. That's great. No, I know that races like this one exist. I heard that there are rat races in the royal capital as well. Even in Big Tree Village, the Kuros were racing, so I don't deny its existence. What I wanted to deny is 6 Go. Go right there, body blow, at least be number 2. Did it just fly? Did it just fly? It isn't disqualified, right? Its feet are still on water. Safe, Nuwu. Not those people. Phew. But Swan who can't stop laughing getting profit. I want to deny her existence. Swan, come over here for a minute. There was cheating in that race just now, right? You made them adjust to make the best profit, right? It's even quite obvious. The swans are having fake fights in the middle of the race. You ordered them, right? Where's Black Swan? Black Swan's on it too. Am I going to get in your way of earning a living? Living expenses. To eat and drink in Village 5, I see. Call Black Swan. You can't since you're managing the dividend. Understood. Then, after the race is over, call her. I'm not asking you to stop the race. I'm asking you to stop cheating. You want to make things exciting without any tricks. If you overdo it, some people will lose themselves due to gambling. That's not good, especially since it's in front of the gods. Have a fair and square game, everything will be fine. Fair and square games are a lot of fun. Chapter 839. Improving Swan's Race. The swan race that Swan and Black Swan were doing. It's kind of complicated. These giant swans, no, they are now in human forms. I guess I should call them using their names now. I've always known their names. I'm just not using them to address them. Swan's name is Odette. Black Swan's name is Odal. Their names are the same as the main characters in the ballet Swan Lake, so they're easy to remember. And I think Swan's name is wasted on her. As for Black Swan, I feel a little sorry since it's the name of a villain, but it's not an alias. It's her real name, so it can't be helped. In short, this swan race is something that the Odd Sisters are doing. Black Swan cried and begged me to stop treating them as sisters. You hate it that much? All right, I got it. So, stop crying. Cough. This swan race that Odette and Odal were running, I'm not going to tell them to stop. In this world, gambling is normal. There is no law that regulates it. However, the kings and lords are setting some restrictions. And the person who's in charge of the pond that Odette and Odal are using is the village chief of Village 5. In other words, me. However, I usually leave things like this for Yauko to handle, so I won't suddenly barge in just because I happen to get involved. Thus, I asked Yauko for her opinion. Swan race. I welcome more entertainment. I see. With that in mind, I demanded the current swan race to be modified, no, improved. First and foremost, the ban on cheating or anything similar. I understand that in our world, those who are being cheated without noticing it will be laughed at as fools. But still, if cheating is involved, the operator and those who are related will surely make profit, but that will not keep customers for long. The more money the operators make, the lesser the clientele is. Moreover, the cheatings will eventually be noticed. I have noticed it myself. Some may have already noticed it. If that is the case, they might even get advantage of. And they will surely suffer terrible punishment. I think evil should be punished accordingly, but Odette and Odell are acquaintances. I don't want them to suffer terrible punishment if possible. That's why cheating is banned. We want the races to be fair and impartial. Next, the schedule of the event. Currently, it is irregular. The races are held when Odette and Odell's pockets are light as feathers. Furthermore, the number of races held is also irregular. It depends on the motivation of the swans who are participating in the races. This isn't good. Not knowing when the races will be held will only cause confusion. I heard that they advertise on the day of the race, but only those who have heard that advertisement will come. If you're going to do it right. Therefore, the dates of the events must be determined. In addition, the number of races to be held per event must be 10. Unlike the racetrack, we can create different kinds of courses at the pond. We will make different types of courses with different distances to give the customers room to predict the winners. In addition, the allocation of each race. This is the most important part. Well, at first, there is no need for detailed allocation. Just make the higher-rated races to the last of the 10 races. The race allocation doesn't make any difference in the payout. It's about increasing or making tastier treats for the swans who will do well in the race. That would motivate the swans in the race. We won't order them or anything. It would be better to motivate the swans. By the way, give the swans names. So far, they have only been called by number. I understand that it would make it easier to recognize them. However, that won't create drama. Yes, drama, the drama of each and every bird, it's important. Super important. Ask no more, just give them names. All right, I'll come up with the names first. Well, I'm aware that my naming sense is not that great. I'll use the racehorse names of my previous world as reference. Though I have no idea what the racehorse's records or breed are, I do know the names of famous horses. It would be easier for me to just name them with racehorses' names, but that would be rude to my previous world horses and the swans. I want to use those racehorse names for the horses. I would like to say that that's the end of it, but there is something we need to discuss thoroughly. It's profit sharing. As far as I'm concerned, since Odette and Odell were the ones who started this, they should get everything. However, that's only if they were managing everything. Can the two of you manage a regularly held swan race? Yeah, I guess you don't. I don't think they could maintain their motivation. So, from now on, you two will be the tops of this organization and you will handle the swans. Don't worry, the top thing is just in name. Your most important role is to take care of the swans. Only the two of you can do it. Especially their health. As for the actual running of the race, do the silver foxes have enough manpower? Us. We are getting used to our new lives and running the shrine, so we should be able to do something else, but then can you? That's we don't have enough knowledge. We don't know how to run it. I'll teach you about that. How about giving you the reward of 30% of the profit, 30%? May I enlist the aid of the red foxes, black foxes, and round-face foxes? Of course, then we'll do our best. Of the remaining 70%, 20% will be given to Village 5 as security fee. If it's just security, I'm sure the people of the shrine can handle it. Because the shrine is basically the house. If the people of the shrine take care of security too, tension will increase. I want a third party to take care of the security. And they must be someone who is not affiliated with either the guests or the house. Is that how it works? That's how it works. Also, if we're the only ones who are making money, we will be resented. We have to make the money flow to Village 5 too. I see. The remaining 50% will be for the swans and the environmental maintenance around the pond. All right, that should do it. Or so I thought, but Odette raised her hand. What is it? Does she have any suggestions or something? So, I asked. Village Chief, it seems like we're talking as if we're sure to profit, but I didn't hear a thing about ways of making profit. We're the management, the house. How can we lose? Village Chief, you said that we're going to do it this way to make money, right? Yeah, if we do it fair and square, the house won't make any money. Why? My knowledge of race gambling is nil. Odette explained to me the following details. For example, suppose there is a race to guess which one of the 6 swans will finish first. The house will put a multiplier on each of the 6 swans. Looking at the multipliers, the customers will bet on their favorite swans. Those who bet on the swan that finishes first will be paid out a multiplier on their bet. That's it. I see. It's too different from the horse races and boat races I know. In order to keep this system going, it is necessary to make the multiplier attractive to the customers, and in order for the house to make money, the swan that many people have bet on must not win. Thus, cheating is necessary. Village chief, are we not going to do it? No way, that's now how it should be done. We need to make sure that the house makes a profit while keeping the business afloat. It's not that difficult. All we need to do is collect an operating fee from the bets. For example, if we get 1,000 bets, we'll get 1,000 copper coins. From those 1,000 coins, we can take 10%, 100 coins, as operating fee. The multiplier of that 900 will then be based on the number of bets placed. No, who can even calculate that? In addition, doesn't that mean that the multiplier will change while you're betting? Multiplier rates are supposed to change, right? Also, I don't think it's difficult to calculate. I look at the silver foxes. They had visible confusion on their faces and looked away. Oh, come on. Village chief, someone who can calculate. It can't be helped, I'll get one from a certain place. Mio, village chief, I trusted you. Village chief, she told me I'm Tysel's father as if cursing me. Can that be considered a curse? Chapter 840. Swan Race Facility Enhancement. Setting the dividend calculation aside, we continued with the enhancement of the Swan race. Like spectator seats installation. So far, each of the guests would be standing around the pond, so we will set up spectator seats, and we're going to build it near the finish line. Well, I asked the carpenters of Village 5 to do it, and they are just chaise lounge without backrest. We also need to set up sheds for the swans participating in the race. There are around 30 swans participating in this race. Thus, we built around 200 sheds. Each is big enough to accommodate a big dog. Too many. I don't think so, since there will definitely be more. Me and the high elves of Big Tree Village were the ones who made them. And we also added additional ponds for the swans to practice. Yes, more ponds. There are not enough ponds. It would be a problem if the swans on standby couldn't enter the ponds during races. Swans' staple food is leaves and stems of aquatic plants after all. They will not be able to eat during races. Also, they cannot practice during races. I don't care if it's just a small pond, but it would be great if there were two. Impossible. If you can't, so be it. We'll take care of it. It's just that you built this pond yourself, so I thought I could leave it to you. If it's impossible, I don't mind. If it's impossible for you, I can do it. Odette worked hard and built 2 ponds. However, she worked very hard and was obviously too exhausted. She couldn't even maintain her human form and is now a giant swan. P praise me. Of course, you did well, you're awesome, no. HNN. At least say, you're still beautiful even if you're exhausted. Well, the ponds were completed. And it's true that Swan is beautiful whether she's a swan or in human form. I praised her. Ah, she recovered a bit. Since we're going to collect money, we must have a good security system in place. We also need living spaces for Odette and Odal. Why not just go to the shrine? A shrine is a shrine. You want to be independent. Right, there is also a need for a resting place for the guards, a waiting area for lost children, and a simple infirmary for those who are not feeling well. The high elves of Big Tree Village, and I built all of those in one fell swoop. We also prepared a place to sell betting slips and a place to give out winnings. After the race is over, the winnings will be given to the people whose name is on the list. That's some high level of trust. What if the house lies? Or what if names go missing on the roster? Someone's going to get beaten up? I see. That's a little scary. Well, we won't lie to them. I proposed a ballot system. It is the style of horse and bicycle racing we're using in my previous world. People will be asked to buy tickets for the swan they think will win, and payouts will be determined by the sales of the tickets. The winning swan ticket will be redeemed after the race. I wanted to use paper, but there were preservation and other issues, so we decided to use wood stamped with hot iron. To prevent counterfeiting, it was decided to use special wood for the wooden plates and to put a hidden mark as it was stamped. Since the multiplier, or rather the dividend rate, was to be introduced as a variable system, the progress and final results had to be indicated. There comes the literacy rate of guests problem. Not everyone can read. I would at least like to think that they can read numbers, but there are some suspicious people out there. In previous races, the swans wore capes with numbers written on them, but some of the guests did not recognize them as numbers but symbols. Even if we name the swans, some people won't be able to read it. Even if you show the competitiveness rating of the swans, some people just can't read. I wondered what to do, but let's just go with all. The swans will be named, but they will still be required to wear capes with numbers. In other words, the same as before. The competitiveness rating will fluctuate, but it will not indicate a lie. So even if they can't read them, it doesn't mean they can't win. It only changes the degree of expectations for the payout when you win. For the house, whether the guests can read the multiplier or not, as long as we receive a winning ticket, we will pay out the corresponding amount. That's all, so please get help from someone who can read or learn to read by yourself. Next, the road. The shrine is located on a mountain northeast of Village 5, and the pond is at the foot of the mountain where the shrine is located. From the shrine, the pond is at west-southwest direction, and from Village 5, it is at nor-northeast. In other words, the pond is a little north of the road connecting Village 5 and the shrine. From the road connecting Village 5 and the shrine, a path had been created that led to the pond. It's more of an animal trail, but it's easy to find because people are using it. I see. Then, we decided to further develop this trail, though we left it to the craftsmen of Village 5. As for food and beverage, there is a line of stores on the road to the shrine, so there is no need to build near the pond. I find it hard to invite the Goron Company and the others since they can only make money on days with races. Or so I thought, but the Goron Company asked me for a place to open a stall just on the days of races. Since they asked, let's prepare a place for them. However, it will be too much work for the Silver Foxes to manage the stalls, so I had the Goron Company take care of it. I want it to be managed with the cooperation of the Goron Company. And as everyone would have already expected, I don't want to make the cost of opening the stall too high. Though I don't mind those who are willing to pay more get a better place. So, is that how things will be? Well, we'll just have to figure out the rest as we go along. Right, we just left out the biggest problem. No, it's not about the dividend calculation. That one is manageable. I'm talking about the greatest problem of the swan race itself. The swans, they are migratory birds. And since their stable diet is leaves and stems of aquatic plants, they are very territorial. They need to claim their territory and monopolize food in order to survive. In other words, swans are not the kind of creatures that will inherently stay in one place and race. Village Chief, can you do something? Odette, can I? Chapter 841. Swan circumstances. Swans are not suited for racing. However, they have been racing well so far. Why? Because it was staged. Odette and Odell are familiars of gods. And unlike Niz, who rose in rank from a mere snake to a god's familiar, they are directly created by gods. I hate to admit it, but they are awesome. Therefore, the swans obey Odette and Odell. They don't dare disobey. Thus, they ignore their migrations and territories just to join races. No, it was staged so they were only pretending to be racing. Wait. Odette, who had recovered from her pond-building fatigue and is already in her human form, interrupted me. You're making it sound like we're forcing them to race. Isn't it? We're not. Odell, please explain. Why don't you explain yourself? Odell is better at explaining. I see. According to Odell's explanation, the swans in the race were swans that had lost their territorial battle and had nowhere to go. It is difficult for them to find a new feeding ground given they have lost, and because of that, they can't eat. Even if they are lucky enough to find a new feeding ground, they are often monsters or living there. Swans that lose territorial battle of a known feeding ground among swans can only wait for death. Odette and Odell led these swans to this pond and protected them, and the swans are racing to repay Odette and Odell. So that's how it is. Odette and Odell, I thought you were living a carefree life, but you're actually doing your job well. Isn't that obvious? Yeah, I guess so. Phew. Odette puffs out her chest. All right, let's get back to the story. In short, the swans aren't racing voluntarily, right? Odette and Odell asked them to do so, so they are doing it. Moo, mama, I guess there's some truth in that, but we're not forcing them. A request on someone that can't refuse is no different from coercion. Moo. Still, the problem is, can the swan race without the race being staged? Can they? I asked Odette and she looked at Odell. Then, Odell looked at the swans. The swans are. After looking troubled, they looked at me straight in the eyes. Can you? The swans nodded. What about migrating due to season change? As long as you have food, you don't have to migrate. You're already prepared to bury your bones here. Good, I'll provide you the best food, so do your best at the races. As for you, there are wild ducks and ducks who have been watching us from the shadows. Unfortunately, you are no longer in the race. Sorry. No, you guys are migratory birds too, right? Shouldn't you show your guts? Ah, all right. If we get the numbers right, we will also hold duck races on the days we don't hold swan races. Is that all right? That's good. You want name tags so that people don't hunt you? Ah, I didn't know. The swans are protected by Odette and Odell, but they are not protecting you ducks. On the contrary, you were being attacked by swans. I see. I get it. I'll make necklaces with tags for you. I will also ask Odette and Odell to tell the swans to not attack you. In exchange, you know, right? When you start to race, there shouldn't be cheating or staging. I expect you to do your best in each race. Now, as for the food for swans, wild ducks, and ducks, I already thought of something. Pond turtles. I heard that they were good at cultivating aquatic plants. Thus, I asked the pond turtles and they said they would take care of it. Thanks. However, what I did not expect was that they would dispatch young pond turtles to go to the swans' ponds. I told them that if they think the pond in Big Tree Village is already too small for them, I would widen it, but apparently, that is not the case. They wanted the young pond turtles to practice. The reservoir in Big Tree Village is safe, so because of that, they don't have any real combat experience. Also, because there are so many pond turtles there, they can survive without using their natural abilities. The adult pond turtles thought that what's happening wasn't good. However, that doesn't mean that they would send them to some dangerous places. Suddenly, there's Swan's Ponds now. It's near Village 5. Moreover, Odette and Odell are there. Though they won't still be able to gain real combat experience, when one pond is managed solely by a lone pond turtle, he would feel tense and won't let his guard down. Given that, 3 young pond turtles were selected. Among the young turtles, 3 serious types were chosen. Don't they usually send the curious ones or the naughty ones for this kind of thing? They said it's true that they meant them to train, but I came to them to get some workers, so they picked up those who will seriously work. They don't want to send anyone who might become a nuisance. I see. I guess I'll try to not push anyone annoying on my side to someone else too. What was that? I thought I heard the Demon King's voice from afar as if asking me something. Well, I should just be imagining things. The High Elves, who had just finished building the building, made a bulletin board for displaying names, numbers, and multipliers of the swans in the race. It is quite big so that it can be seen from a distance. The names, numbers, and multipliers are changed manually, so you have to use a ladder to change them. Normally, it is the mountain elves who are in charge of this kind of thing, but I asked the mountain elves to make an automatic ticket burner. It is a machine, a golem, that automatically stamps the numbers on wooden plates. The machine is quite big because it has to include the name of the race and the date of the race in addition to the betting number. Even so, it is high performance and multifunctional. It takes about 5 minutes for it to start up, and once it is up and running, it can burn stamps around 40 plates per second. Not the same number, but different numbers. What is even more impressive is the ability to count the numbered plates. This is very helpful in many ways. Well, for confirmation, I'll still have them count the plates manually. This is not because I don't trust the golem or the worker, but because it is a factor that determines the multiplier, and I want to keep a tight control on it. That automatic burn stamper machine for the ballots. We decided to make several more of it. No matter how fast it can burn stamps, there's no way one machine is enough because it involves money exchanges between people. No, we won't actually know until we give it a try, but I don't want to lose sales because we can't handle it. Therefore, we would like to have more than one automatic burn stamping machine for ballots. After that, we would need to add up the counts from multiple automatic burn stamping machines. I guess we'll have to manually do that. The people who'll do the calculations have arrived. They are angels. 5 angels disguised as demons. At first, I was going to ask Count Pudjaru to get some people who would do the calculations. Count Pudjaru is a noble who has a human village near Howling Village in his territory. He was involved in Bitansan's case one winter and is also the father of one of Gaul's wives. He is also the father of a civil servant girl who has been with us since early on. Thus, we have to use this chance to deepen our relationship. That's according to Lu. Because of that, we tried to contact him through various channels. Unluckily, we never met him. As an alternative candidate, we switched to Count Glitch. He is also a father of one of Gaul's wives and the father of one of the civil servant girls who has been with us since early on. Unluckily, we didn't meet him. We had no choice but to call the angels who could afford to send some people. The reason I didn't call on them first was because I thought they would scold me for trying to get them involved in gambling. They like conspiracy and being in control for some reason. When I approached them prepared to be scolded, I did not expect their reaction. Gambling, they love it. Behind the scenes, they love it. Yeah, okay. Just don't suggest cheating. It's not like no one will ever find out. No cheating allowed. We're going to do it fair and square. I hope the 5 of you won't only do your best in calculating dividends, but also in exposing cheaters. Village Chief. I won't push anyone annoying on my side to someone else. Village Chief, what's wrong, Demon King? Why are you suddenly muttering Tysel and Ursa's names? Count Glitch, Pudjaru, what's wrong with you all of a sudden? Count Pudjaru. You better escape too, with all your might. Count Glitch, Chapter 842. Holding Swan Race. The Swan Race was held at a pond at the foot of the shrine near Village 5. According to my expectations, it would at least be enough to attract the same number of guests as when Odette and Odell were running it themselves. As it turned out, I was betrayed by my own expectations. A considerable number of people gathered, specifically around 10,000. In conclusion, it was a great success. But why? Well, isn't it because Village Chief yourself took the lead in the preparations? From the point of view of the residents of Village 5, you should be starting something new. Lu said calmly. However, the Swan race has been around for quite some time, so it can't be considered as something new. It's true that we made things more convenient and easier for everyone to come, but that won't be enough to attract a crowd as big as that, right? That's exactly it. In addition, there are many food stalls, and there are even wild ducks and ducks interruption show between races. I don't see why it wouldn't bring a big crowd. Is that so? There aren't enough wild ducks and ducks for a race. That said, they didn't want to be thought of as useless, so they put on a show in between the Swan race. In response to that, the Swans also sang in chorus to honor the winner of the final race when all the races were over. These were more popular with the guests than I expected. Were they that hungry for entertainment? Don't Village 5 already have coliseums and other entertainment facilities? But this one's the first official gambling place for the village. Is that so? There are small gambling places, but something this big is rare. Right, like those martial arts tournaments, horse races, and others. In addition, those are more of a festival. Betting on them is like a seasoning to cheer than their enthusiasm. Are you saying that it's easier to cheer if you're betting on something? Right. Besides, when it comes to horses, it is mainly bets made among participating horse owners rather than those made by people who came to watch. Is that so? The normal procedure of horse races is for the owners to gather money from fellow participants, and the winner will take it all. That's how it works. Hey, so husband. What is it? When's the next race? By the way, Lu betted on several races, but she lost them all. If you had fun even though you lost, all is well. Now, reflection meeting time. Before the heat of the first round of revision requests cool off, we need to discuss them all. It might be tedious, but it has to be done. Those attending the reflection meeting are me, Odette, Odell, Silver Fox Khan, the 5 Angels, Village 5's acting Village Chief Yauko, and the representative of the Swans who raced. This Swan is also the winner of the final race. Village Chief, what's this? Even if the Swan participates in the reflection meeting, it can't talk. One of the angels just said something weird. It's true that swans can't talk. However, if you look into his eyes, you will know what he is trying to say. I don't get why you're so fired up, but sorry. Do I sound unreasonable to you? It can't be helped. I'll have Odell translate for the Swan. With that, everything's fine. You understood. I'm sorry for spoiling the start of the reflection meeting. No, don't mind it. The 5 angels here are those who came when the whole angel race moved to Big Tree Village. They are probably not used to it yet. Tyr, Gran Maria, and the others wouldn't have minded the presence of the Swan. After regaining our composure, we started the meeting. One of the angels reported back to me with a handout in hand. Sales of bird lottery plates were excellent. This time, we tried selling one plate for 1 medium copper coin, and the total sales for all 10 races was 1,350,000 medium copper coins. The prices we paid out is 1,050,000 medium copper coins. In other words, we made a profit of 300,000 medium copper coins. That's 30,000 big copper coins. That's 300 silver coins. That's 3 gold coins, not a lot of money compared to how many spectators came. No, no, no. The angel didn't seem to agree with my opinion. Even if they're not used to it yet, they are still angels. As expected of them. That's 3 gold coins per event. We plan to hold it 30 times a year, so the profit is 90 gold coins per year. That's a lot. Is that big? Also, it's not like we'll have the same profit every time. It is highly likely that the ticket sales are high because this was the first time. Should we discuss now how to target as much as sales in the future? No, no, no. I can't help but feel that our sales will get bigger and bigger in the future. I'd be happy if that were to happen. Each party's share will be determined in advance. About that. Yauko raised her hand. What is it? The 5 angels' share will be taken from the Swan and environmental maintenance cost, which is 50% of the profit. We have already discussed that, and I don't see any problem with that. What about village chief's share? Mine? Yes. The familiars of the Swan god will be paid from the share of the silver foxes. No one has a problem with that. That left one thing, village chief's share. Given how Village 5 developed, I received a lot of dividends already, but I guess it's not a good idea to say that. Because Yauko even goes out of her way to address it. I guess it's not a good idea for the one who led the plan to not get paid, right? I guess so. However, I'm also bothered by the fact that I decided my own share. From the security fee requested by Village 5 then? No, I would sound like a middleman. What do the stalls pay for when they were set up around this race area? That's stall opening fee, right? That should be a good amount of money. Stalls here are so profitable that they can easily get it back. Then, my share, or rather, my reward is the right to freely open a stall around this pond. No stall fees. Plus, I want to secure the best location. How about that? Understood. However, I think it would be good if you would be a little greedy. Greedy? I already got the best spot. Just by having someone rent it would make me money, right? That's true, but you're not the one to do that kind of thing, right? Of course not. Since it's the best place, let's sell some Swan merchandise. Sell merchandise. It's one way of showing support to the Swans. Well, if it doesn't sell well and we lose money, I'll just change it to a food stall. Understood. My share has been decided, so we moved on. About the bird lottery plates, I think putting the image of God on it is a good idea. On one side of the wooden plate will be the number and name of the swans marked by stamping hot iron, and on the other side, the image of this year's main god, not this year's zodiac sign, will be burned stamped. This was done as part to make this year's main god. Surprisingly, some people started using their unwinning plates as lucky charms. However, what has come to their minds to treat the plates that didn't win as lucky charms? It seems like those from the security forces, who are often on the front lines, want them. In addition, those who have families want them too to avoid bad luck. Well, since they lost, they can always make an excuse to themselves by saying they bought lucky charms. But if they continue gambling, won't their houses be filled with those lucky charms? How about we collect them after a certain period of time and burn them all together for worship? The angels and Khan talked about what to do. By the way, there were those who did not exchange their winning plates and kept them as lucky charms. The adventurers want to keep them because they are winning charms. This is a comment from customers. There isn't enough toilet. I'm sorry about that. That's all our fault. We had prepared a certain number of toilets, but we did not expect that many people to come. We even opened the restrooms at the shrine for the guests. It's all right. I've already asked the high elves to install more toilets. From the next event, there will be no more complaints about the toilets. Here's another comment from the customers. The waiting area for lost children and the infirmary are a bit too small. We never expected that crowd. I regret that my foresight was not good enough. I'll ask the carpenters of Village 5 for help later. They also would like more places where they could eat and drink near and relax near the racetrack. Ah, that's all right. There were a good number of tables and chairs, but we had to move some of them out of the way because there were so many people. Was that a lapse in judgment? No, safety first. Also, there were some unscheduled things. Yeah, unscheduled. Ira's film crew decided to do a live broadcast of the race and they occupied a lot of space. That cut the space for the guests. The footage of the race taken by the film crew was shown in various places in Village 5, so it was a great publicity stunt. I heard that the race was very popular. However, this should not cause inconvenience to those who came to watch the race. It is necessary to remodel the audience seats and secure space for the film crew. I second the audience seats to be expanded. It is good that you have a lot of opinions, but please say one at a time. It is impossible to fulfill them all. However, if we can't drop them, we'll just have to prioritize what must be done first. Ah, right. I forgot something important. One of the angels shouted as if she had really just remembered. What is it? We are the ones to decide the date of the race, right? That's right. I think we should do it every 10 days, so the next one will be in 10 days. What are we going to do if it's raining on the day of the event? Fudge is that, don't panic. Oh great. I'll think of what to do now. Yeah, there's no need to panic. We still have time to think. Angel, reflection meeting to Sue. Odette. Odile. Con, are those two sleeping? Swan, Quackty, they'll talk next chapter. Chapter 843. Rainy Days Measure. We won't lose to rain. Even if it rains, we would like you to continue holding the race. The Swan said. Odile interpreted the Swan's opinion to be exact. Odette, who was in charge of the race, seemed to want to say something, so I asked her. I'm just wondering why I wasn't selected as the interpreter. Don't mind it. Let's continue talking. Even if the swans who are racing won't mind the rain, the guests who would come to watch will. What kind of measures should we do when it's raining? Why not just put a roof over the bleachers? Roof? Would it be better to have a roof that would also act as sunshade? I don't think a wooden roof is necessary. A cloth roof is enough, right? That won't repel the rain, wouldn't it? We can just use water-repellent fabric. Fabrics like that are scarce. It is impossible to cover the whole audience seats with that. The angels were debating, but Yauko assured them that it would be fine. Will it? The web of Zabuton Dono and the others repel water. I looked at the clothes I was wearing. Repel water? They absorb sweat just fine. When they make clothes, they probably use water-absorbing webs. That's possible. Thank you, Zabuton. Thank you, Spiderlings. So, now that we got water-repellent fabric for you, all you have to do is to pay for it. As expected, Yauko wouldn't ask Zabuton and the others to provide cloth for free. I'm sure if Village Chief asks them, they would make them, but that's exactly why I won't. This swan race was started by Odette and Odile, and I only took the lead and invested some money and effort to make it fair. Though I must admit, it's almost a Village 5 project right now. In other words, the swan race has nothing to do with Zabuton and the others. I have to offer them a reward if I want to request them something related to it. Since you're saying so, I will say no more. Sorry, Yauko withdrew saying that, but one of the angels took over. By the way, how much should be paid? I think it should be at least as much as holding a potato party for them. I'm not sure I'm following, but is that expensive or cheap? Expensive. How much do you think one box of those potatoes costs? Considering the amount of money we made from the event, it was very expensive. It's high-quality stuff after all. Well, for now, I'll put asking Zabuton and the others as the last resort. Let's do what we can on our own. Is there anything we can do about the roof? What about change it to the solid wooden roof you said earlier? Yeah, that's a good idea. However, the race has only been held once. There are not enough funds to roof all the spectators' seats. I could pay for it myself, but if I were really going to do that, I would just ask for Zabuton's help. Ah no, Village Chief. How about the floating garden that Lusan was making? Maybe you could ask her to make a big one that could be used as a roof. Ah, not a bad idea. However, they already let us make a lot of those floating gardens. If we build a floating garden big enough to be a roof here in Village 5, the dragons will surely react. That reeks of trouble. Let's not do that. You think so? If we can convince doors, we might be able to make something out. Let's not. It looks like the angels have fully decided to go against it, so let's not. Also, the floating garden would cost a great amount of money if it were priced formally. Village Chief, Rather than sticking on making roof, what about controlling weather with magic? Wait a minute, weather manipulation is a greater magic. Who can even use it? Malbit-sama and Ruinshi-sama can, right? They can, but that would only work for a little while, and the preparations needed before using it is too difficult. Is that magic useful? Unless you're on a battlefield, that is something that you wouldn't even consider using. Considering the amount of magic power it uses, it can be considered as a useless spell. It is more effective to just bombard the enemy with magic rather than controlling the weather. That's true. While the angels were talking, Odette said something. If you don't like the rain, why not just postpone it until it clears up? Yeah, but how much rain is falling before we decide to postpone? Some rains are just drizzle, but some are downpour. If it's a downpour, the guests will definitely agree with the postponement, but what if it's only a little bit? Those who don't like getting wet might say, it's raining, while those who don't mind getting wet might say, this isn't even rain. And what if it was not raining until just before the start of the race, and a sudden downpour starts just before the race starts? If you don't decide in detail what criteria you will use to postpone the race, it will only be a source of confusion and trouble. Personally, I would like to postpone the race not because of the weather, but as an evacuation measure in case the swans and the guests are in danger. For example, a typhoon coming or a monster appeared. So, for my part, I am not in favor of postponing the race just because of rain. The Swan also said they will continue to race even if it's raining. Then, how about roofing the venue with the current funds we have? I don't think we suddenly need to roof everything at the same time. And so, the Silver Fox Khan's suggestion was adopted, according to the Swan who actually raced. It's fun that there are a lot of courses. I thought the guests would get bored if all the races held were the same, so I changed the distance and the course layout for each race. Laying out of the courses did not take long, as all we had to do was modify the big buoys that float in the pond and the course floats that connect the big buoys. One of the customers complained that it was annoying to have a vague idea of the distance, but not know the details of the course until right before the race. I see. Perhaps it would have been better to show a diagram of the course. Let's do that next time. HNN? Swan, is there anything more? Yes. Well, the winners of each of the races had a decisive battle in the 10th and final race. However, the course distance of each race was different, so there was a difference in the level of fatigue. Also, think about the winner of the first race and winner of the 9th. Right, we'll have to consider that too. This one is just a trial, so I had race 10 as the final, but I wonder if it's fair to do it on the same day. In fact, this Swan, who won race 10, is also the winner of the short course of race 3. Well, I'm not saying that that's the only reason he won. Please do something so that the other Swans won't complain. Right. I'll see what I can do. We will continue with the 10th race as the finals, but in the future, we will try to gather winners of the races held on different days. It would also be possible to have a finals for each distance. The content of the race will be decided beforehand by Odette and Odell after discussing it with Khan and the others. It will be difficult to decide on a course and distance that will not spoil the motivation of the Swans and will not be boring to watch, but we hope that various races will be organized and that the most suitable races will be held. Ah, right, Odette Odell. The film crew of ERA praised your live commentary and analysis of the race, saying it was really good. Phew, is that so? I'll do better next time. As for the live commentary, there were residents of Village 5 who wanted to give it a try. Odette and Odell might not be able to do it all the time, so it's a good idea to train others. Understood. And there is also someone who wanted to be the caretaker of the Swans. I've heard about that too. I'll leave that matter to Khan. If you hire that person, make sure he knows what he's doing. By your will. After that, we continued to discuss various issues. It was a meaningful meeting. The next day, a tent has been set up in the audience area. I glanced at the tent and saw some spiderlings. It seems like they have heard about yesterday's reflection meeting elsewhere. They told me there's no need to thank them. It would take more than a few of them to set up a tent that covers the whole bleachers. Perhaps Zabutin and the others in Big Tree Village have cooperated. No, it seems like the High Elves cooperated as well, since there are several pillars standing up. And there is a mechanism to fold the tent too. That means the Mountain Elves are helping too. Fumu, Since you said there's no need to thank you, I'll accept them gratefully. And tomorrow, let's have a potato party at Big Tree Village. It's not a reward for you, I just wanted to. So you don't have to worry about it, and just enjoy the party. Chapter 844. Memories of Swan Race and Culinary Culture Core Accomplishments. It is already fall. Looking back, it feels like summer ended with the Swan Race, but we did a solid summer harvest and have planted fall crops. As for the Swan Race in Village 5, events have been held smoothly, without any trouble. That's an exaggeration, isn't it? It is true that there were no big troubles, but there were a number of small ones. Crowding due to the unexpected popularity of the Swan Race. Swans fighting against each other just before the race was to start making all the swans stop from running. Adventurers, who were not familiar with Village 5, targeted the shells of the pond turtles who were managing the ponds. Regarding that issue, the residents of Village 5 had subdued them before the spiderlings, who were guarding the pond area, managed to move. The spiderlings said it was amazing with excitement. By the way, adventurers often carry weapons. I don't want the residents of Village 5 to do something dangerous like that. And of course, the spiderlings too. Those dangerous people should be left to the security forces. Right. There was also a deficit due to a miscalculation of multipliers. It was a simple miscalculation, or rather one big number that should have been tallied was overlooked. It was discovered at the last minute, just before the race, and they wondered whether to correct it or not, but decided to leave it, as it was because they thought that the value of trust weighs more than making a big change in the multiplier just before the race. The race officials had hoped that the swan with safe multiplier would win, but at times like this, the swan that they did not want to win won the race as expected. We ended up in red. The angel, who made the calculation mistake, looked pale, but I thought it was a good learning experience for everyone. As long as it passes through a person's hand, human error is inevitable. Thus, I did not punish her severely, but I didn't punish her lightly too, since I wanted her to feel guilty. No snacks for 10 days. I hope you will do your best to prevent the occurrence of the same thing in the future. Although I've listed a lot of troubles, there are some good things to talk about. First and foremost, we are making a good amount of money. There was a deficit due to a miscalculation, but there was enough surplus to make up for it. We also now have enough wild ducks and ducks to hold wild duck races and duck races. So now, there are not 10 races at a time, but 12 to 13 races. Next, the area around the road connecting to Village 5 and the shrine has developed greatly. Food stalls have become full-fledged stores, and the number of houses has increased. There were a few houses that looked like they were waiting for an earthquake, but the Village 5 Council have issued guidelines to correct the problems, so there are no problems. Also, the number of people who can read has slightly increased in Village 5. This is due to the effect of opening a class to teach letters near the pond where the Swan Race is held. The classes were funded by the Village 5 Council. The classes were held on a daily basis, and students did not have to attend every day. The students can choose to attend when they want to learn. I wondered if guests of the Swan Race were attending, but I was told that the small children accompanying adults who were enjoying the Swan Race were being left in the class. I wish they would let the children see the swans. However, I guess they don't want them to get too absorbed in the race. Also, there's a new employee, a swan caretaker. He's also helping the house in swan races. We're also keeping an eye on everyone to make sure there won't be some kind of cheating, and as of now, there hasn't been any cheating-related problem. This isn't about trust or reliability, but deterrence by keeping a watchful eye. Even if fraud is committed, the person watching can prove the innocence of the person being watched. There are benefits for both parties, so there are no complaints from employees about having a watchful eye. By the way, I didn't tell the employees who were watching them, but they are actually the spiderlings. I forgot. My share of the Swan Race, a merchandise store in a good spot. The main items are swan plushies knitted by the spiderlings using yarns that are commonly available in the market. Several varieties which are modeled after the swans in the race are sold, but the most popular ones are Odette in her swan form and Odell in her black swan form. Odette and Odell are not in the race, but they are in the show between races. Many people wanted them. I'm also selling stone and wooden swan statues that I personally made. A lot of people are interested in them, but the price is set too high, so I haven't sold a few. The only people who buy them are those who win big. Sooner or later, the space for sales may be taken over by plushies. As a side note, the first thing I made was a giant swan carved out of pure white stone, and I put a lot of effort in making it. That was purchased by Odette. It is currently displayed near the pond where the swan races are being held. I guess that's about it. As for the swan race. HNN? Lou? Ah, yeah, Ado. What? Let me just say that Lou's private room is full of good luck charms, and I think some of the angels' rooms are in a similar situation. Fall is kind of busy, but I have some spare time after the fieldwork is done. I was called to Village 5 during this time. As for why, the Culinary Culture Corps has asked us to witness the result of their work. The Culinary Culture Corps has 3 missions. First, to research and document the local cuisine of each region. Cooking in this world is limited to grilling and boiling, but I thought, the world is big. There must be many different cuisines in places I don't know about. I want them to find them out. Another one is to research seasoning and cooking utensils in various regions. There is no way that they don't exist. Therefore, I would like them to obtain those seasoning and cooking utensils. The last one is to spread the cuisine that is spreading in Village 5 throughout the region. This is my selfishness. I hope that the spread of culinary knowledge will give birth to new dishes. The mission of the Culinary Culture Corps is to do all of those, and this time, they will be presenting the local cuisine of each region. This time, the Culinary Culture Corps will be presenting the local cuisine of each region, along with the introduction of local seasonings and demonstrations of cooking utensils. That's basically the presentation of the first and second missions. Unfortunately, the third mission is not going well. As for why, many seasonings are exclusive to Village 5. Miso, soy sauce, mayonnaise, and the spice seasonings, they can only be harvested from Village 4. It seems like we need to think about increasing the production. I will consult with the Garon company later. For now, we will only be concentrating on the presentation of the accomplishments of the Culinary Culture Corps. At the place where the presentation was to take place, there was a line of food stalls. They were stalls serving local cuisine from various regions. I see. The best kind of presentation. It is easy to know where the seasoning or cooking utensils are. The members of the Culinary Culture Corps also did their best to reproduce the local flavors. By the way, me and Yauko aside, the residents of Village 5 who are interested in cooking are here too. Of course, there are a lot of chefs among them, but the majority are just normal residents who want to enjoy nostalgic dishes. Most of the residents of Village 5 are immigrants from various places. Their reasons for immigrating differ, but some may have left their hometown without wanting to. Those who have left their hometowns have been trying to recreate the taste of their hometowns in Village 5, but some of the dishes cannot be reproduced or are half-baked because the seasonings and cooking utensils are not available in Village 5. However, the members of the Culinary Culture Corps have procured seasonings and cooking utensils that are not available in Village 5, and the dishes have been reproduced. Moreover, the cost of the dishes was exceptionally low. There was no reason for them not to come. This taste, yeah, this is it. I thought I would never taste it again. Ugh, this is the dish my mother used to cook for me. In front of each stall were a number of weeping people. The scene made me glad I had invested in the Culinary Culture Corps. By the way, Village Chief. What's wrong, Yauko? Please try this. Yauko offers me a dish from a nearby food stall. Stir-fried? No, it's grilled. It is made with ingredients I don't know, so I can't predict what it will taste like. There is no point in holding back, so I took a bite. I look at Yauko. Yauko nodded slowly. It doesn't taste good. No, honestly speaking, it tastes bad. The texture isn't good either. Yauko checked with the members of the Culinary Culture Corps, and they are sure that it's supposed to be like this. Some residents are crying upon eating it. I guess this is the right nostalgic taste. I tasted dishes from other stalls one after another, but I didn't taste anything good. So I asked the crying people. These food stalls that serve food from everywhere, if we were to open business and sell them at normal prices, would they come and buy? Hahaha, no thanks. At that time, I thought it was the most delicious thing I'd ever tasted. If you can add soy sauce, yeah, soy sauce. I think miso would make this better. Let's just be thankful that we got new seasonings and unusual cooking utensils. Oni maids, it's a cooking presentation, so it should be our time to shine. Village Chief, tea tomorrow, I'll take you there tomorrow. Chapter 845. Culinary Culture Core Evaluation. New seasonings were obtained as a mission result of the Culinary Culture Core. If plants or other materials are used as raw materials, I ask them to gather them too. If it is already available in Village 5, all is well, but if not, we have to cultivate it ourselves. I also ask them to collect rare plants from various regions, even if they are not used for seasoning. Rare means not widespread. In other words, it may be quite difficult to cultivate them in a different environment. However, I have the aft. As long as they manage to get the actual plant, it would be easy for me to imagine them. I'm sure the aft can do something about it. We chose the floating gardens in Village 4 as the place to grow the plants. As for why, it's fall. Even though the aft makes plants grow faster, we still don't know how long it will take for them to grow. The floating gardens are almost like a vinyl house, so even if their growth rate is low, everything's fine. Thus, I planted dozens of kinds at once without hesitation. I planted dozens of them at once because many of them were close to plants I know, or even a combination of those. There were long, thin lilies, not so beautiful roses, turnips that look like radishes, and so on. I don't know if they are originally like that or not, but I guess I'll find out when they grow up. I'm looking forward to it. The cooking utensils that the Culinary Culture Core brought back with them are reasonably usable, but not very convenient. It is natural to think about it, since utensils evolve too. The utensils we are currently using are evolution of what they used to be. The rare cooking utensils that remain in various places may be said to be those that have been left behind by time. They are labor-intensive and inconvenient. Would they have any value as antique or something? If Prada, an art lover, was here, I could have asked her, but she is currently with the caravan. I will show them to her when she comes back. Right, I was happy to find some tools for making tea. I am in the process of asking a craftsman from Village 5 to imitate these tools. By the way, some of the cooking utensils featured in the Culinary Culture Core presentation are only records. That will be the case when the utensil was found, but is impossible to obtain or transport. The High Elves, Mountain Elves, and Guts groups were invited to Village 5, given with the record, and are now recreating those utensils. It's not too difficult since several members of the Culinary Culture Core had actually seen them upon recording them. Well, whether those utensils will actually be usable is another matter. Yeah, I often wonder if they are using things that are originally used for other things, not cooking, as cooking utensils. That would have been an effective use of finite resources. I don't think that's bad. However, it is not good if torture devices are proudly presented as cooking utensils. Not for torture but execution? I didn't want to know that. After consultation among myself, Yauko, the civil servant girls, and a few Oni maids, we agreed that the results of the Culinary Culture Core were not good enough for the amount of money invested. Because there wasn't even one delicious dish. Well, that won't stop me from investing though. I hope you will continue to search for cuisines of various regions. It may be that you just haven't found any good food. Just keep searching. Let's build a building where we can display the seasonings and cooking utensils that are the result of this project. Make it free for everyone to see. If we don't take money, no one will come to see them. Also, maybe we could hold regular dinner parties using the cooking utensils on display as an event. I know. I'll make sure that when we do, only properly improved, delicious food will be served. It is important to preserve the taste of each region, but we must not forget the pursuit of deliciousness. Delicious food is justice. A fine fall day. I'm roasting sweet potatoes on the outskirts of the village. The sweet potatoes were harvested at the end of summer. It was a little early, but since they are all grown up, I'll enjoy them. By the way, when I started roasting sweet potatoes, only Kuro and Yuki were beside me. Before I knew it, there were already many Kuros around. Zabuton and the Spiderlings were also there. Lu, Tyr, Ria, and the others too. Yeah, all is well. I still have sweet potatoes. We still need to roast them though. We don't have a lot of fallen leaves, so you've already gathered them. All right. As a result, It ended up on a scale like a controlled wildfire, but since they were deliciously cooked, there's no problem. Everyone enjoyed the sweet potatoes. One day, Yauko asked me for advice. She wants to make the sale of Swan Race a licensed business in Village 5 so that other stores can also sell merchandise. I'm not interested in monopolizing the sales of merchandise, so I permitted it. Then, Village Chief will need to name of your merchandise store. Ah, right. If there are other stores selling goods like mine, things will get complicated if mine don't have a name, wouldn't it? I thought about it for a while and decided. Village 5 Merchandise Dealer, Kyugui. Kyugui is an archaic name of Swan. It's not exactly Kyugui but Kagyuhi, but that's difficult to say, so Kyugui will do. Odette and Odell, who are familiars of the Swan god, said they had no problem with the name of the store. Wild duck and duck plushies have been added to the product lineup of my merchandise store. Well, the wild ducks and ducks have been working hard on their shows and races, so that's their reward. Is that even a reward? I'm sure it will help improve their popularity, but not directly. I'll give them something to eat later. On a side note, the swan dolls where you can change their poses made by the mountain elves have also been added to the product lineup. However, these dolls are not only few in number, but also irregularly available, so they are treated as phantom products. It is said that the moment they are put on the shelves, they will be sold and disappear. Is there someone keeping an eye on them? Whatever the case is, we are happy that people are buying them. When I returned to Big Tree Village, the Demon King boasted about his swan doll, one where the pose can be changed. What should I do? Should I tell him that it was made by the mountain elves? Ah, you already know? Good, I'm having a hard time reacting. So, you know, and you still bragged about it. Look at the doll's soul. The soul is HNN, is that a number? Serial number. Ah, it's a single-digit number. I believe there have only been 30 swan dolls sold so far. How did you get one? Someone offered it to you? No, when you went to watch the swan race, you were able to buy one as one was being displayed. But then didn't you get it a long time ago? Your demons were begging you to show it to them so you couldn't bring it here? I see. As expected of the Demon King, he really takes good care of his subordinates. I better learn from him. After talking with the Demon King, I returned to my room and checked the cupboard. There, I found a swan doll whose pose could be changed, made by a mountain elf. It was given to me before I started selling them as merchandise. I look at its feet. You're making me feel bad. I guess I should at least do something to reward the mountain elves. Chapter 846. Training and New Woodway Plan. I had a domino tipping contest with the mountain elves. It was a lot of fun. There was nothing wrong with this domino tipping contest, but there was a problem elsewhere. Let's just say I had some plans for this domino tipping contest. I had asked the film crew of Era to record it. And when he was editing the video, it was found. This doesn't convey the fun of toppling dominoes at all. The film crew was not satisfied with the footage they recorded. What kind of camera angle is this? This isn't satisfying at all. I wanted to take a big picture, but the dominoes fell so quickly that I missed several scenes. The live feed also failed to convey the gimmicks that are being activated one after another. The entire film crew was quite seriously devastated. To think we were invited and sought out for baseball, parades, and swan races, and must have become overconfident due to achievements. Village Chief, I'm very sorry about this. No. It was especially disappointing that we weren't even able to capture the grand finale trick, which is the fall of a tray on Doraemon-sama. And to think that Doraemon-sama even put his body on the line for us. Even I feel bad for that part not being shot. It excited the audience too much. The falling tray was custom made, so it won't hurt those who will be hit by it. Even so, Doraem's performance was so realistic. I'm sure those who weren't at the event will want to see it. And now, we are being summoned by Reimer and Sama, who wanted to see it. I see, Ado, I'll cover for you if you want. No. We will take responsibility for our failure. All right, take it easy. By the way, the original plan was for me to be the one to be hit by the tray. However, no matter how much I explained to Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton that I won't get hurt, they were still so worried, so I was replaced. Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton even used the time when I was abducted by birds before. I don't know how a falling tray could lead to that, but Kuro, Yuki, and Zabuton didn't want to, so I had no choice but to give up. Thank you, Dorame, for standing up for me. And Ira, who failed to take the video of Dorame's heroism, is. I don't know what you should say to Raymarin, but make sure you apologize to Dorame. Understood. And we will work hard to ensure that this will never happen again. Yeah, I'm counting on you. In the village, during fall, you can see the residents training for combat in various places. After the fall harvest will be the martial arts competition. Everyone's working hard. Ririus, Riguru, and Rat were also participating in the combat training. It's not uncommon for children to participate in combat training, but they are usually training among themselves. If anyone would be leading them, it would either be Gulf or Daga. However, Ririus, Riguru, and Rat were being taught with swordsmanship by the angel Sururu. Unusual. Suaruru may look young, but she is the mother of Suaruru and Suaruku. Moreover, she has a history of being the strongest angel. In fact, even as an amateur, I can conclude that Suaruru is a sword master. Thus, I have no intention of underestimating her. I don't really intend to underestimate her, but I was worried, so I asked Gran Maria when she came over. Are those three close to Suaruru? I don't know if they are close, but she has been teaching them swordsmanship for a while now. Really? Yeah, those three asked her to teach them swordsmanship. She has the perfect physique to teach them, if you ask me. I was wondering why they were not being taught by Gulf or Daga. So that's the reason. It's because of her size. In any case, Suaruru-sama's sword skill is pretty amazing. Heh, if it comes to close combat with a sword, I think she can even beat Tear-sama. That's some pretty high praise, it is. However, Tear-sama would win before she gets close enough for close combat. I see, I've never seen Tear wield a sword. I've seen her and Lu punching each other a few times, though. Anyway, do you think Suaruru can be trusted to handle them? I think so. They should be fine. She's taking a good care of them. That's good to know. By the way, village chief. What is it? That over there, are you just going to leave that alone? Gran Maria pointed to the forest on the outskirts of the village. There, Hyakairu and Gyuraru in dragon form are fighting Gyurond, who's also in dragon form. Gyurond's not serious, of course. She's just handling the attacks of Hyakairu and Gyuraru with precision. In contrast, Hyakairu and Gyuraru seem to be challenging Gyurond with all their might. It should be fine leaving them alone. I was informed beforehand that they would train. Jurar assured me of Gyurond's ability. No matter how hard they'll try, Hyakairu and Gyuraru wouldn't be able to wound Gyurond. And Gyurond would never seriously injure Hyakairu and Gyuraru. They won't get seriously injured, but they'll receive minor injuries, right? Well, yes, but that training was something that Hyakairu and Gyuraru requested. They were concerned that they were not very useful during the battle with the white bone whale they encountered during the parade outside. As far as I'm concerned, that was a spur-of-the-moment battle, and Gyuraru is still a child, let alone Hyakairu. However, he wants to be strong, and it is not good to interfere with his desire to be strong. Even his mother, Hakurin, allowed it. So, as long as there is no damage to the village, I'll leave them be. By the way, Hyakairu first asks Raymarin to train him. However, Raymarin had a vision of a trained, independent Hyakairu. Perhaps she saw the shadow of Hakurin, who ran away from home, on him. And so, Raymarin refused to train him, but Hyakairu did not give up. Gyurond was then chosen as the instructor. Seeing Hyakairu and Gyuraru training together with Gyurond, Raymarin sobbed, "I made the wrong move," to Doors. Doors had a troubled look on his face. One autumn day, a woodway, not a railway, circles the mountain where Village 5 is located. Yauko submitted to me a plan to extend the woodway. The woodway was originally built to bring goods to the underground shopping street, but it also transports people. Its convenience shouldn't be just limited to the underground shopping street, but to various parts of Village 5 too. However, even if you say expand it, it only runs on a tunnel in the mountain. Expanding the current tunnel would be dangerous. After all, the mountain where Village 5 is currently crowded with buildings. Digging another hole in the mountain would be scary. That's why it is difficult to build more woodway. Shouldn't we just need to add more vehicles? When I expressed my opinion, the expansion plan was immediately withdrawn. I guess they didn't even want to pass it from the beginning. Instead, a new woodway plan was submitted. The contents are: it seems to be a plan to build a woodway connecting Village 5 and Shashato City. I see, but isn't Village 5 and Shahado City already connected by teleportation gates? Is a woodway even necessary? The goal is to relieve congestion at the teleportation gates. Currently, the teleportation gates are being used for moving people and goods, quite actively at that. Therefore, it is said that it is taking a lot of time to wait before people can pass. They would like to increase the number of teleportation gates if possible, but that's too difficult to do. So the plan is to only let people who urgently need to move and leave the non-urgent cargo and goods to the woodway. Have you already surveyed where the woodway line will be drawn? As for the maintenance of the woodway and its security, they are planning to ask the neighboring elven villages to take care of it, so the groundwork has already been laid. Fumu. Since it's already secured, why not build a railway instead of a woodway? Is there a problem with the woodway? Considering that the main purpose of the plan is to transport goods, I'm not confident with a monorail woodway. Also, woodway would be vulnerable to rain. I see. Then, can we only use the cart and rails like the model village chief made before? We had originally planned to go with that, but we were wary of rail theft, so we ended up with the woodway in the tunnel. We went with monorail because we were wary of derailment. Considering that it would carry goods to Village 5 and Shashado City, it would be a massive transport. Railway trolleys are easier to manufacture than monorail bogies, and they are easier to maintain too. I'll have to consult the mountain elves first. Also, we have to make 2 rails parallel and adjust the angle on curves. As for that, didn't you experiment several times before building the woodway? Technology is advancing. Let's experiment again. How about laying the rails for a short distance for now, and if there are no problems, let's extend it. Short distance? Considering that it might get wasted, how about from the foot of the mountain to the northeast? Northeast. Connecting to the Swan race, I'm thinking about the shrine. I see. Well, I'll leave that to you, but I'll have to discuss this plan with the mountain elves first before I approve it. Understood. Counselor A. We need to relieve the congestion at the teleportation gate. Counselor B. Can't we just ask people to move around instead of using the teleportation gate? Counselor C. Can you even ask those who already experience the convenience of the teleportation gate to walk? Counselor D. Using the teleportation gate for everything makes it crowded. Counselor E. Let's separate people from things. Let's make the teleportation gate a people-exclusive way. Counselor F. How are we going to transport goods then? Making it exclusive for people to use is impossible. Counselor G. Can't we just use the woodway? Counselor H. Eureka, Village Chief. Is it a business technique to first submit an absurd plan before submitting a plan that looks like it will go through? Yauko. No, I needed an explanation about the woodway. Village Chief. Don't make a meta statement. Chapter 847. Village 5 Woodway. The new woodway plan was changed to a new railway project. The mountain elves were enthusiastic about it, but the civil servant girls blocked it intensely. We don't have enough iron. Even if we buy up all the iron on the market, it will never be enough. And even if we did, it would take decades just to build the rails. Scrap that railway and stick to the woodway, please. You said it is vulnerable to rain. How about digging an underground tunnel between Village 5 and Shashado City and have it pass through there? This could be done by sheer number of demon power. If you just want to transport things, wouldn't big golem carriages be sufficient? That way you wouldn't even need rails. That's it, that's what you should do. The mountain elves resisted strongly but failed. The new railway plan was not approved. Yeah, too bad. However, is iron really that scarce? I think they mine a good amount of it, right? Thus, I asked the Demon King himself. 8. The Demon King doesn't know what to say. Is it possible that the amount of iron mined is a kingdom secret? No, it's not. It's just that, well, iron included, I don't know the amount of resources that are being mined. You don't know what? Once they are mined, they will be sold immediately, I think. Okay. It will be processed at the place it was sold, and will then be sold to the market. The kingdom doesn't care about the quantity of how much resources are mined, but the quantity of the processed goods. I see. Are there no mining taxes? In general, the mines are either managed by the kingdom or the lords, but the kingdom and the lords aren't the ones who'll do the mining. The right to mine is sold to a group of people who have the technology to mine, and they will mine for us. Since it's ours, there is no tax. Even the mined ore? Yes. Well, depending on the contract, all the mined ores belong to the miners. If you put tax on them, it would discourage small-scale mining. Small-scale mining? You mean adventurers or small villages doing their own mining? Right, if there's a tax, there will be less mining. Open pit mining is already dangerous, and tunnel mining is even more dangerous. Also, there is a danger of monsters and demon beasts roaming around the mining ground. I would even be willing to pay for them to mine. I see, by not imposing tax, you are encouraging mining. Yeah, someone needs to do it for us after all. However, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be informed on how much is being mined, right? If you ask the miners or the merchant middlemen, you would have at least an idea on how much is being mined, even if it isn't accurate, right? Once we investigate, they'll suspect we're preparing to tax them. Being a politician is tough, yeah. The Demon King went to the cats to be healed. By the way, Howling Village is said to be a historic mining group that purchased mining rights a long time ago. Sina, the daughter of the village chief of Howling Village, told me so. The Demon King doesn't know the amount of resources being mined, but what about the gold and silver that are being mined? Is the value of gold or silver low because the country doesn't issue gold or silver coins? This world. The money in circulation was something created a long time ago. If the economy grows, won't there be a shortage of money? I heard that it was the dragons who were working behind the scenes to make adjustments. I recognize again that the current situation of money being stored in the village, which has been mentioned to me over and over again, is not good. Should we release a little more of the gold and silver coins stored in the village? However, we have already invested in the protection and nurturing of culture and even in educational institutions. I don't want to waste money. Should we just buy land rights or water rights or something? I'd like to refrain from buying something I won't use though. Well, let's not decide on this matter on my own and consult Yauko and the civil servant girls. The new railway plan in Village 5 has been approved. I thought it would be disapproved, but what was disapproved was the plan to connect Village 5 to Shashato City. The experimental railway connecting the south of Village 5 to the northeast remained. It would be a short distance, but if realized, it would be convenient and could even become a landmark in Village 5. The Goron Company and the Dalfon Company worked hard to secure iron, which was the main problem. The amount of iron for this experimental railroad was just barely enough, so it was probably reckless to connect Village 5 to Shashato City with a railway. And it was supposed to be a woodway first. Now, the next problem was to make rails for the railway. Making long, hard, iron rails proved impossible by hand. The standard length of rail was set at 10 meters, but there were no forges capable of making such rails. There were also no furnaces that could melt that much iron in one go. No one had ever forged something that long. Even if the rail was halved to 5 meters, it was said to be impossible. Even if they decided to build a big workshop exclusive for making rails, we would still need a large amount of iron to make it. The new railway plan went back to being the newer woodway plan. Though it will not be a monorail but a regular parallel rail. The iron we gathered will be used to make bogies. Understood. Let's build warehouses to store the irons. 5 of them. The new woodway plan will connect the south and northeast of Village 5, but there is no land reserved for it to be built. Therefore, it was necessary to consider whether to dig out the ground and make an underground woodway or to connect the south and northeast using the periphery of the village where land is more easily secured. The advantage of the underground path is that if there is nothing underground, it can be connected in a straight line, making the distance shorter. The disadvantage is that the labor required to dig and the need for underground lights. Also, if the station is also underground, it will be a little inconvenient to get on and off the train. The advantage of using the periphery is, as I mentioned earlier, that it is easier to secure. The disadvantage is that the distance of the woodway will be longer and additional security measures will be necessary. Village Chief, can't we just lay it in the middle of the main street of the village? A civil servant girl, who is inspecting Village 5 with me, asks. Like a tram, we could lay a woodway in the middle of the road that is currently there, but wouldn't that interfere with horse-drawn carriages? I know that they can just avoid it, but on the main street of Village 5 in front of us is a good number of horse-drawn carriages. Won't the horse-drawn carriage traffic be lessened if a woodway is built? Is that so? Isn't that what the woodway for? Perhaps it is. Then, why don't we make the woodway a double track instead of a single one? It will be useful after all. It will take a lot of space, but we'll select the road. All right, pick a road that can be expanded as much as possible. Also, we need to select a piece of land that will provide shelter for the trams. Once the selection is done, I will ask Yauko to confirm it. Understood. I asked Yauko to confirm it, and she permitted it. Well, the final decision was left to me. I hope it goes well. And Yauko, please don't predict that the woodway will become a ring road and surround the foot of Village 5. I, too, have a feeling that will happen. How many years will it take us to build that? I'm sure that even this short stretch of woodway will take some time. Otherworld leisurely farming. Minister A, iron quantity survey. That's important too, but Minister B. There are materials that can be obtained from monsters and demon beasts, so is there a need to be concerned with iron? Chapter 848. Teryaki model and gold coins. Just before noon, Jirar was strolling through the village with the Orthros Oru. Not an unusual sight. Recently, Gyurand has been training Hikaru and Gyuraru, so the lonely Jurar and Oru hit off. Well, it doesn't mean they've stopped fighting, but you could say they're getting along better. They are currently not fighting for the lead role, but are walking side by side. By the way, Gyurand, Hikaru, and Gyuraru are training together. And it seems like Raymarin managed to join them. Doors reported back to me with a very good expression on his face. That isn't bad. He should be happy too. Ah, Kuro and Yuki complained to me. I'm currently walking Kuro and Yuki. I have to concentrate. After the walk, it's time for lunch. This time, I'm going to cook. I mix soy sauce with sugar and alcohol while heating it. Yup, it's teriyaki sauce. I dip a thin hamburger steak into the jar of teriyaki sauce and take it out. This isn't shiny enough, isn't it? As long as there's no problem with the taste, all is well. Taste it. Okay, I'm accompanied by an Oni maid. And there's also one angel who's helping us. All right, let's all taste it again. Yeah, it's good. This sweetness is good, isn't it? I think this taste is something the children would enjoy. I think even adults will like it. It was well received by the Oni maid, an angel who tasted it. I should have made it sooner. With that in mind, I mass-produced teriyaki hamburger for today's lunch with the help of the Oni maid and angel. The teriyaki hamburger was popular with the children, especially to my and Senna's daughter, SDTE. She asked for 3 more refills. Set is currently looking forward to the birth of her little brother or sister. What do you think will happen when you have a little brother or sister? Have you thought of a name? She talked about it to the other children, wondering if they'll all get along. I can't help but smile at Set and hope that Senna will give birth safely again. Later, I'll offer some teriyaki hamburgers to the fairy queen. There are a number of empty rooms in my mansion, and some of them are being used by the spiderlings. When I entered a spiderling's room, I found a magnificent wooden model train. It was about 1/100th the scale of the real thing, but the tracks of the railroad were laid out, and an uncovered carriage was placed on top of it. The spiderlings were playing on the carriage, pushing and pulling it, and when they saw me, they asked me to play with them. Sorry for interrupting you. The spiderlings here love crafts. They can use web to a point, but they are not interested in just making some decorations. They are more interested in crafts like the mountain elves were doing. During the domino tipping we had a while ago, they watched with excitement, and after it was over, they lined up everything again and knocked them over themselves. And now, they are fascinated with model train building. They were fascinated by the wheels running on the rails. They were impressed with the way the wheels work, especially when going around curves. The wheels they made were conical that taper outward. This conical shape adjusts the contacts of the wheels when moving on curves. If the spiderlings here could scream, they'll probably all scream out loud in joy. In reality, though, they were having a joyful tap dance. The scale of the model is gradually increasing. Using the spider walk, not catwalk, in the ceiling, they even deployed the railway model across multiple rooms. Incidentally, the room where I am now is modeled after Big Tree Village. Yeah, they were also building dioramas. There are many places to see, but the most impressive one should be the big ring that encircles the perimeter of Big Tree Village, and the central line that runs to the east and west of my mansion. This central line leads to the next room modeled after Village 1. Traveling further is another room which is modeled after Village 2. Village 3 is currently in production. They are only making familiar places because the spiderlings here have never been to Village 5, Shashato City, or Howling Village. I want to take them there if possible. And I also wanted to show them the railway in Village 5. I came to this room to help them build a model railway. The spiderlings are building the rails, so I'm mainly building the carriages. All right, today I'm going to build a locomotive. Well, just the shape though. A working one would need to burn coal. It's made of wood, so there's no way we can burn coal there. Should we make one out of steel then? No, making something that moves would be very difficult even though it's just a model. Well, if it's just the engine part, I'll do what I can. Don't get your hopes up though. I enjoyed building models with the spiderlings leisurely. I put some gold and silver coins on the table. No, I'm not showing off my wealth. I have been calling them gold and silver coins, but there are different types of gold and silver coins. They are all circular, the same size, thickness, and weight, but they differ in design, pattern, and characters. The difference is probably due to the country, organization, or group that issued them. Apparently, the gold and silver content actually varies slightly depending on the type. However, this doesn't mean that the value of gold or silver coins increases or decreases depending on its type. All gold coins have the same value as a gold coin, and all silver coins have the same value as a silver coin. Well, of course, the value of gold and silver coins fluctuates depending on the economic power of a country or region, but the final value remains the same. This is because any kind of gold or silver coins in this world can be used to negotiate with dragons. In other words, the final value of the gold and silver coins in this world is guaranteed by the dragons. In addition to that is the amount of gold and silver coins in circulation. The countries, organizations, and groups that issued these coins have all died out, so the actual amount in circulation is unknown. However, it is said that dragons are storing large amount of gold and silver coins and releasing them periodically to regulate the amount of money in the market. Are Doors and Raymarin doing this? Given what they're usually doing, they don't seem to do so. Or am I not just seeing them do so? Let's ask Hakurin about it. According to the outside world, the dragons are doing it, but we don't. We, the dragons, don't care about details that much. Right, so no one manages the amount of money in the market. The ones who manage it are the devils who serve mother and father. They're good at it, and they are doing a lot of things. However, those devils are monsters when it comes to economy. They'll happily do it, even though it is impossible to control. Happily, yeah, the like dealings with out-of-control things. Well, there are all kinds of people. And there are all kinds of devils too. Frau makes a follow-up. In general, all gold coins are worth as gold coins, and all silver coins are worth as silver coins. However, gold and silver coins that are unfamiliar will be suspected of being counterfeit, hence, losing their value. Gold coins, in particular, is something the commoners are unfamiliar with, so they are more likely to be suspected. I see. However, there are some enthusiasts who collect unfamiliar gold and silver coins, so their value sometimes rises. In other words, it depends on who you are dealing with. In the Demon Kingdom, it is rare, but when dealing with human kingdoms, the type of gold or silver coins may vary. So should we separate the different types of coins in Big Tree Village as well? The slider type coin calculator, made by the mountain elves, can it also separate different types of coins? It only identifies the type of coin depending on its size, weight, and whether it was gold or silver. I guess it won't be able to distinguish coin patterns. No, that means if we can determine the patterns, we would be able to do it. If we could do something to get it learn all types of coin patterns, perhaps we could. I looked at the nearby mountain elf. You should be listening, right? The mountain elf thought for a moment, said that it would be fun to make, but it would be around the size of a small house. Is it that difficult that you can't even make it portable? No. Considering the amount of gold and silver coins we have in the village, it would be one heck of a job. Okay, let's not do that. Just make a type sorter or something. Take your time too. Mountain elf. What's with using coal to make it move? Village chief, have you been peeking? Mountain elf, I thought you were doing something fun. Spiderlings, another playmate. Village chief, a locomotive is something like this. Mountain Elf Ma, A. Locomotive, that compact. A. Devil, by the way, please take some random gold coins and lock it in your nest. Dragon Impure, I just need to lose them randomly, right? Devil, yes, please lose them. You must absolutely lose them and you must not take them back. Dragon Impure, yeah, for the sake of the economy. Understood. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 849. Iron Ingot and Iron Ore. 5 new warehouses were built in Village 5. Each warehouse is full of iron. No, it should be iron ingots. What we have learned from this is that there is a surprisingly large amount of iron available for purchase in the Demon King's Kingdom's market. In any case, we did not intend to buy all of them. We thought we should buy what's available and actually found the situation. When we looked into the reason why iron can easily be purchased, we found out that the materials taken from monsters and demon beasts are easier to process than iron. In fact, the carriages and ships in Shashato City are made of material from monsters and demon beasts. I see. Iron is used for iron, but are monsters and demon beasts materials more convenient to use? They are. Also, it takes a lot of skill if you want to use these iron ingots. An employee of the Goron Company explains. Although iron is hard, pure iron is not as strong as one might think, and it is difficult to process. Therefore, iron is mixed with something else to make an alloy, which is then used to make products according to the intended use. This mixing requires skill. To be precise, just mixing can be done by an amateur, but it is impossible for an amateur to make the mixture uniform, to achieve the intended property, or to mass produce it. And those who have the skill are reluctant to spread the technology. After all, that's their bread and butter. If they spread the technology, they would lose their jobs. Therefore, they keep it secret. It takes more than 10 years of apprenticing before they are taught the technique. That's why they don't take on jobs that are too big. There is no way for them to handle the work. If it takes 50 or 100 years, they might take on the job, but basically, they do as much work as they can handle on their own. So, you are saying that these 5 warehouses full of iron are surplus iron ingots. By any chance, is the iron that overflowed in various places gathered here? There is more supply than what the craftsmen need, so there is a surplus. That's what happened. I was told that iron rails are not allowed, because they will be stolen though. I can also assure you that they will be stolen. Just because there's a surplus doesn't mean iron has become worthless. Fumu, I see. Then what should we do with these irons then? If they just sit in the warehouse, they're just weights, right? Should we just wait until the craftsmen of Village 5 ask for them? When will that be though? Or maybe I can ask Guts' blacksmith team in Big Tree Village to make something for us. Would they be able to process them? Well, they usually deal with some kind of mineral I've never heard of. Also, even if they accept, I don't think they would be able to process all of these. I'll have to think more. The Goron Company employee seemed to be having some difficulty saying something. What is it? These iron ingots should have been fully paid already, right? No, it's not about the price, there is also a surplus of iron ore, and we're getting contacts from all over the kingdom asking if we can buy them. When you said iron ore, are you talking about the stone that has iron in it that was dug out of the mine? Yes. There's a surplus of iron ore too. The Demon King said he doesn't know how much is mined. Isn't this a big problem? They're already in a situation where they're badly handling their resources. There are iron ore deposits in a lot of places. They are dug as a byproduct when targeting rare minerals, so it is normal to get a lot of them. However, if the amount exceeded the level where it can be used, merchants won't buy them, right? If us merchants refuse to buy their iron ores, they won't sell us their rare minerals. So in order to get the minerals you need, you have to buy them too? That's tough. Well, this can also be considered as helping each other. I see. So about the iron ore, they said there will be discount. What do you want me to do? We don't need more, we have this much ingot already. Right, understood. I'll let them know you declined. No, wait. Yes. They are unnecessary, but let's buy them. It would be a good chance to use the gold and silver of Big Tree Village. How much would all of them cost? All of them? You want to buy all of them. All of them? Though, if we really purchase them all, we need around 20 more big warehouses like these ones over here to contain them. All right, make the arrangement. The delivery location it should get in the way if it's here. I'll contact you as soon as I find a location. Understood. Thank you very much for purchasing. I'm sure the Dalfun company will have something similar to say. Tell them to cooperate as well, as you wish. Then, we need to increase the warehouses more. Double theirs, probably as much as ours. All right, I guess more storage would be good. When I went back to Big Tree Village and talked to Gut, he was more interested in the large amount of iron ore than the iron ingots. More than 40 big warehouses of iron ores. That's a blacksmith's dream. Even if I spend all my life, I wouldn't be able to process them all. I guess so. However, we probably don't actually need to build new warehouses. We probably just need to dig them up and make basements. That kind of expansion seems to be easier for me. In any case, once we process the iron ores to iron ingots, they will take up less space. Also, we probably need to make a big furnace to process more iron ores. As long as you ask, we will do it. Are you sure? Yeah. However, we'll need additional manpower, so you'll need to pay wages. If that's all, I'll take care of it. Can I call Howling Village for help? No problem, just don't force them to do it. Understood. It will still take time before the iron ores arrive, so. Actually, they said they will start arriving at the end of fall. That means we must prepare everything in order to start processing them in winter or spring. Thank you very much. Right, you're free to do what you want with the iron ingots too. Understood. We will use them to build a bigger furnace. Gut led his apprentices to Village 5. They would select a place to build a big furnace. I hope this will help us deal with the iron ingots and iron ores in Village 5. Chapter 850. Idle Talk, Artisan. Morning comes early for a tofu maker. My workplace is located in the forest, a short distance away from Big Tree Village. There is a place where there is a spring that produces water, and near the spring is where my hut, a dedicated hut for tofu making, is located. This spring water is important. Water is indispensable for making tofu. I checked the soybeans that had been washed and soaked in the water the day before. The soybeans are soaked enough, so add a little more water and mash and mix it. Mash and mix it thoroughly. The mashing and mixing I'm doing right now will greatly affect the taste, so I won't cut corners. Once I'm satisfied with the mashing and mixing, I just need to add more water and heat it until it boils. Once it boils, reduce the heat and cook for a little while longer to make sure to not burn the mixture. After that, squeeze the mixture into a bag before it loses its heat and divide it into akara soybean dreg and soy milk. Soy milk is used for tofu. When the soy milk begins to lose its heat, dissolve nigari in it and stir it in. Nigari is something that comes from seawater salt. I'm not sure about the principle, but without nigari, the soy milk will not coagulate. Discard clear liquid at the top of the nigari-infused soy milk and pour the portion that had sunk to the bottom into the tofu mold. There are various ways to use this mold, like using a colander or a cloth, but I use a box lined with a cloth. When it has been left to stand for a while, excess water will flow out, and when that is done, a weight is placed on top to harden it. After that, your tofu is done. I make around 50 to 100 pieces of tofu every morning. This tofu is then transported to Big Tree Village, Village 1, Village 2, Village 3, Village 4, and Village 5 where it is consumed. My mornings are early because I have to be ready in time for breakfast. Tofu tastes the best when it is freshly made. The rest of the tofu loses its flavor over time. Therefore, a few centaurs come to the tofu hut at the time the tofu is ready. They carry it to each village. The skill of the centaurs in transporting the tofu without breaking them while running at high speed is simply amazing. And it's a pleasure to be in demand. After I finish handing over the tofu, I wash the soybeans that will be used tomorrow. It may look easy, but it is hard work. However, I don't cut corners. If I cut corners, it won't taste good. No one might even notice if the tofu tastes a little less good. However, for me, that's unacceptable. Thus, I will not cut corners. I will continue to make tofu like this. I am Rasa, a high elf. I am a tofu maker. Point of view change. Mornings are slow for a jam maker. I can even sleep until it is almost noon. It's wonderful if you think about it. I'm not being lazy. I have a reason. The kitchen is unavailable. My work is limited to the time between lunch and dinner. My work begins with asking the Oni maids to let me use the kitchen. Once I'm in the kitchen, the rest is easy. I'll just have to put the ingredients for jam into a big pot that is specially designed for making jams. This time, it's strawberries. It is fall and not the season for strawberries, but I chose strawberries. Simply because I want to eat them. Just kidding. Village Chief cultivated sour strawberries for jam during the summer. Making jam is not difficult. Just beat it, put sugar as much as the strawberries, put them in the big pot, and let it simmer. You have to keep stirring though to prevent it from burning, but as long as you are not careless, nothing will go wrong. It's very easy. However, there's one thing I have to be careful of. It's not the temperature. Also, it's true that the jam will be hot while cooking it, and anyone who sees the jam boiling will notice it's dangerous. That means I don't need to bother warning others about it. What I have to be careful of is the smell. Making jam gives off a very strong, sweet smell. So what? The fairy queen and the fairies will be lured by it. They won't immediately come close to taste the jam. They will wait until the jam is ready for consumption. That is why it is troublesome. After the jam is cooked, it is hard to say no when they ask to taste it. However, I must steel myself to refuse. I mustn't agree with them no matter what. Why? There was a time when I gave in to them and let them taste it. Then, they kept asking for more and more until they consumed everything. This time, too, the fairy queen and the fairies are waiting for it, but I will just continue to work without worrying about them. When the jam is cooked, I will remove the pot from the fire. Put the jam into jars or bottles, but before that, I must soak them first in boiling water. That is to prevent the jam from spoiling. I put the jars and bottles in a pot full of boiling water until they submerged or not. If I put the jars and bottles in boiling water suddenly, they will break. Therefore, before submerging the jars and bottles, I poured warm water into the jars first to make them absorb heat. This is something I often forget to do, but something I mustn't skip. If I break the jars or bottles, the Oni maids will glare at me. After heating the jars and bottles, let nature take its course and let the heat dissipate. If you cool them down too quickly with magic, they may break. When the jars and bottles are ready, pour in the jam that has cooled down a little. At this point, the Fairy Queen's party started to make a fuss, so I allowed them to lick the jam left on the pot. I hear that freshly made warm jam is very special. The Fairy Queen's party crowded around the pot. It delays the washing of the pot, but it can't be helped. I give up thinking that it is necessary to protect the finished jam. All the finished jam is given to the Oni maids. I'm not even considering taking my personal share or a share of someone else. I give them all. That is the best way to avoid a fight. I'm not just speaking for myself, but the jam I make is considerably popular. Strawberry, apple, and blueberry jams are especially popular among children. As for some unusual jams, the likes and dislikes depend on one's own preference. I want them all to love all jams, but even I have jam flavors I don't like. So, I think you should eat the jam you like. If you don't like it, give it to someone who does. My name is Don't Mind It. I'm an angel jam maker who wonders why jam made with citrus is called marmalade. While eating dinner, I'm already thinking about what kind of jam I will make tomorrow. Angel A, isn't the jam maker working 2 short hours? Angel B, I know right. Civil servant girl, however, you must admit that she's a very good jam maker. Chapter 851. Idle Talk, Tax Collector. I am a tax collector. I am a person whose job is to collect taxes. Because I collect taxes, I am naturally a hated person. The only people who come to get along with me are those who think they can bribe me to get me to overlook their taxes. I also wish I could have gotten along with them, but I don't take bribes. I refuse to accept bribes. I refuse to distort rules. Some tried to give it to my wife and son instead of me, but my wife and son fully supported me, so they did not take bribes. I have a good family, until one day. I was suddenly accused of a crime that never happened, and my family was thrown out of the city where we lived. Apparently, I was in the way because I don't take bribes. My superiors didn't even bother listening to me, as my bribe-taking colleagues were accusing me of all sorts of things. I was lucky that they did not kill me. With this thought, I left the city where I was born and raised. After several years of wandering, I ended up in Village 5 of the Demon King's kingdom. In this newly established in this newly established village, I started a store that sells small articles. Fortunately, I was dexterous and considerably good at woodworks. My wife and son also helped me, and we were able to earn enough to save money. As I became more comfortable with my life, I also became more relaxed. I was able to look at my own life in a new light. How is the tax system in Village 5? What I paid this year was something I voluntarily paid. Capitation taxe, tax paid by those who live in the city or village. It's usually the same amount whether you are a city dweller or a villager, and age doesn't matter. And that capitation tax was cheap. A capitation tax for one person is only 2 big copper coins. Can this village even survive with just that? In a normal place, the capitation tax would be around 70 to 80 big copper coins. And come to think of it, my store was never visited by a tax collector. The tax collector should come once or twice a year to ask for tax based on the size of the store, right? Is it because it's a newly established village and the system for tax collecting is not yet in place? Or are there not enough tax collectors? I am indebted to this village. My family's wandering journey came to an end when we arrived in this village. Although I was tired of being a tax collector, I went to the village council meeting of Village 5 to express my feelings, hoping that my knowledge and experience would be of use. Perhaps it was for the best, but I ended up working as a tax collector in Village 5. This was 4 years ago, 2 years after we arrived in Village 5. Incidentally, being a tax collector is basically just a side job. Tax collection season aside, there's basically nothing to do. Therefore, I kept running my small articles store. Tax collection season varies depending on where they live. It is usually spring or fall. In Village 5, it's fall. Fall has arrived, and I started hiding. Yeah, I hide. This is the main skill needed to be a tax collector in Village 5. I also disguised myself. Depending on your normal look, you will either put on a beard or shave. Dyeing your hair is also a must. The most enthusiastic tax collectors even started hiding, starting summer, and changing their body shapes. This is so that they can completely become a different person. I'm not that enthusiastic to even change my body shape. I only paid a not-so-expensive amount of money to buy a mirror and practice some movements and all the things I won't do. Yeah, I'm trying to pretend to be someone else. Why am I doing this? Isn't it obvious? Because I am a tax collector of Village 5. A tax collector's job is to collect taxes correctly. Tax collectors will never cheat. Tax collectors swore an oath to the acting village chief. That is why tax collectors only collect the fixed amount of taxes, cold-bloodedly. Just as the sun rises in the morning and sets at night, only correct amount of tax must be collected. That is why a tax collector will never receive more than the fixed amount of tax. Yeah, even if you are given with a lot. When they find out that you are a tax collector of Village 5, some residents will push taxes on you as much as they can. I know what they are thinking. The taxes in Village 5 are so low that it's worrisome. Everyone wants Village 5 to be safe and secure for a long time. Everyone doesn't care even if the taxes doubled because of that. And even if the taxes are doubled, it is still much cheaper than any other place. However, we won't accept them. That is our duty as tax collectors. To put it simply, tax collectors are some kind of contractor entrusted with the task of collecting taxes. If I receive taxes exceeding the stipulated amount, that means I have to hand over the excess taxes I received to the village. Do you think they will take it? They're pushing it to the tax collectors because it's impossible. So that's why they shouldn't give it to us. If we fail to give it to the village, we will become tax collectors who fill their own pockets by illegally collecting taxes against Village 5's order. Therefore, we cannot receive more taxes. Thus, tax collectors of Village 5 disappear during the tax collection season, so that no one can find them. You also think tax collection is very overwhelming, aren't you? The acting village chief thought so too, so she decided that tax collection must only happen when the sun is still up. Which means when the night comes, we will finally be safe. Well, the most dangerous time is just before the sun rises, so we have to act before the sun rises. It is a seasonal tradition that tax collectors' portraits are hung in various places. That's my portrait. It's a portrait of my current appearance. I must change immediately. Where did they find out? Was it my wife? Or could it be my son? They've both wanted to pay more taxes for a long time. And no, I shouldn't suspect my own family. Perhaps there's something wrong with my disguise. There he is, the tax collector. They found me, I must move quickly. Hiding is a fool's errand. After all, they found me. However, there were no pursuers. I could see a group of people heading in a different direction. It was not me who had been found. Thank goodness. And to the tax collector on the run, hang in there, do your best to escape. Once caught, a tax collector will be in mortal danger. You will be forced into a luxury inn from which you cannot escape, and you will be subjected to an onslaught of entertainment from morning till night. Yeah, until winter when the tax collection season ends. They will surely gain weight. It is already difficult to move in winter much more when you gain weight. You will also have difficulty getting back in shape for the next year's tax collection season. If you can't go back in shape then, perhaps you can only do it the year after. I took a deep breath and braced myself. I'm a cold-blooded tax collector. I will never accept more tax than the amount set forth. By the way, my previous knowledge and experience as a tax collector is useless in Village 5. Well, of course, Village 5 is too different. However, I love this different Village 5. Village 5 military, isn't that just playing tag around the city? Lock Village 5 internal affairs? Yes, it is. The purpose of catching them is to pay more taxes, but non-a-Village 5 spy, tax collectors, they are better at escaping than legit spies. I'm surprised. Village 5 Counselor A, sounds like fun. Village 5 Counselor B. This isn't time to be talking. If we don't think of a countermeasure, taxes will come pouring in. Village 5 Counselor A, normally we should be pleased. Village 5 Counselor B, we're already having troubles dealing with it correctly. Or do you want to fatten your pocket? Village 5 Counselor A, I'm not thinking that. Also, I don't like being doubted. Village 5 Counselor B, then let's only collect tax that we can handle. We must not accept more. Village 5 Counselor A, why yeah. This chapter's tax collector. I was a tax collector. I came to see if I could be of service to you. Yauko, A, did you hit your head or something? A, end of volume 17.